Not that Lucinda and Sebastian looked down on Debbie. On the contrary, they felt bad about Gail constantly picking on her. It was just that Carlos was so unapproachable. They felt it didn't make sense for him to marry a plain girl like Debbie. Hayden. Sebastian tried to remember the man. He just came home from abroad recently, but in a short time, with the help of his powerful family, he's already quite influential in Y City. I don't know much about him though. I'll do a background check on him later, he promised. That's not necessary. Since he's Debbie's husband, she has agreed to bring him here for dinner someday. We'll know more when he comes. Okay, Sebastian agreed. When Debbie got to the villa, Carlos wasn't back home from work yet. When she passed by the living room, she saw the tens of bags of various sizes on the floor. It was only then that she remembered she had been on a shopping spree before she had gone to her aunt's. She had bought a load of cosmetics at the shining International Plaza. Even she herself was shocked by the number of the extravagance. When did she become so wasteful? Was that the right kind of influence she was picking from Carlos? On the nightly shopping spree, she had gone to shining International Plaza to buy a tobacco pipe for Sebastian. But on impulse, she had visited the cosmetics shop, which happened to be running a sales promo. She was lured by a sales assistant who pushed a pitch of ridiculously discounted items. But when Debbie got to the counter to pay for what she had picked, she realized she had been tricked. She hated their bait and switch sales tactics, but she didn't want the embarrassment of appearing that she was a flat broke ass, so she just accepted the items. With a kit of hydrating toner, lotion, and cream going at $10,000, the prices were simply over the top, forcing her to call Carlos for his opinion before she paid for anything. It was his money after all. To her surprise, he upbraided her. Debbie Nian, I have loads of money that you'll never finish a fraction in 1,000 lifetimes. You can't afford to be a penny pincher when you have my money and my heart, dear. If you ever hesitate again to spend the money, I'll move the most expensive cosmetics shop in the shining International Plaza into your bedroom, he warned. After the brief call, Debbie leisurely walked back to the counter and paid for the cosmetics without batting an eyelid. She had been hesitant about the hydration essence and face mask a moment ago, but after his nudging on the phone, there was not a thing she'd leave out. After paying, she called him once more and proudly announced, Mr. Handsome, I just blew $36,570 on the damn things. A good treat, huh? Carlos was glad that she finally bought herself something fancy, but Debbie despised that needless obscene spending. All the skincare products are having a sales promotion now. The customers who have spent $200,000 or more will get a free 8-day trip to the Maldives. Accommodation, refreshments, transportation, all included. Deb, wouldn't you fancy an all-expenses-paid trip to the Maldives? Carlos asked. Debbie nodded violently. Yes, I do. But how can I manage to spend so much money on one night's shopping spree? The so-called free trip would only be a fraction of the money spent at the mall first. Annoyed by the manipulative sales gimmicks, she passed by as if she hadn't heard what the sales crew were touting. What have you bought? Carlos asked on the phone. After hearing Debbie out, he continued, Go buy 2 more sets of the same items if you don't mind. In addition, you can also buy some lipsticks and other cosmetics. Stay away from the cheap ones, please. Debbie was astounded. If you can't spend $200,000 by yourself today, I'll go to the mall and pick out some things for you later. If Debbie couldn't even spend $200,000 in one day, it would only prove that the fancy cosmetics shops in shining International Plaza were lower end. No. Go to the lounge to have a rest. I'll have the manager bring the samples of everything to you, so that you can decide what you want. I said no. Sweet pie, it's only $200,000. That isn't much for a man of my means. Debbie sensed that she didn't have a choice. Okay, she replied. Good girl. Remember to claim the Maldives reward at the service counter afterwards. Then don't leave the mall yet. Go to the compartments for men and buy some articles for me. Spend at least $200,000 on me as well. Let's go to the Maldives together. Don't you like the idea? Debbie wasn't very impressed, but she had to play along. Because if Carlos came and chose the cosmetics with her, he'd blow away far more than the $400 he was telling her to spend. Okay, she agreed. Carlos smiled. From now on, Zelda won't be in charge of shopping for me anymore. It will be your duty. I believe you'll keep our skincare products in adequate supply. Later, with the help of the housemaids, Debbie moved the bags delivered to the villa by Shining International Plaza from the living room to her bedroom. She cautiously took the products out of the bags and put them on the dressing table. When the top of the table was all occupied, she stuffed the rest into the drawers. Obscene spending, she chastised herself silently. Careful not to ruin her day by dwelling so much on the negatives, she told herself to unwind. Heaving a deep, reflective sigh, she pulled out her phone, took a photo of the items and posted it in moments on WeChat. For the 8-day trip to the Maldives, I shopped like crazy at the Shining International Plaza, she captioned. Since Carlos had been sleeping in her bedroom most of the time lately, and they had had sex the night before, Debbie thought he wouldn't sleep alone in his bedroom anymore. So she kept his cosmetics in her bedroom. The thought of what had happened last night made her blush. With the palm of her left hand on cheek, she put one set of skincare products for men into her bathroom. There were only a few items for Carlos, but each was exquisite. She marveled at the fancy packaging while she unpacked a face cream. According to the sales assistant, Tell Packaging had won the first prize of an international skincare products design competition. Did the packaging design make the product look better? No, of course not, but it made it more expensive. That was the point. The cream for men was as expensive as a few sets of skincare products for women. Debbie removed the lid and wondered whether it was gold inside the jar. Wow, it smelled so good. The faint fragrance was simply ethereal. She smeared some cream with her finger and dabbed it on the back of her hand. Later, she found out that it was very effective in hydrating. It left her hand unbelievably smooth. It seemed their pricing was justified after all. Then she noticed the cologne she had bought for Carlos. To find the perfect scent for him, Debbie had smelled all the cologne samples, but none of them was close to the perfume he usually wore. At last, she had to go with a soft Calabrian bergamot scent, just perfect for her man. When everything was tidied up, it was 10 o'clock already. After a bath, Debbie opened several bottles and smeared her body all over. Then she slipped under the covers. Before having a beauty sleep, she intended to play a little bit of Candy Crush Saga on the phone for a while. But seeing the time on the screen, she wondered, it's pretty late already. Why is Carlos not home yet? Immediately she called him. The phone was answered quickly. I'm wondering when you are coming back. It's already 10 p.m. Does she miss me? Carlos wondered. A smile crept over his face when he sat in the back seat. I'm on my way. I'll be home in 5 minutes. Oh, okay then. See you later. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Debbie got out of bed quickly, the phone still in her hand. She trotted down the stairs into the kitchen and started to heat up a bottle of milk. Within 5 minutes, the doorbell rang and Carlos was home, true to his word. How she wished he'd be like this forever. Entering the villa, Carlos noticed that the light in the kitchen was still on. He didn't pay much attention to it and, loosening his tie, walked towards the stairs. Old man! A girl's voice rang out, coming from within the kitchen. So he changed his plans and made for the kitchen. Debbie came out before he could enter, a glass of warm milk in hand. She offered it and he took it from her. Drink it, she said. As Carlos accepted the glass, Debbie smelt something on him. Was that alcohol? Instead of drinking the milk, he pulled her into his arms with his free hand and gave her a passionate kiss. Why aren't you in bed? Naughty girl, he blamed half-jokingly. Debbie frowned. She hadn't imagined it. And now the smell of booze was overpowering. She realized that Carlos must have had more than a little wine this evening. You went out drinking? She raised her head to look at him. Yeah. We landed a major account, so we drank a little to celebrate. A little? That couldn't be a little. Debbie pouted her lips and thought. So you won't let me drink and now you come home drunk. This is so bogus. After draining it in a single gulp, Carlos put the empty glass on the table beside him, scooped Debbie in his arms and carried her up the stairs. Wait. I haven't even turned off the lights yet. Debbie pointed to the kitchen. Without stopping, Carlos said, Julie will handle it. He had scarcely finished his sentence when Debbie saw Julie come out of the gloom and enter the kitchen carrying the empty glass. Entering the bedroom, Carlos laid her carefully on the bed and leaned down close to her. He kissed her ear, her cheek, her mouth, her neck, all the way down her body. She normally enjoyed this, but the stench was beginning to make her nauseous. Honey, you smell so good, he murmured. I know I smell good. You gave me your company's latest bath and body line, she thought. Unable to bear the strong reek of alcohol anymore, Debbie cupped his face and feigned anger by saying, Get away from me, your breath stinks. Go take a bath. Yes, my lady. It was exaggerated, or perhaps exacerbated by his drunken state. In any case, he snapped to and did as she bade him. He gave her a passionate kiss before getting up from the bed. He pulled her up and demanded, Take off my tie. Humph. Don't you know how to untie your tie? Debbie had never done it before and began to study his tie, taking in the over and under nature of the knot, figuring out where she'd start. No, I don't. He lied. Much to his surprise, Debbie was instantly mad at his answer. She grabbed him by his tie and asked through gritted teeth, Tell me the truth. Did you have some woman doing it for you? Carlos' jaw dropped. He had no other choice but to give in and tell her the truth. Well, I can take off my own tie myself. Usually Julie or Zelda helps me tie it. Julie? No problem. But Zelda? Carlos' assistant who was partial to Megan?
Absolutely no.
Why did you ask Zelda to help you with your tie? Debbie pouted her lips, irritated. Amused by her reaction, Carlos pulled her into his arms and said, Fine, you'll be the only one who can tie my tie from now on. Promise. Okay, honey. Okay. I'll hold you to that. No one is allowed to touch your tie except me, she warned him. Trust me. He kissed her forehead. A loud laugh escaped his chest. He was in a great mood. And why not? Debbie was very jealous and possessive, and he thought that was highly amusing. She should be. After all, he was a prize that any woman would be lucky to have. The fact that Debbie recognized that just made his day. My wife is the cutest, prettiest, and most interesting girl in the world, he thought. Debbie finally managed to remove his tie, and while she was unfastening his shirt, a light bulb went off in her head. Hey, I've heard my friends talking. The way they talk about sex, it's the best thing in the world. But all I could feel was pain the last time we did it. Old man, you're bad in bed. Stunned, Carlos was left speechless for a while. That was a devastating blow for any man. Especially someone like Carlos. His face was as dark as ink. He gripped her hands and gritted his teeth. Debbie, Nian. His cold voice brought Debbie back to her senses. W what?
Yeah.
Did I say something wrong? Wait. Hey, honey. Let go of me. Don't. Now in no mood to take a bath, he pressed his body against hers. One of his hands undid her clothing, and the other was busy kneading her breasts. He would show her what he was capable of. After what seemed an eternity, Debbie stretched out and watched the man enter the bathroom. Wow. Why did I tell him that? My whole body's killing me now. She was too tired to move and just wanted to sleep. In about 20 minutes, Debbie was fast asleep and dreaming. In her dream, a drooling husky was licking her lips. She slapped the husky across its face and yelled, Fuck off! You stupid dog! But it was no dog but instead Carlos. He had been slapped across the face and had just been called a dog by his wife. This was the last thing he expected. He was hoping to hear how great he was in bed. His face soured instantly. He grabbed her waving arms and kissed her ear before saying, Honey, look at me. Debbie opened her sleepy eyes and got her head on straight when she saw Carlos' face. Hey baby, I was wrong. Please don't be mad. I'm wiped out and just want to sleep. Let's just crash, okay?
No.
Carlos turned her down without any hesitation. He grabbed her jaw, forced her to look him in the eye and asked, "Debbie, am I bad in bed?" That night, he had sex with her again and again. He even asked her the same question so many times the whole evening that she could only answer him again and again. "No, you're not bad in bed. You're incredible." She kept hoping he'd just be sated so she could get some shut-eye. It wasn't the first time Debbie had woken up with a hoarse voice. But it was the first time that her voice had been hoarse and cracked because of what she and Carlos did between the sheets. Carlos got up, and then took her in his arms once more, carrying her to the bathroom. Debbie wondered if he'd finally let her go this time. But no, the glass door began to blur at the same moment the water from the shower hit the floor. A blurry image of two silhouettes intertwined in throes of passion could be seen through the frosted door. Heavy gasps, passionate moans, and affectionate words filled the bathroom as their bodies merged into one. It was almost dawn when Carlos finally decided to call it a day. He picked up a sleeping Debbie from the bathtub and laid her carefully on the bed. Then he took out a hairdryer and dried her damp hair carefully before he at last fell asleep, Debbie in his arms. Debbie was awakened from her slumber by her phone. She reached out her hand to grab it and opened one eye to check the caller ID. It was Jared.
Gerard. Tumboy.
Not feeling well? Your voice. Were you singing in the club again? On second thought, Jared knew he was wrong. If Debbie had actually gone to the club last night, she would have called him so they could go together. Debbie blushed when she realized why her voice was so rough. She shook her head and cleared her throat before saying, "No, I wasn't at the club. And I'm feeling okay. I just woke up." "What's up?" She rolled over and then, "Ouch. That hurts. Damn it, Carlos. You just woke up? Look what time it is. It's almost 12. You weren't in class this morning. What would your dear husband say?" Jared asked. Speaking of Carlos, Jared couldn't help complaining inwardly. He's Debbie's husband and he should keep an eye on her. But he's even had me followed since he found us in the same hotel room together. What a jerk. This was true. If Jared made the slightest mistake at school, Carlos had standing orders for Curtis to drag him to the CEO's office of ZL Group so Carlos could get on his case. Jared was too scared to skip classes anymore, and he'd even get there ahead of time. His parents even wanted to thank Carlos for having made him into a good student. But he didn't expect Debbie to be bold enough to skip classes. He'd sent her messages on WeChat, but got no reply. So he called her on his lunch break, only to find that she was still sleeping. Debbie was left speechless. She knew very well why she wasn't in class, but to admit it, yes, she knew, but was it right for her to tell him that? She turned it over in her mind a few times, trying to figure it out. How do I tell him the real reason I wasn't in class? And do I really want to? This is all Carlos' fault, the jerk. He tortured me all night just because I said he was bad in bed. And she cried inside. She was weary, sore, and suffering for a terrible choice of words. Despite the fact that she had practiced martial arts for many years, Debbie was still no match for Carlos in stamina. Last night, she had begged him to let her go many times, but instead of giving her a break, Carlos had worked on her harder and even taunted her. "I'm getting up now. See you later in the classroom. Don't call Carlos." Debbie sat up on the bed and blushed, looking at the clothes scattered on the floor. "All right. See you then. You better hurry up. Otherwise, your husband will punish both of us again," said Jared. He was so scared of Carlos that he tried everything possible to stay away from him. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, Debbie went down the stairs to have lunch. Just then Carlos called her. "Deb, what are you doing now?" he asked in a soft voice. Hearing the voice, Debbie couldn't help but remember what had happened last night. "I'm going to have lunch," she said through gritted teeth. Of course, Carlos noticed the anger in her tone, and chuckled, recalling images of an alluring Debbie in bed. "Deb, you're the sweetest girl on earth. The kind of girl I never thought I'd find all my life," he teased. "Carlos Huo, you're a flirt," Debbie said, blushing even more. The smile on his face turning into a thoughtful look, Carlos said, Honey, I want to go home now. What? Now? She asked in confusion. Does the lunch in your company not taste good? She added. I want to taste your sweet wine now. In fact, I'm in the mood right now as we speak, he said in a suggestive whisper. Originally, Debbie wanted to go to the dining hall, but now that Carlos kept on teasing her, she was afraid that Julie would hear him and decided to go to the balcony. Carlos Huo, how shameless you are. One more word and you'll be hauled over the coals. Boo. Who? I'm so scared. I don't want to get your rough side of the tongue. But how can you be so cruel to your dear husband? With an affected dismissive gesture, Debbie waved her right hand in the air as if chopping an invisible Carlos. Are you kidding me? If you come near, I'll beat you to a pulp, she joked. Anyway, I know where to hit you if I have to inflict the worst pain. You are an old goat with lots of fans out there on social media. How would it pan out if I leak some juicy stuff to your fans? Not until she had gotten laid did she realize that she didn't know him at all. She had underestimated him all along. Ouch! Accidentally, she bent and twisted trying to stretch her back, only to trigger sharp pain that reminded her of the crazy night they had together. She immediately cursed him again. You're a bad egg. My whole body is aching. You jerk. A smile of accomplishment flashed across his face. Honey, I was wrong. I'll be more gentle the next time we bang. And by the way, the sooner your body will get used to it, he added with a giggle. Hey, it can't be soon. Sorry, but I need a break. I'll stay in the dorm this evening. The color drained from Debbie's face. Carlos chuckled and coaxed. Honey, I'm just kidding. Don't worry. Just go have lunch now. See you on campus this afternoon. Okay. Debbie went to the dining room and sat at the table. Since Julie was still cooking, Debbie opened the WeChat app and read her friend's messages. Her jaw dropped. How the hell had she hit a total 99 comments in moments? Oh my god. What did I post last night? By the time she clicked open the moments after her brief surprised reaction, the comments had hit 123. I remember. Last night, I posted a picture of the skincare products on my dressing table. Among the comments, she had drawn both admirers and trolls in equal numbers. Tomboy, it's my dream to have a dressing table like yours, read Christina's comment. Casey commented, Oh, I'm really so envious of you, Tomboy. You broke my heart, and you need to be responsible for it. How I wish I could be a girl. Then I could marry a rich husband, teased Jared. Without saying a word, Dixon, in his typical crisp manner, simply gave the post a like. There was undisguised admiration in some other friends' comments, while a part of the comments was not so friendly. Gail commented, Where did you download this picture? Give me the website, please. Even Portia, who hadn't contacted her for years, commented, Debbie, how have you been? I know you want to live an affluent life, but girl, this is a little too extravagant. No. Debbie knew that Portia always looked down upon her. Since they had added each other on WeChat, Portia had never given her a like, while she always gave hate in the likes. What she commented was implying that Debbie must have found herself a sugar daddy. Debbie fumed with rage. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and replied to her comment. Thank you for your concern, Portia, but you've gotten it wrong. I'm living a happy life now. Another person commented, Come on. What's the point in showing off these skincare products? They are worth about $200,000 only. They are not anything near the top brands at all. Debbie could still remember her. A former classmate from high school. Debbie replied, You're right. They are worth $200,000 only. There's no point in showing them off. If she really wanted to show off her wealth, she could have posted her BMW, which Carlos had bought at a cool $4 million. In the picture she had posted, she hadn't exposed the brands at all. She had turned the bottles to their backs so the brands would not show in the picture. She had been so happy to have them that she just wanted to share the cheer with her friends. But now, her happy mood was ruined. Never mind, Debbie. Don't pay attention to those people, she consoled herself. Then she saw the comment from the man with the name C, which said, You want to go to the Maldives? She replied without hesitation. Yes, of course. And she added a proud emoji. After Julie served lunch, Debbie put the phone aside and concentrated on her meal. But somewhere midway, a light bulb went off in her head. She picked the phone up again and sent Carlos a text message. Old man, give me your WeChat account. Putting down the chopsticks, she opened the Weibo app and followed Carlos. Carlos must have been very busy. He had only posted 2 updates on Weibo. Done 2 a year apart, both posts were ads for the ZL group. Despite this fact, he still had tens of millions of followers. This is so unfair, Debbie thought. She had posted more than 1,000 updates, but she only had about 1,000 followers. She envied him. She then searched for Curtis' Weibo account and followed him as well. He had millions of followers. Then Colleen. Much to Debbie's surprise, Colleen was the chief editor of a fashion magazine. No wonder she always stepped out in those stunning outfits. Just as Debbie sent a private message to Colleen, Julie passed her a bowl of soup. Debbie, eat the soup first. It has taken me hours just to prepare it for you. Thank you, Julie. Wow, it smells so yummy. What a terrific cook you are. Debbie flashed a sweet smile. Honestly, she likes Julie very much. Since she had moved into the villa 3 years ago, Julie had always been there to take care of her. And they got along so well, much like sisters, despite the fact that Julie was only a maid. Really? I'm humbled to hear that. Anyway, eat while it's still warm. Julie was amused by Debbie's reaction. Picking up the bowl, Debbie took a sip and frowned. It tastes a little weird. Sort of herbs, I guess. What did she add to it? The way Julie looked at her with a satisfied smile only confirmed the suspicion. Julie, what's in this soup? She asked curiously. How do you like it? It's a secret recipe from one of my friends and it's very nutritious, Julie said, the smile on her face growing even bigger. But that's just a tip of the iceberg. The recipe is an aphrodisiac, which will also increase your chances of conceiving a boy, added Julie, now smiling like a complete idiot. What? Debbie choked on her soup and coughed violently. Seeing Debbie choke on the soup, Julie immediately picked up a tissue and cleaned the spilled soup on the table. Why are you in such a hurry? Take your time, she said. Don't you guys try this on me again, Debbie cautioned with a hand on her heart. Still a student, she had no plans to have a baby yet. All of a sudden, she remembered something was not right. Carlos hadn't used a condom and she had forgotten to take her morning after pill. Quickly, she gulped the soup and sent Carlos a text message. Holy crap, old man. I didn't take my morning after pill. I don't know how I forgot that. Is it too late to take the pill now? Just before lunch, she had sent him a message asking about his WeChat account, and he hadn't replied to it yet. But this time his reply came immediately. What pill? What was the name of the pill? She opened browser and Googled, emergency contraception. Scrolling down a few hits, she got it. Mifepristone. Quick as a wink, she copied the link, took a screenshot and sent him both. Then her phone rang. Debbie, Nian, there are 2 things here. First, it's already too late for the morning after pill. Second, I want a baby. I mean, you and I should be getting desperate to have a baby by now, he said in a firm voice that made his intentions crystal clear. What? But why? Debbie asked in disbelief. Was he already desperate for a baby? Honey, listen to me. With the phone in right hand, he rubbed his arching brow with the left and started to explain. Deb, we're a married couple. If you got pregnant, it wouldn't be something to tense about. Gladly, I'd personally want us to keep the baby. Understand? But, she stammered. She didn't know how to make Carlos change his mind. After a long pause, she found a lame excuse. You want a boy. What if I gave birth to a girl? Will you ignore her then? Carlos was slapped hard in the face by his own words. In a flat tone, he said, I can't afford to be choosy over some things. Whether it's a girl or a boy, I'd welcome the baby with open arms. As long as you're the mother. But I'm still a student. College students can have babies. But you want me to study abroad next year. Debbie felt somewhat thrown off balance. If you got pregnant, I would go abroad with you. But, she had run out of excuses.
No buts.
What you need to do now is not take after morning pill, but hopefully look forward to having you up the spout. In any case, I'll be there for you. In short, worry not, he declared with finality. But, Debbie came up with one more excuse. But I'm only 21. I don't really think I'm mentally prepared to be a mother. The word mother was forced through with a muffled voice. The misfortune of growing up without a mother had been hard enough for Debbie. Wouldn't she have a difficult time trying to love her own child, something she'd never personally experienced? From her choked voice, Carlos could tell that something was not right. After some pause, he said, "If you really don't want a baby, I'll have to use protection from now on. But as for the pill, it's a no. I won't allow you. For your own health, I'll strongly advise you to stay away from that stuff. It's not good for you." The show of genuine concern in that line touched Debbie at heart. For a moment she heaved a sigh, rubbed her tingling eyes and murmured, "Give me some time, okay? I'll consider your words. Maybe a little more time will help me decide." It was not because she disliked children, but that apparently she wasn't mentally prepared yet. What would she do with a baby at her age? "Honey, just relax, okay? We only had sex for 2 nights and you were in your safe days. Don't let it worry you so much. All the same, if you got pregnant, I'd personally take care of everything. Whichever way, you need to take it easy, okay?" He coaxed her.
Okay.
At long last, his words began to take effect. In fact, she was getting teary-eyed just listening to him. "Thank you, Dad, for giving me the best husband in the world. Dad, you know, I'm living a happy life now," she thought to herself. In Carlos' class that afternoon, Debbie fixed her gaze upon the man standing on the podium, with one hand propped against her chin. The affection in her eyes made Jared's flesh creep. "I didn't expect a tomboy like you to fall in love with a man. Stop staring at your husband like that. I'm afraid that he would make out with you right here, right now." Smack! Debbie slapped Jared on the shoulder. What a jerk! How could he say that in class? Debbie thought. She then realized that she was overreacting and immediately lowered her eyes to look at the book, as if nothing had happened. But it was too late. While she had been staring at Carlos, many in the class had noticed him watching her as well. Clearing his voice, Carlos turned to Jared and said, "The chap at the back of the second line to my left. Please stand up and answer the question." Everyone turned to look at Jared. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! So Mr. Huo is avenging his wife. While he rose slowly from his seat, he heard Carlos add, "Please tell us what you've learned so far." "What's he up to?" wondered an incredulous Jared. Watching him struggle for an answer, Debbie giggled with mischief. Jared turned to Dixian for help, but the latter looked away as if he didn't get his point. Jared pretended to clear his voice, but the exaggerated manner had the class in stitches. Eventually, he excused himself. "I'm sorry, Mr. Huo. I think my memory." Determined, Carlos cast him a cold glance and ordered, "Stand there." The girl sitting next to him, "Please stand up and answer my question." The girl sitting next to him? Sitting on Jared's right side was a boy, and the girl sitting next to him, Debbie Nian. Holy crap! Debbie cursed quietly as she stood up. All through, her mind had wandered off to fantasies of her nights together with Carlos. What is AIP short for? Carlos' question surprised everyone in the class. Seriously? Such a simple question. Any jerk taking financial at the university could answer that straight if woken out of sleep. For a moment, Debbie had to suppress her laughter. Why was he using kid gloves on her? Anyway, she answered proudly, AIP is short for Automatic Investment Plan. Good. Carlos praised her with a smile. The shallowness of the whole question made Jared curse. Come on, dude. Give us a break. Stop displaying how much you're crazy about Debbie when we are here. But if he thought the question was infuriating, Carlos' next words were even worse. Since the girl has bailed you out, will you please dance for her after the class? You can only stop dancing when she laughs, Carlos told Jared. Debbie couldn't stifle her laughter. At this rate, are we getting anywhere with our classwork? She wondered. The ridiculousness of the whole thing elicited quite some giggles and ripples. Jared's face was as dark as ink. Carlos Huo, you jerk. As if it weren't enough, Carlos continued. Well, if you can't dance for her, then you should see me in my office after the class. Jared had no other choice. Mr. Huo, I choose to dance for Debbie, Jared said through gritted teeth, which sent the class into a hysterical bout of laughter. When class ended, Carlos picked up his stuff and pointing at the blackboard said, Jared Han, you are a tall guy. You clean the blackboard. Jared's jaw dropped. Again? Seriously? Did I owe him $1 million or something? He cursed in his mind. Debbie propped her hand against her chin and looked at Jared, who was cleaning the blackboard with a long face. Casey and Christina approached Debbie and winked at her. Tomboy, your husband is so caring. Debbie flashed a sweet smile and said, To be honest, I can't believe it myself. I really don't like him to dote on me like that. Even using kid gloves on a hardened soul like me. Dixon tried to analyze Carlos' motives behind this. I believe Mr. Huo was trying to avenge you. He must have seen you hit Jared and guessed that Jared had pissed you off. He asked the both of you to answer 2 different questions. The first question was extremely hard while the second one was rather simple. That way, he could find a reason to make Jared dance for you when he failed to answer where you succeeded. He just wanted to make you happy. Wow, what a caring husband Mr. Huo is. Debbie, Casey and Christina nodded at Dixon's analysis. Till now, his was the only one that made any sense. Jared blew off the chalk on his hand and cast a burning glance at Debbie. Did I kill your husband's grandpa? Why did he treat me like this? He snapped furiously. He not only asked Mr. Liu to keep an eye on me, but also asked me to dance for you and clean the blackboard. From now on, I am going to keep you at arm's length. I can't afford to bear his jealousy. Debbie rolled her eyes and snapped back. Come on, dude. You are not my lover. Why would he be jealous of you? Just dance for me now. Jared banged the table, fuming with rage at the thought of dancing for Debbie. He shouted at the classroom door as if Carlos were still standing there. Carlos Huo, I am going to remember this thing for the rest of my life. You know what they say? Revenge is a dish best served cold. You just wait and watch. Debbie wasn't too pleased to hear him shout a threat to her husband. Jared Han, I've recorded what you just said. I think I'll send it to Carlos right now, she threatened. The anger on Jared's face immediately disappeared. With a pitiful look, he pleaded. Please don't do that, tomboy. I'll dance for you right here, right now. Do it. A few students who wanted to see Jared dance stayed in the classroom, pretending to be studying. Jared, however, shooed all of them out. He even wanted to drive Casey, Christina, and Dixon out. However, Casey held onto Debbie's left arm, and Christina held onto her right. Dixon, who also wanted to watch Jared dance, cradled his girlfriend's neck. The 3 of them were determined to not leave the classroom. Despite his unwillingness, Jared had no other choice but to start dancing. To be honest, his street dance wasn't that bad and managed to impress everyone, except Debbie, who remained emotionless and even yawned. Seeing an exhausted Jared, Casey had an idea. Jared, why don't you do Yanko dance asterisk? I think that's going to be a lot funnier, she proposed with a giggle, and even played a video of Yanko dance on her phone to demonstrate it. Tian. The Yanko dance is a traditional Chinese folk dance. Yanko dancers are usually women wearing bright and colorful costumes. Jared stopped dancing and covered his face with both hands, giving up all hope of ever escaping this humiliation. Tomboy, if you refuse to laugh this time, we aren't going to be friends anymore, he threatened Debbie. Jared moved exactly like the women in the video were moving, and it was really funny to see a big boy like him do the Yanko dance. The other 3 burst into laughter this time, but Debbie still remained poker-faced. She was trying her best to suppress her laughter. Just as the music was about to come to an end, Debbie finally couldn't hold it back anymore and cracked up laughing. Ha ha ha. Jared, you dance like Lagervik asterisk. Ha ha ha. Asterisk Tian. Lagervik is a character in animation Boonie Bears. Just like Lager Vic, Jared was tall and thin. And he was wiggling his ass like crazy. Jared heaved a sigh of relief when Debbie finally laughed. He turned off the music and sat beside her. "Debbie, would you mind if you had to divorce Carlos Huo and marry another man?" he asked. "Yes, I would," Debbie blurted out without any hesitation. She was beginning to fall for Carlos completely now, and had forgotten that she had wanted to divorce him in the beginning. Within a minute, Debbie received a text message from Carlos. "Tell Jared Han. I've recorded him dancing in the classroom. If he doesn't want this video to be released, then he'd better watch his mouth." Confused, Debbie raised her head and swept her eyes around the classroom. Only then did she see the camera not far away from them. The camera was able to record both pictures and sound. So, had Carlos really recorded Jared dancing Yanko dance? Jared looked back and forth between Debbie and the camera. Suddenly, he started having a bad feeling about it. He pounced towards Debbie and, snatching her phone, saw Carlos' message on it. Defeated, he slumped down on the chair and murmured, "Mr. Huo is such a considerate teacher." But in his mind he was cursing non-stop. "Fuck you, Carlos Huo." All that was left for him to do was leave the classroom, which he did, and Debbie replied to Carlos' message, "Did you really record him?" "Of course not. I'm too busy to disturb myself with that nonsense," Carlos replied. "Then how did you hear what he said to me?" "I totally don't know what he said, but I know him well. He is not a guy who would be convinced easily." Debbie admired Carlos very much. She typed on her phone, "Well done, old man. Call me honey." Debbie rolled her eyes, speechless. After all the classes had ended, Debbie left the campus to go back home but was stopped by Gail at the school gates. She ignored Gail and walked past her. Gail, however, grabbed her by her wrist and yelled, "Debbie Nian, get out of my way." Debbie shook off her hand impatiently. "How dare you relate yourself to Carlos Huo?" Gail came to the point. She had sworn to herself that she was going to find out this girl's secret today. Rumors had it that when Carlos had walked out of the Caspian Hotel, he had been carrying Debbie in his arms. "Who do you think you are? This has nothing to do with you," Debbie snapped. Gail bit her lower lip and replied, "My mom told my dad that you had gotten married. Who's your husband?" She had overheard her mother talk to her father, and was really surprised that Debbie had gotten married at such a young age. Remembering the strange interaction between Debbie and Carlos, Gail had a bad feeling that Debbie might have been married to Carlos Huo. "My husband is none of your business, Gail Mu. Don't bother me with these stupid questions again. If you really have so much time, you should spend more of it with your parents," Debbie replied. Gail's little sister, Sasha, was studying in another city. Although Gail here only, she barely went back home. Her parents really missed her sometimes. "Is your husband Hayden, guys?" Gail asked, ignoring what Debbie had said. Upon hearing the name, Debbie turned to look at Gail in the eyes and asked, "How did you know him?" When she had been with Hayden, she had kept it a secret from Gail, for fear that Gail might destroy their relationship. "So I'm right, hun? He's your husband." With a proud smile, Gail continued, "No wonder you can afford skincare products worth $200,000. He's from an affluent family. Congratulations. You found yourself a rich husband. Then what about you and Mr. Huo? What's your relationship?" Gail was dying to know that. She didn't think Carlos could be Debbie's husband, because she had once asked his men to throw Debbie into the ocean. Debbie was really annoyed and raised her voice, saying, "Gail Mu, one more word and I am going to beat the shit out of you." Scared, Gail took several steps back. Plucking up some courage, she asked, "Are you afraid of people finding out that you've cheated on your husband? I guess Mr. Huo doesn't even know you're a married woman, hun? What a bitch. You appear like an innocent girl, but actually you are a slut." Despite the fury inside her, Debbie wouldn't lay a finder on Gail, as Gail was her aunt's daughter. She took a deep breath and walked past Gail. Gail, however, followed after her and coaxed, "If you tell me your relationship with Mr. Huo, I'll tell you where your brother is." Gail's words successfully stopped Debbie. Few people in Y City knew Debbie has a brother, who had been taken abroad since he had been a kid. Debbie only knew she had a brother, but didn't know where he was and why he has been taken away. Before his death, Artie had told Debbie, "Now that you're Carlos' wife, I can rest assured. The only person I'm concerned about is your brother. Debbie, if there's a chance, please ask Carlos to help you find your brother. I am really worried about him." Debbie fixed her gaze on Gale with a cold fury in her eyes. "How the hell do you know I have a brother? And how come you know where he is?" With an increasing amount of her time being spent with Carlos, she was beginning to resemble him in quite a few aspects. Right now, her eyes were as intimidating as Carlos when he got angry. Gale was scared by her strong aura and took a few steps back. She had once eavesdropped on her parents' conversation, but didn't know much details. She had mentioned it only to get Debbie to talk. "I know everything," Gale bluffed. "I know about your mother. Her family took your brother abroad when he was a baby. You weren't even born yet." "Mother." It was a taboo word to Debbie. She grabbed Gale by her collars and shouted in a harsh voice, "Tell me more. Let me go." "What do you think you're doing, Debbie Nian? I thought you had become a good girl now. But evidently I heard wrong. You haven't changed a bit. You're the same bully as before." Gale broke off Debbie's grip and adjusted her messy shirt in annoyance. The last few days, Gale's classmates had been all telling her that Debbie had changed. She was now a good student and did not bully people anymore. Gale knew better than anyone else whether Debbie had changed or not. After all, she and Debbie had known each other for around 20 years. Gale had to admit that Debbie had indeed changed. She had become a better girl, and this fact angered Gale even more than her relationship with Carlos. "Tell me," Debbie repeated through gritted teeth. Out of fear, Gale had to give in to her. Despite her unwillingness, she started her story. "Fine. Your maternal grandfather was completely against your mother being with your father, and when they wouldn't listen, took your brother away from them. The next year, your mother gave birth to you. When you were 2 months old, your grandfather also took your mother away. That's all I know. I swear." Gale had only heard this much before she had been discovered by a servant in her family. She had pretended that she had just come back home. As a result, Lucinda and Sebastian had no idea that their daughter had heard them talking about Debbie's family. Debbie remained speechless for a long time, pondering on what Gale had told her. Why did Grandpa forbid Mom from being with Dad? Why did he take Mom and brother away from me and Dad? So Mom didn't abandon us. When she came back to her senses and wanted to ask Gale some more questions, Gale spoke first. "Tell me the relationship between you and Carlos Huo, or I am just going to shut up and nothing in the world's gonna make me talk." "We are." Debbie's voice trailed off.
No.
"I can't tell her about our relationship. If she knew about it, then the whole world would know. So she lied. What you saw is real. I like him." Gale covered her mouth in shock. "You're a married woman. How can you still like Mr. Huo?" "Debbie Nian, you are cheating on your husband," she accused. Debbie cast a burning glance at her and snapped back. "Don't talk nonsense. I like him, but we didn't do anything unethical." "Bullshit. I don't believe a word of what you're saying." "Whatever. I don't care. It's my turn now. Who's my mom?" "I don't know." Debbie bombarded Gale with more questions, but all she received in response was Gale shaking her head with a confused look. Debbie could tell that Gale was being honest in her denial, so she let her go this time. Matan was waiting for her with the BMW car. Debbie got in the back seat and lost herself in her reflections. Should I tell Carlos everything and ask for his help? But I'm not mentally prepared yet. Carlos, of course, is a powerful man and I believe he'll be able to find out everything. Who is my mom? Why did she leave me and Dad? I'm so scared to find out the truth. What if I'm unable to accept it? When she arrived at the villa, she didn't enter the house. Instead, she stood in the snow outside, her brain stuffed with her mother and brother. Her father hadn't told her anything about her mother even before his death. Obviously, he didn't want Debbie to look for her. All he had told her was her brother's name. But that wasn't going to be of much help in finding him, as there could be a million people with that name. What was more, it was highly likely that her grandfather had already changed her brother's name. Maybe her brother didn't even know his family name was Nian. Not until the headlight of an automobile lit up the place she was standing in did she come to herself. She raised her head and saw Carlos' Emperor car approaching. The car pulled over and Carlos got out. He was wearing a black knee-length cashmere coat and a pair of black leather shoes. She could hear the snow creak beneath his shoes, but somehow didn't feel cold. His handsome face and perfect body shape drew all of Debbie's attention as he approached her. "Wow, he is a sight to behold," she praised him in her mind. Standing before Debbie, he grabbed her hands, pulled her into his arms and chided her. "It's freezing outside. Why didn't you go into the house?" He frowned as he felt that her hands were as cold as ice. He unbuttoned his coat, laid her hands on his warm waist, and wrapped her with his coat. The couple stood in the snow. They were so close that Debbie could even hear his strong heartbeat. "Carlos Huo," she murmured. "Uh-huh. Have I ever told you one thing?" "What thing?" he whispered back. "I really, really, really like you. I've had a thing for you ever since the kiss in that bar. The more time we've spent together, the more I have fallen in love with you. I want to be with you forever," she said in her mind. Surprise and excitement hit Carlos as he heard this sudden confession. He lowered his head and rubbed her cheek with his nose. He murmured in return. "I love you too, Debbie." A love song suddenly came to Debbie's mind, so she started singing in a low voice. "I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky, and I swear like the shadow that's by your side. I see the questions in your eyes. I know what's weighing on your mind. You can be sure I know my part, 'cause I'll stand beside you through the years. You'll only cry those happy tears. And though I make mistakes, I'll never break your heart. And I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky, I'll be there. I swear like a shadow that's by your side, I'll be there, for better or worse till death do us part. I'll love you with every beat of my heart, and I swear." The sudden commencement of a song after her confession touched Carlos, as he began singing in the chorus. "I'll give you everything I can. I'll build your dreams with these two hands. We'll hang some memories on the walls. And when just the two of us are there, you won't have to ask if I still care. 'Cause as the time turns the page, my love won't age at all. And I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky, I'll be there. I swear like the shadow that's by your side. I'll be there, for better or worse till death do us part. I'll love you with every beat of my heart." This was the first time Debbie had heard Carlos sing. His voice was so alluring she couldn't help but sink deeper into him. She withdrew her hand from his coat and pictured his face with it. His face had well-defined angles, his forehead, cheeks, and jawline. Although he didn't say it out loud, she knew he was confessing his love with the song. Joy gleamed in her eyes. "Carlos Huo. What? Promise me, you will never ever leave me." Debbie used to be a tough tomboy, but now she just wanted to be a soft girl, standing in the arms of her dear husband. "I promise you." After saying that, Carlos lowered his head and kissed her right on her lips. Every time they had kissed, it had been more passionate than before, as if they were the only two people left in the world. He scooped Debbie into his arms and carried her into the house. As a germaphobe, Carlos had a habit of taking a shower first whenever he got back home. But right now, the most important thing to him was to have sex with Debbie. It was not until after wild sex that Carlos finally went into the bathroom with Debbie in his arms. Debbie really had no idea why Carlos had been turned on. After she had heard him promise her that he would never leave her, she hadn't had a chance to say a word and had been scooped inside. He's such a jerk. Why did he have to ruin the moment and become the old goat again? The next morning, when Debbie was still sound asleep, her lips were pressed against by Carlos and he whispered in her ear, "Honey, it's time to go to the airport." Debbie turned in bed and rested her head on Carlos' arm, her cheek against his chest. With the woman he loved sleeping in his arms, Carlos felt deep contentment at heart. What else could he wish for? Looking at her affectionately, he reminded her gently, "Honey, we have to get going. We can continue to sleep after we come back from the airport." She muttered and buried her cheek deeper in his chest. "One more minute," she said. Honey, your mother-in-law's plane is about to land. Mother-in-law. Now she totally woke up. Looking him straight in the eye, she could help but smile at his handsome face. It's great, she said. What's great? Asked Carlos. Debbie locked her arms around his neck so that half of her body was on his. This. When I wake up and find you, my handsome, well-heeled husband by my side, it's the best feeling there could ever be. You complete my dreams. You'll get used to it because you'll wake up in my arms every day. I want to, but it's impossible since you're so busy. You have business trips from time to time. How am I going to wake up in your arms when you're not even at my side? Once again, she snuggled closer and pressed her cheek against his chest. The force of his heartbeats throbbing made her feel so close to him. For the first time since her father's death, she felt safe around a man. Caressing her gently, he kissed her eyebrows. If you like, I can take you with me wherever I go. You can go with me on my next business trip. When his hand slid across her skin, she savored the slight ticklish feeling. It would be quite an honor to go with you. I'd gladly follow you around like a shadow, she giggled. I'd like it even better if you and I became a part of each other, Carlos said. Huh. The expression on his face looked familiar. Get up. Time to pick up Mom, Debbie said abruptly, trying to divert his attention. But her bait didn't work. Instead, he grabbed her. It's ticklish, she screamed between bouts of laughter. Outside, the sun shone with an enchanting sparkle, especially after the previous day's dull, cloudy weather. From the willows around the stream, birds chirped pleasantly, jumping here and there among the boughs. It was a good day. Hypnotized by the beautiful music of nature all around him, Carlos savored how Debbie's mellow laughter blended into the symphony. At the entrance to the arrival terminal of the airport, 2 Bentleys came to a halt. In the driver's seat of the one in front was Emmett. He got out first, trotted to the left back door and opened it respectfully. A pair of feet in brand new black leather shoes stretched out and stepped on the ground. Then emerged Carlos, in a long brown overcoat and sporting trendy flat-top sunglasses. He turned around and stretched out his right hand, saying, "Be careful." In a long light tan overcoat, also wearing sunglasses, Debbie took his hand and smiled. "You're being overcautious. I'm wearing sneakers so I won't fall." Carlos returned her a tender smile. Straight out of the car, they sauntered into the waiting room arm in arm. As they waited, Debbie was on the lookout, keenly observing every woman of about 50 and above. Fidgeting, she wondered if Carlos' mother looked her age, or if she was one of those few who retained youthful looks even in old age. Luckily, before long, a middle-aged woman in a limited edition Giorgio Armani white mink walked out of the VIP passage, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. "There's Mom," said Carlos. Debbie had butterflies in her stomach. As Carlos walked over for a hug, Debbie watched from aside. The woman too was wearing trendy sunglasses and carried herself with grace that spoke for her blue blood. "Is that his mom? She looks amazing." From the way she talked to Carlos, Debbie could see a gentle, caring mom that many could only dream of. After greetings, they hugged again before Carlos turned around as if to introduce Debbie. But Tabitha had noticed the girl behind him, so she took off her sunglasses and beamed. "Son, is this Debbie? Come on. Introduce us." Clasping Debbie's right hand, Carlos pulled her beside him and proudly announced, "Mom, this is Debbie Nian. We're married." Then he turned to Debbie and said, "Debbie, this is Mom." The word married froze the smile on Tabitha's face. "Married? This is huge. How come I wasn't told?" Without noticing the change of the woman's facial expression, Debbie greeted, "Mom, I'm Debbie. Glad to meet you." Tabitha had seen the world. She put on a smile and embraced Debbie. "I'm glad to. Debbie, you're beautiful. My son has good eyes." To which Debbie blushed, her nervousness obviously showing on the face. Carlos took her into his arms and suggested, "Mom, this is not a place to talk. Let's get in the car and go home." Tabitha knew how influential her son was in the city. Although they had made their appearances at the airport for only a few minutes by now, a lot of people in the hall were already gazing at them. Tabitha nodded in agreement to his suggestion, so they turned and walked towards the exit. Debbie opened the passenger door and intended to get in so that Carlos and his mom could sit together and talk in the back. But Tabitha stopped her. "Debbie, let's sit together in the back and let Carlos sit in front," she said warmly. Feeling flattered, Debbie reflexively looked at Carlos, who nodded resignedly. After helping the two ladies into the back seats, he took his place in the passenger seat. The car drove away slowly. On the way, Tabitha held Debbie's hand in hers all the time, asking about this and that, to which Debbie replied politely, "Has Carlos ever pushed you around ever since you two got married? If he has, tell me. I'll kick his ass," Tabitha said. Debbie shook her head. Reacting to the question, Carlos cut in, "Mom, maybe you won't believe it, but I'm the one that gets pushed around here." Tabitha knew he was kidding. Carlos gets pushed around? Is that even possible? But innocently Debbie protested. "No. I never." She explained incoherently. She was clumsy at socializing. Carlos telling his mom on her threw her off guard. "Well done, Debbie," Tabitha remarked to her surprise. "Somebody has to let him know that women can't be bullied. He used to belittle women all the time. That is about to change. Don't be easy on him if he does that again." "Huh. Is she kidding me?" Debbie wondered. But she doesn't seem to be joking. Usually moms are protective of their children. Why is she not? Is Carlos adopted? Tabitha and Debbie had a good time chatting. The amiable chit-chat left Debbie relieved. When they arrived at the villa, Tabitha looked at the new structure and asked, "Carlos, don't you live in the manor?" "No, but with time. I'm planning to move into there," said Carlos, pulling Debbie into his arms. Once the lab and music studio were built and the other rooms were decorated, he and Debbie would move in. Manor? What manor? Is it some place Carlos used to live in? Debbie was curious, but she was cautious not to ask him about it. At least for now, in Tabitha's presence, that wouldn't be wise. So she put those questions behind her. When they were about to walk in the house, a red Mercedes pulled to a halt near them. Glimpsing the license plate, Carlos stopped. The driver's door opened and a girl in pink rolled out and threw herself at Carlos' mom. "Tabitha, I missed you so much," Megan said. Megan looked youthful in her pink cashmere overcoat and white casual shoes. Tabitha was delighted to see her. "Oh, Megan, you've grown. Let me see you," she said as she gave her a warm welcome hug. Tabitha was grateful because of what Megan's parents had done for Carlos. She loved her as if she were her own daughter. "Tabitha, I'm already 18, remember? I'm an adult now and won't grow much taller," Megan said coyly. Amused, Tabitha grinned from ear to ear. She took Megan's hand in hers and patted it lovingly. Their closeness saddened Debbie, who watched silently in Carlos' arms. "Oh, Debbie, do you and Megan know each other?" Tabitha asked her. Holding back the bitterness in her heart, Debbie forced a smile and answered, "Yes, we've met before." They look like a family, Debbie thought. Suddenly, Megan let go of Tabitha and ran towards Carlos happily. She took his left arm casually as if she had done it a million times before, and said with a smile, "Uncle Carlos, Aunt Debbie, I'm sorry for not greeting you right away. I was too excited to see Tabitha." Carlos politely pulled his arm free from her grip and stroked her hair dotingly. "Every time you see Tabitha, you ignore the rest of us," he said. Megan made a face playfully and walked back to Tabitha. "Of course. Tabitha loves me the most in the whole world," she declared proudly. Carlos held Debbie tighter and didn't respond. Debbie stood there numbly, hands in her pockets. Feeling Carlos' tightened embrace, she squeezed the fabric hard. A choreographed smile stuck on her face. It was never in her personality to be as amicable as Megan. Socials and flattery were not her strong suits. She wondered if Tabitha was disappointed in her already. "Let's go inside," Tabitha said, turning. But before she could take a second step, Megan grabbed her arm and exclaimed, Tabitha, I'm sorry I forgot about my friend's son. He's in my car. His mom had a last-minute meeting. She asked me to babysit him, but I really wanted to see you, so I brought him here instead." I hope you don't mind. With that, she stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Hearing that there was a kid in the car, Tabitha said to the bodyguards hurriedly, "Let the kid out of the car. Be quick." Once the door of Megan's car was opened, a boy in a blue down jacket jumped out. He wore a black knitted hat and carried a toy gun. At the sight of the group of adults, he held the toy gun up and yelled, "Hands up, or I'll blow your heads off." Carlos frowned at the boy's rude words. Inexperienced in dealing with kids, Debbie wondered if she should cooperate. Only Megan put her hands up and said, "King Jake, please spare me. How about I take you inside to have some delicious snacks?" Hearing that there were snacks, the boy put down his toy gun and dashed towards the house as he shouted, "Go! Charge!" Everybody charged towards the food. Quickly, he was in the villa and out of everyone's sight. Megan acted as if there was nothing wrong with the boy's behavior. Or maybe she was used to it. Without a word, she held Tabitha's arm and helped the smiling lady into the villa. Debbie, on the other hand, thought, if my and Carlos' son was that naughty, I might strike him every day. At this point, her husband whispered in her ear, "I think we should have a girl." Debbie blushed. She replied as she followed him inside, "Didn't you say you wanted a boy? I'm afraid that I would end up hitting him every day," he said. Debbie burst into laughter. No doubt that they had a special connection. Her smile made Carlos' day. "I'll start working hard from tonight," he said. "For what?" Debbie asked as she changed into her slippers and put his in front of him. Carlos put them on and answered, "To make you pregnant with my baby girl." Embarrassed by his flirtation, Debbie pinched him on the arm and scolded, "Shameless." Carlos laughed. Standing in the living room, Tabitha saw the two whispering to and smiling at each other. She was quite surprised. Carlos hadn't laughed like that since he was a teenager. Clearly, he didn't just like Debbie. He loved her. Something occurred to Tabitha. She waved at Debbie and said, "Debbie, come over here." Debbie walked up to her obediently and said with difficulty, "Yes, Mom." Not that she was reluctant to call Tabitha Mom. It was just that she had never called anyone Mom before. The word was alien to her and she needed time to adjust. Tabitha lifted her hand and was about to say something but was suddenly interrupted by Megan's scream. "Jake, come down. You are not allowed to go upstairs." The boy Jake, who was running up the stairs, turned his head back to Megan and made a face. "Try and stop me," he said. As soon as he finished the sentence, he started rushing upwards again. Megan looked at her three companions awkwardly. At last, her eyes stopped at Carlos. "Uncle Carlos, can you go upstairs with me and help me keep an eye on him? Your bedrooms are there after all. It feels inappropriate for me to go there on my own." Carlos didn't reply, but he didn't say no either. As he was about to go upstairs, a hand grabbed his arm and stopped him. Debbie met his eyes and said, "Leave it to me. You keep Mom company." Let her husband go upstairs with Megan? Huh. She wouldn't allow Megan to be alone with Carlos. Unaware of Debbie's concerns, however, Tabitha smiled and gently interrupted, "Debbie, let Carlos go. I'd like to talk to you." Carlos sensed the discomfort in his wife. He patted her hand to comfort her, and then started walking over to Megan. Suddenly, he noticed the housemaid pouring tea for them. He quickly turned to her and ordered, "Go upstairs and watch the boy." "Yes, Mr. Huo," she replied immediately as she went upstairs. Carlos returned to Debbie. Relieved, Debbie sat next to her mother-in-law. "Debbie, I came in a rush, so I didn't have the time to get you a gift. These are heirlooms of the Huo family. I'd like to give them to you. Keep them safe, will you?" Tabitha said as she took off the pair of jade bracelets that she was wearing. She pulled Debbie close and put them in her hand. Actually, Tabitha had prepared a gift, but that was before she knew that Debbie was her daughter-in-law. Now that she was aware, she didn't think that the gift she initially bought was a decent gift for her daughter-in-law, so she decided not to mention it at all and give her the jade bracelets instead. Debbie was stunned. She knew how meaningful those bracelets were. Overwhelmed by the warmth and nervousness she felt, she didn't know what to do. She looked at her husband. Carlos smiled. Since Mom is giving them to you, take them. Debbie took the jade bracelets, her eyes red. Thank you, Mom. I'll treasure them and keep them safe, she promised. With Debbie's assurance, Tabitha nodded in approval. She liked her daughter-in-law. She was simple, honest, but also quite perky when she was with Carlos. Megan sat next to Carlos with her hands propped against her jaw, wearing her typical sweet smile. Tabitha is so nice to Aunt Debbie. I'm envious, she said. Tabitha smiled. Megan, one day when you get married, your mother-in-law will be nice to you too. I'm too young to think about getting married, Tabitha, Megan replied. At that point, a housemaid handed her a cup of tea. She took it and lowered her head to take a sip. Tabitha smiled and continued to talk with Debbie. Which year are you in at university? Busy at school? She asked. I'm in my junior year. We're not so busy, she replied. What's your major? Tabitha asked. Just then the housemaid with Jake upstairs ran down, flustered. Mr. and Mrs. Huo, something's up, she reported nervously. What's wrong? Asked Megan. The housemaid ignored her and looked at Debbie, saying, The boy. Mrs. Huo, I didn't mean it. I was cleaning. I didn't notice. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. The housemaid was so scared she was on the verge of crying. Debbie had an ominous feeling. She stood up and went upstairs. The others followed at her heels. There were a few rooms upstairs, but only the door to Debbie's room was open. She walked in, only to find that her tidy room was now a total disaster. Jake was nowhere to be seen and water could be heard running in the bathroom. Debbie walled around to examine the room. When she passed by the dressing table, she saw that the lines of cosmetics had been messed up, and some products were missing. Then she pushed open the door of the bathroom, to find that the boy was playing with the missing cosmetics with the faucet on. Standing in front of the mirror, he dabbed cream all over his face until it was completely covered. He put some on his body too, but more of the product was in the sink, being slowly washed into the drain. Debbie felt her blood rise to her face. Without thinking, she rushed up to the boy and shouted, What are you doing? She turned the faucet off and attempted to snatch the remaining cream away from the boy. However, it was already too late. On the vanity cupboard lay face cream jars, hydration essence bottles, hydrating toner bottles, all empty. Debbie's face darkened. The boy got scared at the sight and threw the cream jar at Debbie. Bad woman! Bad woman! He yelled. Shut up! Debbie shouted. The cream jar was smashed against her thigh. It didn't hurt much, but the rest of the cream spilled all over her clothes, making her blood boil even more. The chaos stumped the others in the bathroom. Carlos pulled Debbie into his arms and asked, What's the matter? Debbie's heart ached when she saw the empty cosmetic bottles and jars. At that moment she was too sad to say a word. The boy ran towards Megan and started wailing. Debbie threw him a glance and gritted her teeth, trying not to explode with rage. Those cosmetics cost an arm and a leg. Now they were ruined by a naughty boy before she could use them even once. Megan held the crying boy in her arms and kept comforting him. Aunt Debbie, those were just a few bottles of cosmetics. Did you have to be so harsh on a little boy? She said in a low voice. Just a few bottles of cosmetics? They cost tens of thousands of dollars. Also, it was Carlos' money. It was hard-earned money. Why should it be wasted like this? Debbie thought. Her eyes reddened. After a deep breath, she said to Megan in a hard voice, Call his mom. What for? Megan asked. Tell her what he did and ask her how she educates her son. Shouldn't she take responsibility? I won't ask them to compensate me for the ruined cosmetics, but shouldn't they apologize? Debbie said, unintentionally raising her voice at the last sentence. She completely lost hold of her emotions. Megan was stunned. Aunt Debbie, don't you think you are making too much of a deal over a bunch of cosmetics? She said. Debbie insisted. Yes, they were just cosmetics, but your Uncle Carlos bought them for me. I didn't even have the heart to use them. Now look at this mess. They're all ruined. Do you think a little boy is capable of taking the responsibility? Would it be too much to ask his parents to apologize? Megan awkwardly looked at Carlos, who remained silent. As if oblivious of her stare, he stood next to Debbie, with no intention of uttering a word. Standing there, Tabitha watched everything quietly. Without backup, Megan said weakly. Aunt Debbie, please don't be mad. It was me who brought Jake here. How about I compensate you for the ruined cosmetics? I can have a new set delivered here very soon. Boys tend to be naughty. Please don't take a little boy's naughtiness to heart. I'm the one taking the little boy's naughtiness to heart? Megan, that's quite a tongue you have. Debbie sneered inwardly. Don't bother. I only need an apology. Just call his parents, she demanded. Then she turned to Tabitha, full of guilt. Sorry, Mom, I will clean up the mess right away. Tabitha smiled. Debbie, come out of the bathroom. Leave the cleaning to the housemaids. Debbie turned her back to the others to wipe her eyes. Carlos pulled her by the arms and said, Walk with me. Knowing she wouldn't be able to say no, Debbie followed him out of the bathroom with her head down. Carlos took her into the walk-in closet and closed the door. Gently, he wiped the tears from her face and soothed her. Those were just cosmetics. They were not worth your tears. The more she thought about it, the more she'd get upset. I always liked that brand but couldn't afford it. I might never be able to wear that kind of makeup if it were not for the bank card you have me. Now that I finally have them, they were ruined. Tens of thousands of dollars were spent for nothing. She sobbed. It's no big deal. Sugar, don't cry. If you like that brand so much, I'll ask them to deliver a few more sets here, he said. Debbie wiped her eyes and glared at him. Tens of thousands of dollars is no big deal? You worked hard for that money. Why should it be wasted? You might have stayed up late to earn it or drank with your clients just to make them happy. It's not easy to make money. Besides, that boy was way too rude. Somebody needs to knock some sense into his head, she told him. It would have been easier for her to let go if that boy hadn't done it on purpose. But he not only refused to apologize but also threw a jar at her. The old her would have spanked him by now. Carlos realized that Debbie wasn't mad just because of the cosmetics. She was mad partially because of the boy's bad attitude and partly because she felt as if his hard work had been wasted. Okay, there. You know I don't care about that sum of money, so don't get upset. Go get changed. I'll ask Megan to call the boy's parent, all right? He comforted her. After wiping away her tears, he kissed her eyes gently. Deb, my girl. Do you know how much it pains me when you cry? He thought. Debbie nodded. Will Mom be disappointed in me? She asked, worried, looking at him with teary eyes. Carlos shook his head and assured her. No, she won't. Don't worry. Go get changed, all right? Debbie collected herself and changed into a clean pair of pants after Carlos had left the walk-in closet. In her bedroom, the dressing table had been cleaned up. When Carlos saw it again, he recalled how tidy it had looked even with so many items on it before the boy messed it up. Just that morning, when Debbie was applying the products to her face after freshening up, she had joked. Now I see the benefits of marrying Carlos Huo. As Mrs. Huo, I can buy whatever I want. I craved these things for years. Now I have so many of them. Mr. Huo, it seems that I'll have to be a good wife so you won't dump me one day. If you do, no one will be left to buy me expensive beauty products anymore. After applying them to her skin, she checked them carefully and rearranged them on her table. They are not even premium brands. Why do you value them so much? Carlos asked as he watched her go through her routine. He thought about how easy it was to please her. Holding a newly opened face cream, Debbie answered joyfully. They're not the most expensive, but it was you who bought them for me. To me, that makes them the best. Carlos couldn't help smiling as he played the scenario back in his mind. He took out his phone and called Emmett. Buy a few more sets of those beauty products Debbie bought at Shining International Plaza and have them delivered to the villa, he ordered. Yes, Mr. Huo, he replied dutifully. Also, ask our best business partner in the beauty category to develop an exclusive line of cosmetics for her as soon as possible, he added. The moment Carlos hung up, Debbie walked out of the closet. He stretched out his hand towards her, and she put her hand in his. The two held each other's hands tightly. As they walked downstairs, Debbie couldn't help but ask, Did I overreact? He is only a 5-year-old boy anyway. Carlos looked at her and answered, I know you. I was surprised that you didn't spank him and only demanded an apology. Debbie was disappointed to hear that. She stopped him from moving forward and asked, Am I that hot-tempered in your eyes? Sensing the hint of anger in her tone, Carlos knew that he had better come up with something nice to say. Bad or good, I love your temper, he told her with a smile. She brightened up at his words. This sounds much better. Never mind. Since he is just a boy, I'll let it go, she declared. Carlos looked at her dotingly and said, You're such a pushover. Mom saw everything. What if she thinks I am too petty and doesn't like me anymore? That is a loss I can't afford, she explained. Between tens of thousands of dollars and a mother-in-law who liked her, of course, she would go for the latter. Relax. She won't think that of you, Carlos assured her. When they arrived downstairs, Tabitha was chatting with Megan. The culprit Jake was watching TV while holding a bag of snacks, as if nothing had happened. Ah, Debbie, there you are. Come and sit next to me, Tabitha said, patting the seat next to her. The look on her face was as amiable as it had been before the mess, which relieved Debbie a little. Everything seemed calm. Debbie decided that it was best to let the whole thing go and move on. Carlos, however, thought the contrary. He sat down and immediately asked Megan, How long is it going to take? What? Megan was confused. Carlos threw a sideways glance at the boy who was watching a cartoon and remained silent. Megan realized what he meant. She was embarrassed. Uncle Carlos, I haven't made the call yet. This is all because of some beauty products. Can we just? She tried to explain and make the whole thing go away. Also, she was not used to seeing Carlos all cold and firm. All her friends knew how much the 4 richest young men in Y City indulged her. However, Carlos' face darkened before she could finish her sentence. Make the call now, he demanded impatiently. His unexpected anger made Megan's face turn hot. He had never been mad at her before. Mortified, she bowed her head and took out her phone from her bag. While she was looking for the boy's mom's number from her contacts, Debbie turned to Carlos in confusion and asked, Didn't we agree to let it go? Carlos looked at her and replied, You said you would let it go. I didn't. He wouldn't let anybody offend his dear wife, not even a boy, especially one who lacked discipline. Debbie was rendered speechless. Tabitha, who hadn't commented anything on the matter, finally decided to speak. Debbie, I think Carlos is right. The boy needs discipline. Otherwise, he would keep putting others in jeopardy in the future. Hearing Tabitha's remark, Megan turned red. She was so ashamed that she fled to the balcony holding her phone. As soon as the phone was connected, she said hastily, Jake is in trouble. Come to East City Villa quickly. The person on the other end of the line said something. Megan responded after some hesitation. You have to come. Your son angered Mr. Huo. I shouldn't have brought him here. Jake's mom was in a meeting when she received Megan's call. Hearing about what her son did, she immediately excused herself, hopped in her car, and drove towards Carlos' villa. Meanwhile, Jake was about to finish eating the pack of snacks he was holding. One housemaid reminded him when she noticed, It's bad for your health to eat so many snacks. She had hardly finished her words before the boy started crying out loud. The adults tried to calm him down, but to no avail. The boy's cries resounded throughout the living room. Debbie felt as if her ears were bleeding. Since Jake's mom hadn't arrived yet, Megan couldn't take him away. As she did not have much experience in taking care of kids, all her attempts to comfort him and quiet him down failed. She could only stand there and watch the housemates at their likewise futile attempts. The boy was so noisy that even Tabitha, who was the most patient, started to look sullen. Carlos' face twisted with rage. Debbie lowered her head and propped her right hand against her forehead in frustration. Seeing how distressed his wife was getting with the relentless crying, Carlos stood up, grabbed the boy by his clothes and carried him towards the door. Tabitha and Megan ran after him, frightened. Carlos! Tabitha called. Uncle Carlos! Megan followed. Noticing what was going on, Debbie stood up too. By now, Carlos had already opened the gates of the villa. He put Jake on the snow-coated ground. The boy was still crying, but it didn't affect Carlos at all. The man turned around and closed the gates behind him. Megan wanted to open the gates, but Carlos stopped her. "Don't you dare," he said as he glared at her. His face was almost purple with anger. Too afraid, Megan turned to Tabitha. "Tabitha," she pleaded. Tabitha wasn't sure if her son would listen to her, so she looked at Debbie. Meeting Tabitha's eyes, Debbie fell into a daze. "Is Tabitha telling me to calm Carlos down?" she wondered. As if aware of what she was thinking, Tabitha nodded. Receiving the hint, Debbie took a deep breath and grabbed Carlos' hand. "He's naughty, but it's not our place to discipline him. Isn't his mom on the way? Why don't we leave it to her? Besides, if she sees her son thrown out of the villa and crying in the snow alone, she will feel uncomfortable," she told her husband. Carlos was nonchalant. "I don't give a damn how she will feel. If she sucks at parenting, then she doesn't have the right to blame others for doing the job for her." Uncomfortable? Mess with his wife again and he would hang her son flogged on a tree. See how she would feel then. For a few minutes Jake had been crying outside. But it was hard for Debbie to leave the kid in the austere weather anymore. Ignoring Carlos' caveat, she opened the gate to the villa and walked over to the little boy, whose nose was red from the biting cold. Heaving a sigh, she squatted to whisper in the boy's ear. "Jake, I'll take you inside, but you have to promise me to stop crying. Okay?" To Debbie's surprise, the imp pushed her hard without a word. Caught off guard, she slumped on the cold, snowy ground. "You ungrateful, spoiled brat," Debbie roared, boiling with rage as Carlos stepped forward to help her to her feet. The grim look on his face as he helped her up was enough to stop the boy crying. When everyone thought that was it, Carlos released Debbie, clutched the boy and spanked him so hard that his palm hurt. The kid burst out crying again. This time he was so loud you'd fear he was going to have a seizure. Scared out of wits, Megan dashed over and intervened by pulling Carlos aside. Standing between him and the kid, she implored, "Uncle Carlos, Jake's mom is stuck in a traffic jam, but she should be here in about an hour. Can I get him out of here, please?" "No, you can't," Carlos growled coldly. "If you are worried about him, you can stay here and wait with him." Never had Carlos been so angry at Megan. Today, he had easily snapped at her time and again that she wondered what was wrong with him. Looking back, she recalled how just the other day, he had also embarrassed her by standing her up at the party. She had been taunted by so many people. At the mere thought of it, anger consumed her eyes. But there was not much she could do, considering he held power over her. In disappointment, her mouth opened and closed involuntarily, as if she was going to say something but words failed her. By now the boy had cried so much that he was panting for breath. With a ferocious eye, Carlos looked at him and demanded, "Shut the hell up and apologize to my wife." A terrified Jake scampered for cover behind Megan, at his cold, menacing roar. Irritated by the little brat's impenitence once again, Carlos pulled him out and roared, "I'll say this one more time. Apologize to my wife." Resignedly, the kid turned to Debbie and stammered between sobs, "I'm sorry. Who? Mommy. I want mommy." After he had apologized, Carlos tucked him into Megan's arms and warned, "I don't ever want to see him again." Frightened, Megan held Jake tight and nodded with a pale face. If she had known the boy would anger Carlos, she would never have brought him along. Tabitha, who had been silently watching, walked over to check Debbie. "Debbie, let me have a look. Are you hurt?" she asked with genuine concern. "Thank you, Mom. The ground is covered in snow, so I'm fine." "Don't worry," answered Debbie, shaking her head. Learning that she was fine, Tabitha was relieved. When they were about to head back into the villa, a BMW pulled in beside Megan's Mercedes. A short, plump woman in a green down jacket threw herself out of the car hurriedly. She was wearing lots of jewelry, which she seemed to proudly flaunt. Obviously one hell of a flashy woman who just couldn't resist the urge to show off wherever she turned up. Instead of checking on her son, she trotted over to Carlos and said, "Hi, Mr. Huo. I'm Jake's mom." Seeing his mom there, Jake thought he had backup, so he cried, "Mommy, mommy, help me. This man is bad. He hit me. And they too. They all bullied me. Boo. Who? My son got hit?" Her heart ached at the word, but she couldn't bring herself to confront Carlos. All she did was hug Jake tightly and console him. "Mr. Huo, I'm sorry I'm late. Awful traffic," she said to Carlos apologetically. Carlos looked at her indifferently and demanded with a stern face, "Apologize to my wife." Huh? When did Mr. Huo get married? Jake's mom wondered. She looked at the woman next to Carlos and thought, is this Mrs. Huo? Why did Megan never mention her? Carlos didn't even care enough to explain the situation to her. Megan came to her and said, Jake messed up his wife's cosmetics, which were worth tens of thousands of dollars. Megan left out the rest of the story. Jake's mom was stunned to hear that the whole thing was just about some cosmetics. She was angry, but she restrained herself. "Mrs. Huo, my son is crying his heart out just because of some cosmetics." Debbie threw a stare at Megan, who had left out the most important part of the truth, and was about to say something, when the housemaid that had been with the boy all the time responded, "Lady, Mr. Huo doesn't care about the money, of course. Your son was rude to Mrs. Huo. He not only messed up Mrs. Huo's cosmetics but also hit her with a jar of face cream. And when Mrs. Huo tried to calm him down while he was throwing his tantrum, he pushed her down to the ground. Don't you think what your son did is wrong?" The way the maid referred to Mrs. Huo again and again made Megan frown in disgust. Meanwhile, the respectful manner of the housemaid towards Debbie and the grave look on Carlos' face awoke Jake's mom to the seriousness of the situation. After all, Carlos Huo was a man with vast influence across the city. That was not the kind of person she could afford to offend, for her own business and political interests in the city. Gripping Jake's hand, she walked over to Carlos. "Mr. Huo, I'm so sorry. I've failed as a mother," she apologized with her head bowed. Likewise, she turned to Debbie. "Mrs. Huo, I'm sorry. I'll teach him a lesson when we get home. Again, sorry for everything." Standing there, Carlos didn't respond. His mind was hard to read. Debbie had to stand with him. To make up for the mess, Jake's mom called someone on the phone and had a few sets of the most expensive cosmetics at Shining International Plaza delivered to the villa. After hanging up the phone, she asked the bossy-looking man cautiously, "Mr. Huo, is it okay now?" Carlos responded with a frown. "Is this how you're teaching your son?" At first, Jake's mom was confused, but soon she realized what he meant. She pulled her son out of her arms and said to him, "Jake, what you did is wrong. Now apologize to Mr. Huo and his wife. Come on." "No, I won't," the boy shouted as he pried his mom's hand away and ran towards the car. "I want to go home. I want Daddy. I hate all of you. You are all bad. You should be eaten by a monster," he continued shouting. His mom stood there watching him climb into the car, terribly embarrassed. "Mr. Huo." Without a word, Carlos looked at her coldly before turning around to go back to the villa with Debbie. In the villa, Tabitha was giving instructions to Julie on what she wanted on menu for dinner. When she saw them coming in, she dismissed Julie and stood up. "How did it go?" she asked. Since Debbie looked at Carlos, indicating that he answered, Carlos said casually, "Whoever touches my wife will face my wrath, and Jake is not an exception. It does not matter whether he's only a child or not." Moved by his words, Debbie took his hands and said quietly, "It's over now. Jake's mom apologized, so don't be made anymore. Okay?" "No," he protested. Debbie lowered her head and smiled at his stubbornness. When she looked up again, her eyes were full of affection. "Jack is only 5 years old, dear. You have to get over it or you may begin to sound petty. Do you think that is good for a man of your reputation?" she asked tenderly. With a serious expression on his face, Carlos said, "I don't care what other people think of me. I won't stand anyone crossing you. Not even a 5-year-old boy. That's my word." Messing with his wife meant messing with Carlos himself, and he would not let anyone get away with that so easily. It really touched Debbie, To have Carlos taking her side against Megan this time. That was quite out of the blue. Feigning anger, she pouted her lips and said, "If you refuse to let it go, it will make me so anxious I might even cry. Would you kick yourself for making me cry?" Mulling over her words, Carlos lowered his head and saw the hint of emotion in her eyes. A frown marred his face. But he misunderstood her mood. Actually, she was teary-eyed because she was touched by how protective he was of her. Sighing in defeat, Carlos didn't get her drift. Okay. I'll let you have your way, dear. Some concessions can't be avoided between lovebirds," he said with a thoughtful look. Then lowering his head closer to her ear, he whispered, "Don't put on that sulking face, sweet pie, or I'll be tempted to carry you to our room for a full body massage." Before Debbie could react, Tabitha interrupted them with profound resignation. "Son, I didn't travel all the way to see you show off. Give me time with my daughter-in-law too." Blushing, Debbie pushed Carlos away immediately and turned to Tabitha's support. "Mom is right. Carlos, stop being so possessive. You should let me enjoy her company for the little time she's here." Then she walked towards Tabitha calmly. When she approached Tabitha, she held her arm, and pretending that nothing had happened, asked in a sweet voice, "Mom, what were you discussing with Julie?" No one knew how much courage it took for Debbie to hold Tabitha's arm and call her mom. While still holding hands, Tabitha showed Debbie Julie's notebook filled with recipes. "We were discussing what we're going to eat this evening, but I think it would be wise if we let you choose. Tell me what your favorite meal is or anything special that you'd want for the night. I'll gladly prepare it for you," Tabitha offered. It humbled Debbie to have a mother-in-law who, despite all her money and position, was so affectionate to prepare a meal for her. Sensing the surprised look on Debbie's face, Tabitha asked, "Well, you don't believe I can cook, do you?" Debbie nodded with embarrassment. "You got me. I must be the dumbest person here. I don't know how to cook." The only time Debbie attempted to cook a meal for Carlos, it was a disaster. "When Dad asked me to learn how to cook, I should have listened to him. Now I so wish I could cook for Carlos." She rude. "For now," began Tabitha, patting her hand, "all you need to do is study hard. As for cooking, you don't need to do a thing while you have Julie around. She's a terrific cook. Even if you could cook, Carlos wouldn't be willing to let you cook for him. There was no need for any woman in the Huo family to learn cooking, unless she took it up as a hobby. They could learn it if they were really fond of cooking, but if it wasn't something they were passionate about, it wasn't a necessary skill. After all, they would never lack servants." Carlos chimed in, "No one knows a son better than his mother." To which Debbie made a phony reproachful glance. Tabitha and Julie couldn't help but chuckle. By now, everyone had forgotten about the little drama they'd had with Jake. However, the family's happy moment together was interrupted to Debbie when the gate to the villa opened again and Megan walked in. The smile on Debbie's face vanished. Tabitha waved at Megan and asked, "Has everything been dealt with?" Megan came over to Tabitha and with a guilty look said, "Yes, everything is okay. Uncle Carlos, Aunt Debbie, I'm really sorry for what has happened. I promise that such a thing won't happen again." Nodding to her promise, Carlos suggested, "Mom will cook this evening. Why not stay and have dinner with us?" His dinner invitation suggested that he had forgiven Megan. Megan turned to look at Tabitha with an intimidated expression as if asking for her permission. "Please stay here for dinner," Tabitha said with a smile. Whenever Tabitha had come here to visit her son in the past, Megan would have dinner with them. It was normal for the mother and son to ask her to stay. "Yeah, thank you, Uncle Carlos. It's been a whole while since I last ate Tabitha's delicious food." Thrilled, Megan jumped to her feet, held Tabitha's arm and took over Julie's notebook. Feeling frustrated, Debbie bit her lower lip. To be honest, she could feel Tabitha liked Megan very much and treated her like her own daughter. "I'm going to cook fried crab with pepper seaweed soup." Tabitha began to tell them the dishes she was going to cook. Then she turned to Debbie and asked, "I heard from Julie what your favorite food is, so I've considered your liking too. But just in case, kindly let me know what else you guys would want to add to the menu." Debbie shook her head immediately. "No thanks, Mom. Of course, what you've selected will be just perfect for me. Maybe if someone else would want something extra. Okay. Tabitha nodded. Then Carlos went to the study to work. Tabitha went to her room to take a rest, and Megan followed after Tabitha, claiming that she wanted to have small talk with her. Left with nothing to do, Debbie chose to go to her bedroom. In order to kill the time, she began to clean the dressing table. Suddenly, she received Casey's message on WeChat. Tomboy. How was your meeting with your mother-in-law? What is she like? It read. Debbie replied without hesitation. Carlos' mom is an awesome person. Pretty and graceful and really nice to me. To be honest, I've liked her, right from the word go. Sure. I've also done a background check on her. Seems like you have an amazing mother-in-law. Despite her noble birth and the fact that she's highly educated and rolling in money, she's also a welcoming person. In fact, very good with people, from the little information I've gathered. I hope you two will make good friends. Tomboy, I'm so happy for you. Smiling from ear to ear, Debbie simply typed back. I feel so lucky. Then she went downstairs where she found Tabitha cooking in the kitchen. She wanted to help, but Tabitha drove her out of the kitchen. Feeling bored, she decided to go to the study to keep Carlos company. Just as she reached the door of the study, she heard cheerful laughter coming from within the room. She wondered when Megan had sneaked into the study. The door was left unlocked, and Debbie could hear them talk through the small opening. Megan stopped laughing and pettishly said, Uncle Carlos, you were so bad to me. You stood me up last time and made everyone laugh at me. And even when I tried to reach you on the phone several times, your phone was switched off. I didn't take it kindly. Just when Debbie was about to push the door open, she heard Megan mention the night on which she and Carlos had their first time. She curled her lips. The next day after the night, Colleen had alerted Debbie to how mad Megan was. Carlos' low voice came to Debbie's ears. Your Aunt Debbie and I had something urgent to do that evening. But tell me who had the guts to make fun of you and I'll teach them a lesson. You don't need to do that, Uncle Carlos. Just promise me that you'll never repeat whatever you did to me. I'm not an unreasonable girl. Carlos had just begun to say something when Debbie stealthily pushed the door open without anyone noticing her entering the room. She saw Megan walking past Carlos' desk and leaning over to get close as if for a kiss. Honey, have you finished your work? Debbie's voice froze Megan in her tracks. Megan stood straight and stared at Debbie. Fury could be seen in her eyes. Carlos closed the folder on the desk and answered, Yes, I'm through. Come over here, honey. Left with no other option, Megan left where she was standing, cutting a gloomy look. Clasping Debbie's hand, Carlos offered, It's not dinner time yet. Why not fetch your English book and study with me for a few minutes? Debbie's face soured at his words. Seriously? It's Saturday and I'm not in the mood for classes at all. Before reaching the door, Megan changed her mind and sat on the couch in the study instead. Looking at Carlos in admiration, she said, Aunt Debbie, Uncle Carlos speaks English so well. He used to teach me. Actually, my English grades improved vastly, thanks to his tuition. The more she droned on, the more she irritated Debbie. Such an airhead. Can't she just leave us alone? What joy does she derive from being the third wheel all the time? She keeps showing off her relationship with Carlos again and again. I must put an end to this, Debbie mused. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. She cradled Carlos' neck and kissed his short hair. Smelt good. Honey, I've changed my mind. Let me fetch my book for a short lesson as we wait for dinner. I guess it might take Julie and Mom a little longer to cook what they have in mind, Debbie said playfully. Pleasantly, Carlos curled his lips and stroked her arm. All right. Go fetch the book. I'll be here waiting for you. Sure. I'll be back in a minute. Before Debbie trotted to get her book, she gave him a kiss on the cheek. With eyes full of affection, Carlos stared at her retreating figure. Once Debbie was out of sight, he turned to Megan and said, Why don't you go to the living room and watch TV? With a cute smile, Megan answered, Uncle Carlos, I wish I could join Aunt Debbie for the lesson. Carlos shrugged as he couldn't find a reason to turn down her request. When Debbie returned with a book in her hand, Megan, still sitting on the couch, cast her a challenging glance. "Aunt Debbie, Uncle Carlos has agreed to let me join you for the class." With a haughty face, she had her chin and nose up in the air. Instantly, Debbie fumed, but she did her best not to lose her temper. Just then an idea struck her. With a fake smile she conceded, "Okay. Why not?" Sitting on the couch with Debbie and Megan on either side, Carlos began his lesson. In a minute or so, Debbie casually put her hand on his lap. Every now and then she adjusted herself, getting closer and closer to him until at long last, she completely leaned into his arms. Occasionally, she'd give him a peck on the cheek or earlobe without Megan noticing. Even Megan could sense something unusual with Carlos. When the class was finally over, he ordered, "Megan, go check if the dinner is ready." Megan knew Carlos was trying to dismiss her so he could be with Debbie alone. She also didn't want to stay here any longer to see Debbie almost getting cozy. Without hesitation, she left the study. Carlos went to lock the door and came back to Debbie. Before she could say a word, he pressed her against the couch. "Seducing me, huh?" With intense passion, he kissed her, while his hands ran over her clothes, hurriedly stripping her. Although she wanted to resist his advances, she was unable to. Instead of wrestling him, she allowed him on top, her arms wrapped around her waist. She bit her lips so that she could hold back her moans. After about 30 minutes, there was a knock at the door. A housemaid had come to tell them dinner was ready. "Got it," Carlos answered in a low voice. Debbie, who was pressed against the windowsill, turned her head and tried to stop Carlos. "See, Carlos, dinner is ready." Carlos grunted. "It would be bad if we didn't go downstairs now, after Mom has put in so much effort to make our dinner special tonight." Still, Carlos didn't let her go. His mouth was open slightly, and his breathing was heavy. He groaned. Between moans of pleasure, Debbie kept pleading with him to let her go. Eventually, Carlos decided to let her go despite the fact that he didn't come. He caressed her hair and gave her a peck on the back. "Honey, we need to bang this evening," he whispered in a hoarse voice. When she tried to stand, her legs were shaking from the frenzy. With the support of the windowsill, she turned around and snapped, "Old man, we'll see to that when the time comes. But you shouldn't be so infatuated. A bit of moderation would go a long way." As he dressed, Carlos asked casually, "Deb, have you been taking exercise lately?" Confused, she nodded. "I like running. As long as I'm free, I usually go for a run, especially at nights." Carlos eyed Debbie from head to toe and commented, "You need to improve your endurance. Otherwise, you may find it difficult keeping up with my pace." The tongue-in-cheek remark left Debbie blushing. This shameless old man. Is he a sex maniac or something? She cursed inwardly. When they appeared at the stairs on the second floor, the housemaids were busy serving the dishes. Debbie raised her left leg and was about to descend the stairs, but her right leg suddenly went soft. If it weren't for Carlos' fast reaction, she would have fallen and rolled down the stairs. "It's all his fault." Debbie cast him a reproachful glance. "Is it so funny?" she retorted to his naughty smile. Since he didn't deny her causation, Debbie gnashed her teeth and whispered in his ear, "You'll stay overnight in the study. You want Mom to worry about us? Mom is a smart woman. Even if I don't tell her, she'll know it's all your fault," Debbie joked with a confident smile. To support her, Carlos held her arm and slowly led the way to the dining room, where everything was ready by now. Straight away, he led her to the sink so that they could wash their hands. Just then, Tabitha and Megan walked out of the kitchen together. "Debbie, how do you find his English class? Is he easy to follow?" asked Tabitha in an honest tone. But Debbie's face blushed again. A lot of things had taken place while they were in the study. She answered with embarrassment, "Yes, Mom, he is. He's a great teacher." From a tender age, Carlos showed promise in languages. Even through college, he maintained a distinction in English, explained Tabitha. The stellar academic achievements of her son were something she greatly took pride in. There was no denying Carlos' grasp of languages was exceptional. In particular, Debbie was impressed by his English. As Tabitha and Megan took their places at the table, Carlos, now at the sink, quietly listened with no emotion on his face, as if he didn't know what they were talking about. Not to be left out of the women's talk, Megan echoed. Uncle Carlos is not only good at English, he's also fluent in French, Russian, Japanese, Korean, and German. Meanwhile, he's also studying Spanish, Arabic. Megan droned on until she was interrupted by Debbie, who cut in praise of her husband. "Aren't you incredible, darling?" To which Carlos replied genially, "Thanks for the compliment, honey. I guess I might never catch up with you in that area," Debbie grumbled, pouting her lips. At one time she had imagined getting ahead of him. Apparently, she had underestimated just how versatile Carlos was. Language ability was only one of his many exceptional skills. Would she ever come close to his other areas of strength? "You can give it a try. Maybe you'll succeed," he teased with an arched eyebrows. "Give it a try? Then I will have to bury myself in those foreign languages every day? No. She shook her head immediately. "Old man, I've made up my mind that I'll be a housewife. You support the family, and all I have to do is take care of you. What do you think of it?" The running water washed away the liquid soap on Carlos' hand. He pinched her cheek with his wet hand and answered, "You're the boss." Debbie elbowed him gently and pouting her lips complained, "Mind your hand, old man. In order to make a good impression on your mom, I put on some makeup this morning. See, I use primer and BB cream. Better be careful where you touch me, or my makeup will ruin." Although her cosmetics were waterproof, she was still worried that her makeup will run. It occurs to Carlos she might be honest about her makeup. Earlier on, while he was engrossed in the phone, he had seen Debbie doing something before the dressing table. It must have been makeup she was putting on. At long last, when they went to the dining table, Tabitha and Megan were already waiting for them. There were 10 main courses and 2 soups on the table. The housemaids had already poured a glass of wine for everyone. The wine was of Carlos' best collection. Carlos and Debbie sat at one side of the table, while Megan and Tabitha sat opposite. They clinked glasses and began to eat. The atmosphere was quite good at the very beginning. Debbie raved about the dishes, praising what a terrific cook Tabitha was. The dinner had a pleasant start, but it wasn't long before Megan began to fawn over Carlos. "Uncle Carlos, this is popcorn chicken. I helped Tabitha cook it. Give it a try, please." Carlos said, unwilling to say more with a mouthful of food. The look on his face and the sounds of chewing were enough to gauge how he felt. "Uncle Carlos, taste the soup. I helped Tabitha flavor it. Does it taste good?" Megan put a bowl of soup on the table, setting it down in front of Carlos. She acted as if she were the hostess, and anyone who didn't know better might believe that Megan was Carlos' wife. His face deadpan, Carlos answered again. He was a man of few words, yet those few words usually said enough. Still, Megan continued to pile food onto his plate, and soon his place was inundated with all sorts of tasty dishes. Debbie, on the other hand, grew angry when she saw this, as any woman would be. Tabitha kept putting food onto Debbie's plate, ignoring the gal's rage. Debbie had to take a deep breath to suppress her anger, so she wouldn't snap at the wrong person. She lowered her head and ate her food quietly. Suddenly, a piece of fish was put onto her plate and the man finally spoke, his mouth finally forming words that were not just sounds. "I boned the fish." Debbie paused for a moment. If Tabitha were not here, she would mock him. "So you finally remember your own wife, huh?" She put on a fake smile and said icily, "Thank you." Before long, he put a piece of raw lobster onto her plate. "I remember you like seafood. Mom made a couple of dishes just for you. Here." Tabitha smiled at Debbie. "This lobster was flown in from Australia earlier today. It was very fresh, so I just sliced it. You'll love it." "I really appreciate it, Mom." Debbie gave Tabitha a sweet smile and ate the lobster. She always loved lobster, ever since she was a little girl. Even when she was too young to properly shell it, her dad had always made sure to give her some. It was a nearly lifelong love affair with the dish. Carlos now paid all his attention to his wife. When Debbie was about to pick up a piece of lobster again, he was one step ahead of her and picked it up himself. Debbie stared at Carlos in confusion. He dipped the lobster into the sauce before putting it onto Debbie's plate. Then he picked up another piece of lobster with shell and began to shell it. Debbie's jaw dropped. She approached Carlos and whispered in his ear, "Put it down. Mom and Megan haven't touched the lobster yet." He answered with a shrug, "They're not fond of lobster. Don't worry about us, Debbie. I'm allergic to it, and Megan hates seafood." But that didn't echo her thoughts. What Tabitha was really thinking was, "My ungrateful son forgot his mother after he got married. Look how considerate he is." He boned the fish and shelled the lobster for his wife, but he didn't dish up anything for me. Despite her thoughts, Tabitha was glad that Carlos and Debbie loved each other. "Allergic? Are you okay now? You sliced the lobster." Worry was obvious in Debbie's eyes. Tabitha shook her head. "Don't worry. As long as I don't eat it, I'm good." Mom, have some of this." Debbie placed the almond curd and syrup in front of Tabitha. "Thank you, Debbie." Tabitha scooped it onto her plate. "How about you? Are you allergic to seafood? Or just don't like it?" Debbie asked Carlos. He shook his head. "Come on. Can't he say something? He's acting like a mime." Debbie rolled her eyes secretly. "They say silence is golden, but this is ridiculous." Megan was the first one to finish. Then Tabitha and finally Carlos. He had eaten slowly on purpose, because he knew Debbie had a good appetite and she would feel embarrassed if she was left eating alone. Besides, he liked to take his time, and not much would make him rush. Even if the house were on fire, he might simply walk out of the door, calmly and elegantly. Debbie was still eating, while Tabitha and Megan ate some fruit as a dessert and chatted with each other. Debbie felt a little embarrassed. "This is the first meal that I've had with my mother-in-law. Will she freak when she sees me eating so much?" Carlos noticed that Debbie was distracted. He put a piece of bamboo shoot onto her plate and said, "Here, have some more." It was his quiet way of telling her to focus on her meal. Debbie came back to her senses. Megan was amazed by Debbie's good appetite and exclaimed, "Aunt Debbie, you've eaten so much. How do you even keep that wonderful figure? I really admire you." Debbie couldn't tell whether she was praising her or mocking her. She gave Megan a smile and continued eating. As a thoughtful woman, Tabitha chimed in, "Debbie, a good appetite is a blessing. Take your time." Debbie was almost moved to tears. How lucky she was to have such a good husband and a caring mother-in-law. "I will, Mom." After the dinner, Carlos asked the housemaid to make a fruit platter for Debbie. Looking at more than a dozen fruits on the platter, Debbie gulped them all down. She loved fruit, and after taking so much time to eat, there was some room left in her stomach. Megan stayed at the villa until 9 in the evening. As a result, Tabitha invited her to stay overnight. Debbie shrugged. "Whatever. Carlos will be sleeping with me. Megan won't have a chance." All was quiet in the dead of night. Tabitha knocked on the door of the study, and after Carlos gave his assent, she entered. Carlos was working on his laptop. Tabitha closed the door behind her and sat opposite him. "You busy now? I always have time for you. What do you need?" Carlos asked in reply. "You and Debbie." She paused, not knowing how to say it. "You know, your father." Carlos remained silent. Tabitha continued. "He thinks the eldest daughter of the Lee family." "Mom!" Carlos interrupted her. "Debbie and I are married. Tell him to not interfere in my affairs when you get back home." Determination was written all over his face. Thinking of her husband's stubbornness, Tabitha flashed an embarrassed smile. Carlos folded his laptop and said in a soft voice, "Mom, I will tell him about myself. Don't worry about it."
No.
"I know how you are. If you spoke to him yourself, you just end up in a big fight." "I'll talk to him," said Tabitha. Carlos and James Huo, his father, always had fight with each other over decisions about the company. They gave no quarter, and there was no reason to think they'd be any different. After a short pause, Carlos said, "Actually, it was Grandpa who asked me to marry Debbie. But now I've fallen in love with her. It doesn't matter what Dad thinks. I'm with her for a long haul." "Your grandpa?" "Yeah." Grandpa felt indebted to Debbie's grandma. Debbie's grandmother and Douglas Huo, Carlos' grandfather, were not only classmates, but also each other's first love. Because of the unrest in the country dozens of years ago, they were forced to separate. It took more than a dozen years for them to find each other again. But when they finally reunited, they both were married to other people. Debbie's grandmother had waited for Douglas Huo for more than 10 years before she had gotten married. The last time they had met each other, she was on her deathbed. Douglas Huo felt guilty and indebted to her when he knew that she had waited for him for so many years. Back then, she pointed at Debbie, who was washing some towels, and said, "I'm only worried about my granddaughter. Her mother left her when she was born. She's had a hard life. Could you please do me a favor? If you know a nice boy, send him her way. She needs a good man." Douglas Huo agreed without any hesitation and kept that in mind. Not long after Debbie's grandmother's death, Douglas Huo also fell deathly ill. When he got over his illness and went to visit the Nian family again, Artie, Debbie's father, was already in bad health. When Douglas first put forward a proposal to marry Debbie to Carlos, Artie, who had heard of Carlos before, agreed to the proposal without hesitation. Debbie had just broken up with Hayden back then, and she couldn't bear to turn down her father, who was terminally ill. She had been so mad at Hayden that she had agreed to marry Carlos in a fit of pique. Their marriage certificate had been issued on her birthday that year. The reason why Carlos had agreed to marry Debbie was that he respected his grandfather's advice. From Carlos' childhood, Douglas had dedicated his time and money to his grandson's education. When weak, frail, and advanced in age, Douglas sat Carlos down and recommended Debbie for a wife. It made sense. At that time, Carlos was a workaholic with virtually no time for anything else. Shortly after, Douglas had been hospitalized in a coma before he could let anyone in on his grandson's marriage. It didn't help that Carlos was overextended in time, so much that he hurtled from meeting to meeting, place to place, the world over for business, until gradually he had completely forgotten about his wife. Debbie didn't know the story behind this. She and Carlos had been married for 3 years, yet had barely known each other until several months ago. "Your grandpa is still in a coma. When your dad gets to know this, I'm pretty sure he'll throw a tantrum," said Tabitha in a worried voice. That was a real source of concern for her. If there was one thing that Tabitha didn't like in James, it was his quick temper. Over the years, she had learned to wisely avoid unnecessary strife with her husband. But it wasn't lost on her that if triggered, he could be unreasonable. And there was no way to tell how he'd receive his son's marriage to Debbie. Sensing that his mom was worried, Carlos stood up from his seat, walked up to Tabitha and assured in a calm tone, "Mom, just leave it to me. There's no need to fret." He didn't want her to be blamed for the decision. If anything, his grandpa's word was enough. The only problem was that chances of Douglas ever making it safely at the hospital were infinitesimal. Eventually, Tabitha agreed to stay her calm, and hoped that James would be rational enough not to throw a hissy fit when Carlos finally got to introduce Debbie as his wife. "Well then, when are you going to take Debbie to see the rest of our family?" Tabitha asked. A couple of years back, the Huo and Lee families had all moved abroad, which meant Carlos would need good planning of his otherwise busy schedule to take Debbie for introductions. "I think it won't take long. It's time to visit Grandpa and Grandma," answered Carlos. It had been 3 months since he had last visited them, and the spring festival was drawing near. Carlos planned to take Debbie to see his family to celebrate the spring festival together this year. "All right. Carlos, don't stay up late. I just saw Debbie doing yoga in her bedroom. She must be bored. Why not keep her company? I really hope you two can have a baby. I'd be glad to babysit my own grandchild." Both the mother and the son beamed with delight at the mention of a baby. The Huo family usually had a rather impersonal, businesslike atmosphere. Tabitha hoped that a baby would make things less uptight. Carlos curled his lips and said, "Debbie and I hope so too." "Great. Oh, by the way, Megan. Even though Carlos was an adult, Tabitha didn't think he was handling his relationship with Megan properly. Yes, she liked Megan very much and treated her as her own daughter. But of course Debbie was Carlos' wife. You see, Megan and you are not related by blood. Now that you have Debbie, you'll need to set boundaries in the way you relate to Megan. In all, your wife should be number one on your mind. Images from earlier in the day flashed back in Carlos' mind. Had Debbie gotten angry at Megan? Mom, you are overreacting. I've told Debbie before that I treat Megan as my niece. Debbie is a sensible girl, and she perfectly understands. Okay. Tabitha was not convinced, but she could do nothing. All she could do was pray and hope that her son would learn to give priority to his wife. After a little bit of small talk, Tabitha went back to her room, while Carlos assigned his remaining work to some of his staff and left the study. In the bedroom, Debbie was still doing yoga. The downward-facing dog posture she was in when Carlos walked into the room instantly turned him on. At the sound of the door closing, she turned her head and asked, "Are you done with work?" "Who?" "I'm ready to drop. Since he's done, I'd better take a shower and go to sleep," she thought. When she was about to stand up, Carlos stopped her. "Don't move." "What?" "But why? In your current posture, we can." He stopped in mid-sentence. Debbie struggled to her feet. "Stay away from me, you goat," she said, blushing like a teenager. This afternoon, Carlos hadn't been satisfied in the study. Now that he had been turned on by her alluring posture, he would by no means let her go. Despite Debbie's slight unwillingness at the beginning, she gave in to his desires in the end. In that split second when he stroked her, every nerve in her body was electrified with the anticipation of being together. Twisting with the surge of power through her whole system, she pulled his shirt over his head. In quick response, he pushed her hard onto the bed, his hands coming up to her neck as he cupped her head into his palms while passionately kissing her lips. She tried to pull away, but he grabbed her hungrily and held her back in the same position. A few moments later, he flipped her over forcefully, Debbie burying her head into his neck, while his hands caressed her all over the body. Their breaths by now came in gusts, fast and furious. When his hand rolled up to her bra, he violently grabbed it in the middle and yanked the thing off, without even trying to undo the strap. A crazy night of love, unlike any they had ever had. Carlos finally let her go after the wild sex. Still tightly wrapped in his arms, Debbie mumbled teasingly, "Carlos Huo, if you act like this again, I will run away from you. Do you dare?" Carlos kissed her hair affectionately, his voice soft. Debbie shook her head first and then nodded. Pouting her lips, she complained, "You always threaten me." But apparently she was still dazed from the rigor of the night. Mid-sentence, she then dozed off. The next day, Carlos went to his company for work. Since he was not in the villa, Megan also bid goodbye to Tabitha and went back home. On their part, Debbie and Tabitha went shopping at Shining International Plaza. They had much to talk and got along so well. At noon they had lunch on the 5th floor of Alioth building, and Carlos joined them. When Carlos didn't come home early due to a backlog of work, Tabitha invited Debbie to her room for a heart-to-heart talk. Looking at the pretty girl, Tabitha said sincerely, "Debbie, I'm going back home tomorrow morning. I've completely enjoyed our time together for these few days. Before I came here, I was always worried about Carlos' lack of a social life. You know, he's not an outgoing man. I didn't expect that he would find an adorable angel like you for a wife. I feel much relieved now. Hopefully, you can be strong enough to put up with his odd character and bad temper. I know it's not fair to say so, and you may feel wronged, but I really pray that you and Carlos will live happily together. Couples need to learn to give and take, right?" Debbie could understand Tabitha. She held her hands and answered, "Mom, rest assured please. Carlos treats me well. I'm living a happy life with him. Please don't worry about us." Debbie swore to herself that she would start to be nicer to Carlos. "Thank you so much, Debbie. Now I can rest assured. I've urged Carlos to take you to meet our family as soon as possible. You're a good girl, and I believe other family members will be fond of you as well." "Mom!" moved by the motherly compassion and unable to hold her emotions anymore. Debbie threw herself into Tabitha's arms. Tabitha was so caring. Debbie felt lucky to have a mother-in-law like her. Maybe my own mother wouldn't have been nicer to me than Tabitha if she hadn't been taken away from me, she thought to herself. When Carlos finally came back home, it was almost midnight. Debbie was ashamed of sleeping in when Tabitha was here. So she had gotten up very early this morning and gone for a run. After a shopping spree with Tabitha, she then went to meet her friends. She was exhausted and went to bed early this evening. By the time Carlos came back, she was dead asleep. Quietly, he entered the bedroom, careful not to rudely awake her. He approached her stealthily and kissed her on the forehead before he went to the bathroom. When he walked out of the bathroom, Debbie was sitting on the bed, wrapped by the quilt, playing on her phone. On seeing him, she put the phone away, spread her arms and invited him with a sweet smile. "Honey, give me a hug." Although he had come in worn out, the bright smile on her face instantly revived him. He strode towards her, pulled her into his arms and kissed her affectionately on the lips. After a moment, he let go of her and asked in a hoarse voice, "Did I wake you up?" Nestled in Carlos' arms, Debbie shook her head and murmured, "You didn't wake me up." Hear that buzz? Someone sent messages in group chat. Debbie was usually a light sleeper, and the person who had awakened her was none other than Jared. He met a girl recently and couldn't stop posting selfies with her in group chat on WeChat. He just wanted to show off. Hearing that, Carlos furrowed his eyebrows and reached out to grab her phone to find out who was to blame. Debbie somewhat unsuccessfully tried to keep her phone away from him. She was wrapped in the sheets and he could reach across the bed easily. Afraid that Carlos might punish Jared again, Debbie immediately grabbed his hand and said in a charming manner, "Honey, it's no big deal. A friend of mine is overexcited about his SO baby. I'm still really sleepy and it's cold in here. Snuggle." Carlos realized she was covering for someone, so he went along with it. He curled his lips, got onto the bed and lay down beside his wife. He felt really uncomfortable now. He thought about taking a look at her phone, but somehow it didn't seem worth the effort. Debbie rested her head on his arm and wrapped her arm around his waist. A satisfied smile found its way to her face. "It's Sunday, but you worked all day. You must be tired." Debbie reached out her hand and stroked his face, concern showing in her eyes. Carlos grabbed her hand and put it inside the warm quilt. "No, not really. Close your eyes and get some rest. You have a yoga class tomorrow morning." The yoga class started early the next morning, so Debbie needed to get up earlier than usual. She liked to sleep late. If she didn't get to sleep now, she wouldn't be awake enough for the class. "Okay. Night, honey." She closed her eyes obediently and dozed off in his arms within a couple of minutes. She was tired and the warm bed was inviting. If she had any dreams, she didn't remember them. The next morning, since Debbie had to head to the college and Carlos had an important meeting, neither of them could drive Tabitha to the airport. So Damon offered to drive her there. Debbie and Tabitha were saying their goodbyes at the gates of the villa when Damon's car pulled up. He greeted them playfully. "Wow, two beautiful ladies. Good morning." Debbie waved her hand at him. "Morning, Damon." Tabitha's smile grew wider when she saw Damon. "I've been here all this time and you never came by." Damon gave Tabitha a hug and clutched his chest melodramatically. "Tabitha, you wound me. I heard you came to Y City, so I took the red eye to get here. At least I can drive you to the airport. You know I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep if I didn't see you at least once." Tabitha shook her head and sighed. "You silver-tongued devil. No wonder you had so many girlfriends." "Shoo." Damon raised his index finger and put it against his lips. In a low voice he added, "I have a fiancé now. I'm a respectable man. We don't talk about that anymore. What if she heard you and dumped me? Then you'd have to find me a new fiancé." Debbie rolled her eyes at what Damon just said. Damon and Jared were a lot alike, despite the fact that they had different mothers. She felt as if it were Jared she was talking to, and maybe that was why Damon soon became a friend of Debbie's. The brothers both had glib tongues, had both dated countless girls, and both seemed to have nothing to do. Tabitha took a look inside Damon's car and asked, "Really? A fiancé? Did you bring her along?" Damon shook his head. "Nope. I just brought her back from abroad. Next time you're around, I'll take her to meet you. Or maybe I can take her to New York so we can visit you." "Sounds good." Debbie's class was starting soon. After bidding goodbye to Tabitha and Damon, she got into her BMW, and Matan drove her to the college. Damon started the engine as well and drove towards the airport. After the second afternoon class ended, Debbie got a call from Carlos. He said he needed to go to a nearby city on business. Debbie was surprised by the sudden news. That's short notice. She was not prepared for it at all. "I know, babe. There's an emergency I have to fix. I'll be back in like a week. Wait for me, okay?" "Okay." Debbie pouted her lips. The very thought of it made her feel unhappy. She didn't like to be separated from Carlos for long. When he was difficult, he was infuriating, but there were times he could be really sweet. And right now, things were going well. Carlos suddenly remembered something and told her, "Deb, can you attend a dinner for me tomorrow evening? Emmett will keep you company." "Attend a dinner for you?" Debbie cried in utter disbelief. "Uh-huh. A business partner is throwing a party, and he invited me a long time ago. I'll tell him who you are, so there won't be any problems." She wanted to keep their marriage a secret, and he was fine with it. But eventually the truth would come out. He was the most eligible bachelor in people's eyes, but he couldn't really date because he was already married. It looked odd and some people were talking about it. He swore to himself that he would tell the media about his marriage once Debbie had graduated. Yeah, that would make it all better. She could get used to the limelight, and it wouldn't make things too uncomfortable for her. Debbie was very nervous. I don't think I can make it. What if I screw it up?" "Don't worry, honey. I already bought a gift for the host. You need only give it to him, and then find a place to enjoy the food and drinks there. Just be yourself and eat everything in sight." Debbie burst into laughter. "Come on. You brat. I'm not that bad." Carlos seemed to be in a good mood. He teased, "Really? Last time I was out on the cruiser, I saw a girl stuff her face with so many desserts. She looked a lot like you, actually." Back then, Debbie had eaten plate after plate of dessert for more than half an hour without stopping once, which amazed Carlos. "What? Cruiser? Wait, I remember now," Debbie snapped. "Leave me alone about that. It was all Jared's fault. Once we got on board, he went after two girls and left me alone. I couldn't do anything but eat." Then she remembered how Carlos had treated her back then. "Wait a minute. How dare you mention the cruiser? You ordered your men to throw me overboard," Debbie said through gritted teeth. "You should have told me who you were back then." Carlos defended himself. He felt so lucky right now that Debbie could swim. Otherwise, he would not be living a happy life now. He was grateful that she was in his life, and that she wanted to stay with him. "So it was my fault you didn't recognize your own wife?" "It was my fault, honey. I'm really sorry. I swear I won't do stupid things in the future." Anxiousness could be heard in his tone. Debbie accepted his apology and said, "Okay. I forgive you this time." She wasn't hurt by the incident, but she was still humiliated. "So should I say thank you?" "Of course. But since we're family, don't be so polite." "Haha." Standing under a big tree, Debbie raised her head to look at the sun streaming through the leaves and flashed a big smile. Family. For the first time, the word meant a lot to Carlos. "Will you miss me?" "Of course, honey." Raymond Grand Hotel was a 5-star hotel. Even driving up to it, you could see the 10 acres of blooming gardens, not to mention the gazebo and fish pond. And of course it had a richly appointed lounge and restaurant. The wealthy and shameless rubbed elbows here. As darkness fell outside, luxurious cars stopped in front of the hotel gates one after another. Men and women in designer threads entered the hotel. The Cassie Group had booked the entire hotel for its 50th anniversary. More than 1,000 guests could be seen everywhere, in the main hall, in the garden, etc. While the CEO of the Cassie Group made an opening speech in the main hall, The PR team responsible for receiving the guests waited at the hotel gates. The team leader raised her wrist to check the time. The dinner had already been going on for about 7 minutes, but their special guests hadn't arrived yet. Their boss had specifically instructed them to treat the 2 guests with utmost respect. The next moment, a red Pagani sports car raced along and stopped abruptly before the gates. When she saw the car, the team leader realized the guests had arrived. It must be Emmett of the ZL group and their mystery guest. With a big smile, she led her companions forward to greet them. The girl in the driver's seat was none other than Debbie. Her head almost bumped into the steering wheel when the car stopped. But she was late, and she didn't want to be any later than this. The man in the passenger seat was in the same situation. His heart rate skyrocketed. He patted his chest to calm himself down and said, "All right. Here at last." When the car came to a halt, Debbie straightened her clothes and fixed her hair. "Emmett, we're 10 minutes late. Think anyone will notice?" she asked. This was all Carlos' fault. When she was picking out a dress, he refused to hang up the phone and insisted on video chatting with her. Carlos picked out her dress and even her earrings. It was like he wanted control over the entire process. Before that, he had watched her change and try on every dress. That had been fun. Some secrets a man should never know, like all the gymnastics it took sometimes just to fit into a dress. The net effect was that no one was supposed to know how much effort you put into getting ready. Therefore, she ended up getting to the hotel 10 minutes late, even though she was an excellent driver behind the wheel of a sports car. "It's okay. Don't worry about it, Mrs. Huo," Emmett answered, frankly relieved they'd stopped. He didn't enjoy the trip over here at all, wondering how long it would take him to stop shuddering. He got out of the passenger seat and trotted over to the driver's seat. After straightening his clothes, he opened the door for Debbie with a serious look on his face and held out his right hand. "Please, Mrs. Huo," he said respectfully. Debbie put her high heels on again. She had taken them off and thrown them aside while she was driving. Then she put her hand on Emmett's gracefully and got out of the car. The PR team knew Emmett as Carlos' secretary. When they saw him being so respectful to the woman getting out of the car, they all knew she must be very important. Carlos spared no expense to make sure those close to him were well taken care of, and she was obviously close to him. In a pair of 6 centimeters high heels, Debbie walked carefully and nervously into the lavish hotel. Emmett was by her side and the PR team led the way. The lobby doors were pushed open by 2 bodyguards and held in place while Debbie walked in. The boss of Cassie Group had just delivered his opening speech. Soon, all eyes were drawn to the woman who had just walked in wearing a red evening dress. She was letting her passionate side shine. Fine feathers make fine birds. The woman they were gazing at had been made up and dressed by an international master makeup artist. Nothing but the best for Carlos' wife. Even the socialite divas and the actresses present at the event couldn't hold a candle to Debbie now. Her hair was no longer a lilac, and was dyed back to a gorgeous raven hue. Knotted into a 5-strand braid, it was coiled up at the back of her head, adorned by a diamond tiara-shaped hairpin. Debbie took off the white overcoat draped over her shoulders and gave it to her bodyguard, fully revealing the red evening dress underneath. It had 3/4 sleeves and a stand-up collar, and her beautiful clavicles were partly exposed. The dress was a gold medal winning work by a master designer from Milan. Crystal and diamond studs adorned it from head to toe. The pattern was sumptuous, low-key, and conservative. Her skin used to be dry, but thanks to Carlos it was now delicate and smooth. She used to know little about skincare and so didn't take care of her skin, but now it fairly glowed. Her cheeks were rosy with a sheen of happiness. Under the dark eyeshadow and her long eyelashes, her black pupils glistened as if warning people away, while somehow there seemed also to be a hint of deeply hidden helplessness about them. Beneath her high nose, her lips embellished with red lip gloss, shone in the light, like 2 dewy rosy petals. Around her fair neck hung a white crystal necklace, from the same set as the bracelet on her wrist, both perfectly matched and stunning. Her ears bore low-key, expensive crystal ear studs. She walked slowly in her black high heels, straightening up, with a presence of aloofness and uniqueness. Everyone feasted on her sumptuous beauty but hesitated to approach, all wondering who she was and why she was with Carlos' secretary Emmett. "Who is she? Why have I never seen her before?" someone from the crowd whispered. "You tell me. I didn't know Emmett got married. My aunt was talking about how she wanted to fix him up with a girl." Another person cut in. "Although her dress looks low-key, it's pricey. I don't think Emmett can afford something like that. Is she Mr. Huo's?" While they were guessing, the boss of the Cassie group came over. "Good evening, Mrs. Huo, Emmett," the man greeted. He shook hands with the two. Debbie gave the gift to his secretary and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhu." When he glanced at the gift, she continued, "It's a present from my husband. He's too busy to make the celebration tonight, so he asked me to come on his behalf." Emmett picked up 2 glasses of wine from the tray a waiter was carrying, one for Debbie and the other for himself. They clinked with Mr. Zhu's glass, a toast to the health of all in attendance. Debbie's polite remarks flustered the man. He hadn't expected the powerful Carlos' wife to be so modest and polite. "Mrs. Huo, you're too modest. It's indeed a pity that Mr. Huo can't come himself, but I'm so glad you're here. The honor is all mine." Debbie wasn't good with flattery, nor did she like too many compliments. She smiled nervously. "Thank you for understanding, Mr. Zhu. Today's a big day for you. I bet you're very busy, so I'll not take up any more of your time." "Okay, please help yourself, Mrs. Huo. If you need anything, please let me know. Please forgive us if the service isn't good enough." "Thank you, Mr. Zhu." They cheered again. Debbie took a sip of her wine, and Mr. Zhu left them. He intended to mingle in this little shindig he threw. Watching him leave, Debbie was relieved. She visibly relaxed, taking a deep breath and untensing her shoulders. She whispered to Emmett, "Did I say anything wrong?" Emmett smiled. "No, Mrs. Huo, you were great. Relax." At that point, Emmett understood why Carlos wasn't worried to let Debbie come to the party on his behalf. She might not be adept at flattery or socializing, but she was confident and looked even more amazing after the makeover. She was definitely cut out for the job. With Carlos' effort, she had changed into a different person inside a matter of months. Several months ago, she had been a hot-tempered, reckless troublemaker who got into a fight now and then. For this reason or that, she went to the dean's office at least twice a month. Her grades were always the worst in the class. Now she still had a bad temper, but when she wasn't mad, she even seemed tender. In her spare time, she practiced dance, yoga, flower arrangement, piano, and art, specializing in pen and ink. Debbie hadn't picked a fight or gone to the dean's office for a long time. Her grades had climbed to respectable levels. Anyone close to her might not see these changes, for they were gradual, but the ones who hadn't seen her for a while could sense them at once. Emmett thought this was how a girl should be. Not too gentle, not too tough, not too hot-tempered. Carlos had changed a lot too. His fury was more terrifying than ever. His rage was a fire that burned you when he got too hot. But when he was in a good mood, he would talk more and even smile occasionally. Emmett was amazed at the changes in both of them. The two had affected each other in ways he hadn't dreamed of. After a while, a waiter came by and said, "Mrs. Huo, there are some snacks in the refreshments section. I hope you get a chance to try them." Debbie looked at Emmett in confusion. He reassured her. Mr. Huo arranged that. He asked a dessert bar to work together with the hotel to make these snacks. A smile of happiness crept over Debbie's face, brightening the room. "He thinks of me even when he's out of town," she thought. She followed Emmett to the refreshments section. On the way, she was shocked to see some familiar faces. It was Gail along with Olga, plus Jared, who was worried about Carlos suddenly showing up, and others. Among her acquaintances, the girls kept looking at her with an envious eye. If gazes could kill, Debbie would have been dead. "Debbie," called Colleen and Curtis in unison. Some men wanted to approach Debbie, Emmett noticed. But when they saw Curtis and Colleen, they stopped. When Debbie, who was eating a snack, heard them, she put the snack down and clinked with the two. "Hi, Colleen, Mr. Liu." Taking a step back to look at Debbie, Curtis complimented, "You look great. No doubt Carlos has been good to you. Colleen released Curtis and took Debbie's hand. Of course. One has just to look at Debbie to know that she is in love, she said, as gentle as the first time Debbie had met her. If Debbie hadn't seen Colleen on the dance floor the other day, she wouldn't have believed the woman could dance seductively like that. Debbie smiled resignedly. Playfully, Curtis pinched Colleen's cheek before he turned to look Debbie straight in the face. Did you come here on Carlos' behalf? He asked. Yeah, he is on a business trip, Debbie replied. Curtis nodded. Not bad. He was relieved to see that Debbie and Carlos were happy together. After a short while, Curtis and Colleen were needed somewhere else and left Debbie. So did Emmett. Even though he was only a secretary, many people sucked up to him, on account of having Carlos as his boss. Left alone, Debbie ate some more snacks and went towards the bathroom. When she walked out of the bathroom, there was another woman standing in the hallway, adorned in an expensive champagne evening dress, and holding a fashionable handbag. The woman must have been waiting for Debbie. Straightway she called out, Debbie Nian. Her voice was not too loud nor quiet, emotionless. It was Portia. Why is she here? Debbie wondered. Since Portia is here, is Hayden here too? Debbie nodded and said, Hi. Is it really you? It was only then that Portia believed the glowing woman at the party was Debbie. Debbie smiled faintly and excused herself. Yeah, it's me. If you have nothing else to talk about, I have to go. Now that she was married, she didn't want to engage with anyone from the Gu family, unless it was necessary. Just as Debbie was about to leave, Portia began. What's the rush? Are you hiding something? Debbie sneered. She looked at Portia and retorted. Hiding. Born and brought up in a wealthy family, Portia, with a single look, could tell how much Debbie's outfit was worth, but she wouldn't admit it. Are you afraid that people might know you are wearing a fake designer dress and fake crystal? She taunted arrogantly. Debbie laughed. Touching her crystal bracelet, she raised her right hand, which looked smooth after the skincare. Since when is the daughter of the Gu family so ignorant? Is the Gu family degrading? Or does Hayden grudge giving you money after he became the head of the family? Debbie fired back. From Emmett's evaluation of Debbie's dress and accessories, Portia was being either painfully ignorant or simply insulting. If anything, Debbie's dress for the night was something few divas could afford. Even her crystals were not ordinary white crystals, but rare natural ones. Apart from being pricey, Debbie's accessories had another significance. They were coveted Buddhist souvenirs. In addition to crystals being one of the 7 treasures, the bracelet she was wearing had been consecrated by an eminent monk for psychic energy to charm and protect. The bracelet had briefly appeared on display for sale at Shining International Plaza the other day, only to be bought on the afternoon of the same day by a mysterious collector. Most likely, Carlos had seen it on display and sent someone to make the purchase on his behalf. Later that evening, he had come to the villa with a sweet surprise for Debbie. Today, Debbie wore brown nail polish and had an extra crystal, a ring on her right hand, which glared in Portia's eyes against the light. Trying to conceal her envy, Portia said with a fake air of superiority, Sorry to disappoint you, but the Gu group is thriving under my brother's leadership. Also, my brother and I are on such good terms that besides my basic income of $500,000 a month, he always gives me more than double that amount. What about you, Miss Nian? I hear you got married. To whom? A secretary. Emmett might be respected by people because of his identity as Carlos' secretary, but at the end of the day, he was not Carlos. Debbie took her hand back. She smiled at what Portia said, but she didn't deny it. What about him being a secretary? He works for Carlos Huo. You should know that anyone connected with Carlos is influential and powerful. She exhaled and continued. You get $500,000 a month or double that. Isn't that peanuts? The Gu group pays some of its highest ranking members? I hate to break this to you, but my husband gives me more than 10 times as much. Aside from the bank cards Carlos gave her, the monthly revenues of Orchid Private Club alone were more than 50 million. However, Portia had no idea about that. She thought Debbie was married to Emmett, the secretary. She is only the wife of a secretary. How dare she mock me? She thought. Squinting at Debbie, she snorted. Right? Anybody connected with Carlos is important and powerful, but don't you forget that he is not Carlos after all. He is still just a secretary. So what are you gloating over? Are you really expecting me to believe that a secretary can give you that much as pocket money? Do you take me for a fool? Or is your husband corrupt? Debbie felt speechless. She had never said Emmett was her husband. Corrupt? Emmett would never do that. He was always honest. She felt bad about dragging him into this. Thank God I married Carlos. Otherwise, Portia and Gail would laugh at me for the rest of my life, she thought. Whatever.
I'm Busse.
Bye. Debbie didn't want to waste any more time on Portia. Stop. Portia called out. She found Debbie had changed a lot. Power never scared her, but she was even prouder than before, not giving a damn about anybody else. From the arrogant way Debbie carried herself, Portia began to suspect her husband was not Emmett but Carlos. Debbie turned her head and said, I always tolerated, humored and even flattered you. It was all because of your brother but not anymore. From now on, I will humor neither you nor your brother. What do you mean? You are going to see my family as enemies. Debbie laughed scornfully. Whatever. None of the Gu family mattered to her anymore, and she didn't give a hoot about what they thought of her. With her head held high, Debbie walked away, leaving Portia guessing and clutching at straws. She acted calm, but her long fingernails stuck into her handbag, leaving deep marks. It hadn't been that long since Portia last saw Debbie, but this wasn't the Debbie she knew. Debbie used to be humble and self-effacing, with low self-esteem. Now she was parading around with her nose in the air, all puffed up with pride as if she were the queen. Damn it, Debbie. Your husband's just a secretary. Don't get cocky. It's not like he's Carlos Huo. We'll see who comes out on top, she thought resentfully. On Debbie's way back to the party, 2 other women stopped her in her tracks. They sized her up and down, and then one of them said curtly, Someone wants to see you. I wonder who they're talking about, thought Debbie. Who? She asked. Neither of the 2 women looked even remotely familiar. She'd know if she'd met them before. So it made her even more curious who wanted to talk to her and why. The woman in a black dress snapped, Don't ask. Just follow us. This is crazy. Debbie was irritated. It was supposed to be simple and maybe fun. She went to the party on Carlos' behalf, but ended up coming across all kinds of weird things and hostile women. Mental note. Don't do this again. And now, why did she have to deal with some ridiculous mystery boss? She didn't. She was thinking that maybe now would be a good time to bug out of here. She had made an appearance, presented her gift, and now she just wanted to be left alone.
Sorry, I'm Busse.
She passed them without giving them a second glance. Who were they? And why were they following someone else's orders? And more importantly, why were they trying to get her involved? The woman in black shouted to her back. Hey you! Miss Me wants to see you. Get your butt over here now unless you want that butt kicked out of Y City. Just so you know, Miss Me is Mr. Huo's woman. I wouldn't turn her down if I were you. Really? We'll just see about that, Debbie thought. The 2 looked at Debbie gloatingly, anticipating that she would turn around and follow them timidly to see Olga. After all, these 2 were at her beck and call, so why shouldn't Debbie be the same? She wasn't any better than them. Nonetheless, to their disappointment, Debbie only paused for a second and then continued walking away. The party was chock full of things to do. The snacks Carlos ordered for her were delicious. She was stuffed, but when she returned to the party, she couldn't help walking towards the desserts again. She was compelled by the sweet taste of the treats, and her mouth watered in anticipation. After getting herself a full plate of food, Debbie found herself a table in the corner, ready to dig in. But before she could take a bite, a familiar figure sat next to her. He looked around and asked cautiously, Your husband didn't come with you? Debbie took a bite of iced mango pudding and rolled her eyes at him. Why are you sneaking around like that? Clad in a plaid charcoal suit and wine leather shoes, Jared stared at her, his eyes wide like plates. You're asking me? Your husband is way too possessive. That guy's gonna kill me sooner or later, just for hanging out with you. Giving Debbie no chance to respond, he grabbed her arm and said, Tomboy, promise me that you'll never cheat on your husband. Debbie almost choked on her food. 'Cause if you did, I think he'd go after the poor guy's entire family. Debbie wrenched her arm free from his grip, swallowed the food in her mouth and spat. Cut the crap. Seriousness was never part of Jared's personality. The next second he whispered to Debbie in a conspiratorial tone. I saw Hayden just now. He's a bigwig in Y City now. He draws girls and rich guys to him like a master fisherman. As if tired from talking too much, Jared paused long enough to grab a fairy bean cake from Debbie's plate and toss it into his mouth. Why do girls like sweet things so much? How long has it been since you last saw Hayden? Did you happen to catch him after he came back from abroad? He asked.
No, Debbie replied.
Carlos was the only thing on her mind now. She was totally smitten with him. Other men couldn't even draw her eye anymore. As they chatted, Jared waved at a girl. Then he looked at Debbie and said, Hey dude, I'd like you to meet my girlfriend. Sure. Debbie was intrigued. After all, he woke her up with the news when he posted it in group chat. The girl walked towards them. When Debbie saw her, she choked on her black tea. Same old Jared. The girl was his typical type. Big-breasted, thick-waisted and with a huge butt. Looking in her 20s, she wore a seductive black dress and a pair of high heels that seemed to be at least 8 cm high. Her long red curls tumbled to her waist. Jared hooked his finger towards the girl, and the latter instantly ran coquettishly into his arms. Darling, I've been looking all over for you, she said. Sitting there, Debbie couldn't help but put her hands on her arms, trying to pry the sprouting goosebumps off. When she thought that was hard to watch, the two started to make out. Debbie slid over to be farther away from them, pretending not to know them. This was embarrassing and gross. Tomboy, this is my girlfriend Didi. Didi, this is my buddy Debbie Nian. Jared introduced them to each other briefly. Debbie smiled faintly, kind of speechless at his taste. He seemed to have a thing for size. Big boobs, big butt, but never a care for what was attached to. This gal looked like she'd cleared the dessert table a couple of times. Even so, Debbie put the glass of water in her hand on the table and waved at the newcomer. Hi Didi, nice to meet you, she said. Didi sized her up and down. Noticing the pricey outfit Debbie was wearing, she forced a smile and simply said, Hi. Then she threw herself at Jared and acted like a spoiled little girl. I want to go shopping. Go with me, she said while shaking his arm and wriggling her body. It wasn't a pretty sight, but it was what it was. This was how she got her way because certain men liked the fact they acted bratty. That was considered cute by some. Jared was like that. Wait a minute. I need to talk to Tomboy. Hearing this, Didi looked at Debbie sullenly and complained, Wait a minute. It all makes sense now. You bought her those clothes, didn't you? Didi had noticed Debbie as she walked over. What rock did this hoe pop out from? Stealing everyone's thunder like this. No wonder Olga hates her so much. She acts all innocent when she's just a cheapest hoe, she cursed inside. Debbie looked at Didi in shock, wondering where the resentment came from. She patted Jared on the shoulder resignedly and said, I'll see you tomorrow. We can talk after class. Go. Have fun. Her opinion of the woman got lower. Jared didn't respond to Debbie. Instead, he impatiently pushed the woman in his arms away and scolded. Didn't I tell you to wait? Besides, are you blind? I can't afford anything she's wearing. Debbie burst into laughter. Jared always hated to lose face. She hadn't expected him to talk about himself like that in front of his girlfriend. He must be really mad, she mused. I'm sorry, Debbie apologized, realizing how inappropriate it was to laugh at that moment. She nudged Jared and reminded him quietly, Your girlfriend is ticked off. Go make her happy. Hearing this, Jared stood up and left with his girlfriend. It was finally quiet. Debbie polished off the rest of the desserts on her plate and started playing with her phone. After reading the updates in Moments on WeChat, She started to bang out a message to Carlos. I want to. She intended to say, I want to go home. So boring. Emmett's been busy with work all night. But before she could finish writing the message, a familiar voice called, Tomboy. Eh? Back so soon? I thought you were out with your girlfriend, Debbie asked curiously. Jared sat next to her and replied, We broke up. He sounded upset.
What happened?
Debbie put her phone down. They'd only just left. Couldn't have been more than 3 minutes. They broke up within 3 minutes? The thing was, they had only been together for a couple of days. Talk about your whirlwind romance. You two seemed fine. What went wrong? Debbie probed.
Fine.
I don't even like her. She seduced me while I was drunk and continually pestered me to take responsibility after we slept together. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even talked to her. Who does she think she is? I've slept with dozens of women. I don't even remember her, Jared said contemptuously before taking a sip of beer. Debbie was surprised, even though she knew Jared was a playboy. She felt obliged to chime in. Hey dude, what you did was disgraceful. How could you sleep with someone and not take responsibility for it? She did nothing wrong to you. Derisively, Jared waved his hand. These women are all after my money. It sucks. None of them loves me. They only freaking love my money. If they could marry my old man, they would leave me immediately. Although Jared was not as handsome as Damon, he was still good-looking in his own way. He was so tall that when Debbie stood beside him, she looked like an elf. In Y City, the Han Group was one of the leading enterprises. Although it was not as influential as the ZL Group, it was among the top 5 most successful enterprises. The Han family's assets were worth more than 100 million. Therefore, it came as no surprise that many women were tempted by his wealth. Listening to Jared's misery, Debbie felt grateful for Carlos' dour moods, which repulsed women who would have surrounded him like a swarm of bees if he entertained them. Gently, she patted Jared on the shoulder and comforted him. Relax, buddy. You'll find a girl who truly loves you soon. At that time, Debbie had no idea that that girl would appear very soon. Neither did she know that she was familiar with the girl. Jared didn't take her words seriously. He knew she was just saying that to comfort him. But it worked just fine. For the next few minutes, they remained glued to their seats, chatting freely about everything. Until suddenly, a bunch of loud women descended on them. A gang of socialite divas in Y City, notorious for their knack for drama wherever they went. In the meantime, Debbie, oblivious to their approach and enjoying her chit-chat with Jared, jokingly rubbed her overstuffed stomach and didn't notice the commotion. The crowd was behind her, so it was Jared sitting opposite her who saw those women. Tomboy, I've come to learn some women just can't stay away from trouble, he said in a whisper. What's wrong? Asked Debbie, curious about why he was whispering. Holy cow! She exclaimed when she turned back to look. There must have been more than 10 women in the oncoming gang. In the lead was Olga, flanked on either side by Gail and Portia. Right behind them, Debbie could only identify Dee, who had just broken up with Jared. As to who the rest of the gang were, Debbie had no clue. One thing Debbie realized at a glance was the hideous looks on their faces, especially Olga, who stood in front of Debbie and Jared. Dressed in an expensive cream evening dress mounted with diamonds, she towered over them and pointing at Debbie, asked arrogantly, Is she the one? To which Dee pushed through the group and answered, Yes, Olga. That's the shameless boyfriend snatcher. She must pay for turning my life upside down. Boyfriend snatcher? Confused, Debbie glanced at Jared, but he seemed to be enjoying the scene. She didn't see it when Olga picked up Jared's half-full glass of beer. Thanks to many years of martial arts practice, Debbie was quick to react when Olga tried to douse her face in all the contents of the glass. But the woman sitting at the next table was not as lucky. Unintentionally, Olga completely drenched her. Dripping with the frothy liquid, the poor girl screamed, drawing everyone's attention. Being the party pooper that Olga was, she didn't apologize for attacking the wrong person. On the contrary, she even had the nerve to give the girl a dressing down for screaming. There were plenty of tables. Why did you have to sit next to this bitch? She chided, as though it was the offended girl who was in the wrong and not the other way round. The impertinent attitude got on Debbie's nerves. Who the hell does Olga think she is to go stepping on everyone's toes? Apologize to me or I'll escalate this issue to the authorities, demanded the offended chubby little girl. However, burning to settle the account with Debbie, Olga didn't want to waste time on the girl. How much is your dress? I'll compensate you, she said impatiently. Then for no damn reason she added, but since your waistline is a little thick, I'm worried that maybe no shop has the right size for you. What you need might be a tailor. As if what she had just said was a wisecrack, her likewise tactless crew laughed at the offended girl. You. The girl's face flamed with anger, but she couldn't get the rest of her sentence out. Debbie stood up, holding a newly refilled glass of black tea. Shut the hell up, Olga, she challenged. If I were you, I'd be ashamed of sounding like a blonde. Or could it be that you envy the girl for her little extra fat on the waist? You see, according to a study by the Sydney Galvin Institute, within normal weight, women with only slightly bigger hips like her are at no risk associated with visceral fat. The only concern would be if she has an apple-like figure, which means more fat around the waist and a significant risk for diabetes, heart disease, and lower bone mineral density. This girl does not fit that description, Miss Me. I'm pretty sure you're only making fun of her because her curved figure is something you badly wish you could have. Isn't that true? Olga had never been humiliated in public like that. She took several deep breaths to calm herself down before she went on a rant. Sucks to be you, Debbie. After Mr. Huo threw you out of the shining International Plaza, I thought you'd run out town. But shameless bitch that you are, you have the guts to stick around here. If I were you, at the very least I would have kept as low a profile as possible. Girl, I'd be so embarrassed, I'd even commit suicide just to make myself disappear. But I see you have thick skin. Now here you are with your shameless tardy dress, ready to snatch other women's boyfriends. Anyway, for sleeping around with my cousin's boyfriend, I promise my crew and I will make you pay for your sins. Jared was about to spring up angrily from his seat, but Debbie stopped him. She retorted with a smile. Miss Me, how can you be so forgetful? I lent it to you, remember? It took Olga a while to realize what she meant. You bitch. You're going to pay for that, she snarled. Looking at Debbie indifferently, Portia chimed in. Messing with Carlos Huo's woman is the last dumb thing you'd ever do. Carlos Huo's woman? What of it? Huh. I'm Carlos Huo's wife. Did I make a big deal about it? Debbie sneered inwardly. Debbie's and Olga's eyes met. Debbie provoked her further. I would say the same even if Carlos Huo stood in front of me. Since you can't stop claiming that you are Carlos Huo's woman, why don't you call him and ask him to come and throw me out of town? Damn you, Carlos Huo. You flirted with another woman and now I'm dealing with your trouble. You'll meet my anger when you come back, she swore to herself. Debbie's arrogance completely enraged Olga, but someone made things worse for the latter by shouting, Yes, Miss Me, call Mr. Huo and ask him to help you. Make this ignorant bitch disappear from Y City. Call Carlos Huo? Olga was frightened. She and Carlos hadn't talked for a long time. As if remembering something, Debbie acted surprised and asked Olga, So you claim to be Carlos' woman and Carlos Huo even said he had a girlfriend to the press. Are you the girl he carried out of the hotel? Jared knew the truth, and buried his face in his cuff to avoid bursting out in laughter. Way to go, tomboy. She's a lot different now. Much more confident. She takes pot shots and ducks for cover. Embarrassed, Olga bit her lower lip. She had no clue who that woman was. She really couldn't answer either way. When the news broke, she had looked into it. But Carlos was security conscious, so no information was available on that mystery woman. She had heard from Emmett that Carlos was married, so she wondered if that woman was the mysterious Mrs. Huo. Determined to avoid the question, Olga growled brashly, Listen to you, prying into Carlos' personal affairs. Seated on the sofa, Jared cut in. Miss Me, I'm just curious. Was that you? Mr. Huo said that the woman in his arms was his woman and that's who you say you are. Did any of you hear Mr. Huo say this to anyone? Jared looked at the other girls with her. They looked at each other. Gradually it dawned on them. It turned out none of them had ever heard Carlos refer to Olga as his woman. It was only Olga who talked about her life with Carlos. No one else was circulating those rumors. Debbie gave Jared a knowing look as if to say, "Nice dude." Then she shifted her eyes to Olga and continued. Using Carlos was named to bully others. Does he know about this? You. Anger overtook Olga. She raised her hand to slap Debbie. Debbie dodged, shifting position and using her arms as stability. But when Debbie's hand flew out, it stopped. Her tea didn't. Black liquid sloshed out of Debbie's cup and drenched Olga's face. The tea wasn't hot. It just stained the victim's face and her cream dress. Even Dee Dee's black dress got hit. Since it had already gotten ugly between her and Olga, Debbie decided she was done giving a shit. And she was done with this insufferable woman. She kicked Olga in the leg. Debbie's victim screamed and went to one knee. Debbie wondered between her, his wife, and the self-proclaimed his woman, which of them Carlos would protect. The other women were flustered. They trotted over to Olga to help her to her feet. But Debbie grabbed one of them by the arm and pushed her hard. The woman fell backwards. Being in high heels, all these women lost their balance quickly and grabbed onto each other screaming. Olga was at the bottom of the heap. Debbie observed her handiwork, dusting her hands off and looking quite satisfied. At this point, Jared handed Debbie a glass of red wine. She took the hint immediately. While those women were busy squabbling amongst themselves, Debbie poured the red liquid onto each of them. Their evening dresses probably cost in the neighborhood of $1 million or so. Now they were all ruined by a glass of wine. Jared brushed his outfit with his hands, making sure it was pristine. He rested his arm on Debbie's shoulder and said to those miserable women, "That's what you get when you mess with me and Tomboy." Those women all glared at them. Noticing that, Debbie cast them a sideways glance and sneered. "What do you want? Hadn't had enough? How about I cut your dresses into bikinis?" Those women shut their mouths and lowered their eyes immediately. When Emmett arrived at the scene, he was so shocked his teeth started clattering. He wasted no time ringing up Carlos. "Mr. Huo, something's happened. Something big. Talk." Tired, Carlos rubbed the spot between his eyebrows. "Mrs. Huo." She. Hearing that it was about Debbie, Carlos stood up abruptly. "What about her? Get to the point or I'll kill you." Emmett gasped and managed to speak clearly. "I was negotiating contracts, so I left your wife alone for a short time. When I was done and returned to her, she was in trouble. She got into a fight with some socialite divas, including the daughters of the Me family, the Gu family, the Mu family. Each of the families mentioned was important in Y City. Angering them could have serious consequences, and that might be something even Carlos couldn't shield Debbie from." Carlos got the gist. "Which side lost?" he asked. Emmett was confused until Carlos asked again. He turned his head back to the scene. The socialite divas were getting up from the floor, and Debbie was watching them remarkably unscathed. "It looks like Mrs. Huo won, sir," he answered honestly. "Excellent. Protect her. Make sure no one comes at her." "I'll deal with it," Carlos ordered. "Excellent." Emmett was puzzled. What's so excellent about getting into a fight? After he hung up, Emmett walked towards Debbie. But by this moment, a group of distinguished women and middle-aged men in suit were crowding around her. They looked angry. Scratch that, they were livid. "How dare you treat my daughter like that? Do you know who I am? By God, you'll remember the name Nian when I'm done with you." Mr. Zhu, president of the Cassie Group, mediated between the two sides, while nervously wiping sweat from his brow. It looked like he was sweating bullets down there. He couldn't afford to offend any of these powerful families. "I'll compensate the ladies for any damages. Mr. Gu, Mr. Qin, Mr. Yen. Please don't get angry," he said. Lucinda helped Gail up and glared at her. She knew who was at fault without having to ask. "Thank you, Mr. Zhu. But there's no need for that. It's just a dress," she said politely. Sebastian didn't understand how Debbie got into a fight all of a sudden with so many women at the same time. He and Lucinda had watched Debbie from the moment she had appeared at the party. Everything was fine a moment ago. Then a warm voice familiar to Debbie said, "Sorry about the mess, everyone. I'll pay whatever you need me to. I apologize on behalf of Deb." Everyone turned around curiously. A man in a white suit stood there gracefully, holding a glass of red wine with one hand, the other in his pocket. It was Hayden, topic of the day. His cropped hair had been cut into a flat top. His almond-shaped eyes were thick with joy. "Hayden," called his mom, Blanche Lou. She looked at her son in disbelief. After casting a silent look at his parents and his sister, Hayden walked towards Debbie and stood in front of her with a doting smile. But his eyes said it all. Complicated emotions lay hidden inside those gems. Debbie hadn't seen Hayden for more than 2 years. She had thought she had forgotten him, or that she wouldn't be emotional when she saw him again. She was wrong. After all, she had loved him once. It was impossible for her to feel nothing at all. You never quite stop caring for the other person, even if the other person turns out to be not who you thought they were. Something always lingers, always tugs at you. No matter how thin the thread that holds you, love is always the tie that binds. There was a dull pain in her heart. That was all. When Debbie remained silent, Hayden just smiled wider. "It's been a long time, Deb. You're looking hotter than ever." He'd been watching her ever since she walked in. She had changed so much he could hardly believe this was the same girl that he'd been with for 2 years. This meeting had brought memories of the old days rushing back into her head. Debbie fell into deep thought. 2 years, it was a long time to be together, even if it didn't feel long while you were in the midst of it. And the memories it left, they last a lifetime. And when it's over, all the things you used to do, places you used to go, the feelings attached to those things linger. Debbie was lost in her head. It was not until Jared nudged her that she came to her senses. Back in the present, she turned Hayden down quietly. "Thank you, Mr. Gu. But I wasn't going to pay them anything." The gentle smile on his face turned to a grim one at her response. How she could be so haughty was beyond him. She was only married to a secretary after all. And she was even bold enough to offend so many powerful families. "Deb, don't be like this." At this moment, Curtis and Colleen were at her side. Carlos insisted they show up. They were sharing a moment in the car earlier when he called. The man had just straightened his suit. But his tie was still slightly crooked. His normally perfect hair a bit mussed. Not to mention his slightly flushed cheeks and the goofy smile on his face. "Debbie, what's the matter?" he asked. Before Debbie could say anything, the old lady of the Chin family saw Curtis and regarded him with a sour face. "Let me guess, Mr. Liu. You'll take responsibility for her too." Curtis smiled and answered politely, "Yes, Mrs. Chin. Debbie is young and made a mistake. I apologize for any trouble she's caused." Hearing this, Emmett tugged at his sleeve and reminded him, "Remember, Mr. Liu, Mr. Huo didn't call because he wanted you to apologize." Having anticipated what Curtis might do, Carlos had asked Emmett to remind him at the right moment. That was Carlos, always at least 1 step ahead and usually 3. That was why he was successful at business and at Go. Curtis knew how Carlos usually took care of things, but that was not his style. He preferred to solve problems the mild way. But if that didn't work and things got out of hand, heads would roll for that. The others couldn't hear what Emmett was whispering to Curtis. They all thought that he was begging Curtis to help his wife Debbie out. Hayden was convinced that Debbie was Emmett's wife. Mrs. Yen had always been pompous. Even in Hayden's and Curtis' presence, she was hostile. "I want her to apologize. And pay for the dresses. No, I want 3 times their worth. For emotional distress." "Right," the crowd echoed. Curtis didn't get angry. His mood remained steady. He looked at Debbie with a smile and asked, "Debbie, you bad girl, you okay?" He sounded slightly reproachful, but there was no trace of blame in his eyes at all. Mrs. Zhang cut in, "Mr. Liu, it was our daughters who fell, not her." Curtis turned to her. "I know you want her to apologize, but shouldn't we find out what happened first?" Gail couldn't hold her tongue anymore. She pointed at Debbie angrily and shouted, "Mr. Liu, she poured red wine on us and pushed us. Everyone saw it. That's the truth. What else do you need to know? Why? Why are so many wonderful men protecting this? The tomboy? It's not fair." Lucinda was so mad at Gail's behavior she almost fainted. Her face was beet red now. "Shut up, Gail," she reprimanded harshly. Told off in front of so many people, Gail stomped her feet angrily, her cheeks burning, nearly as red as her mother's. Ignoring her mom, she looked at Curtis with a smoldering gaze and demanded, "Mr. Liu, why are you taking Debbie's side? Who is she to you?" As soon as the question was out, all eyes were on Curtis. So many people had been dying to know the answer. Curtis looked at Debbie and answered calmly, "I'm Debbie's principal. Of course, I can't sit idly when my student is in trouble. I'd be concerned too if it were you." Of course, he wouldn't promise to do the same thing he did now. The reason he had given sounded solid, sending everyone into silence. No one was going to question an august presence like him, and they knew the reason now anyway. "Jared, I should have known you were at the heart of this," a devil-may-care voice shouted suddenly. All heads turned back. A group of people walked in, or rather sauntered. Damon was in front, a herd of bodyguards in tow. Curtis noticed that Damon's buttons were catawampus. Some buttons were in the wrong holes, others simply not buttoned at all. He couldn't help but smirk. He must have been with some woman too when Carlos called, he thought. Jared was confused to see Damon here. Why's he here? What does he mean? He reflected. After some consideration he retorted, "Hey, they started it. What are you blaming me for?" Debbie tried to ignore them, but they barked and bit like rabid dogs. The daughters and parents were furious at his insulting remarks. They glared at him, wishing that they could just go up there and snap his neck. They wouldn't get very far. Damon's bodyguards would see to that. The willful youngest daughter of the Qin family couldn't stand such an insult. She pointed a finger at Jared and threatened, "Who are you calling a dog? One more word and I'll cut your tongue out." With a sneer, Jared put the back of his hand to his forehead, assuming a dramatic tone. "Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm so scared. What should I do?" Furious, the daughter of the Qin family started dashing towards him. Luckily, someone stopped her and grabbed her arms. Otherwise, Jared's face would have been covered with scratches. Well, Jared might have dodged a bullet from the girl, but there was a second one. While he was riding high, Damon walked over to the flippant boy and kicked him in the leg. "Dude, shut up. You got a mouth on you. Want me to take it from you?" he said. Even a blind person could tell that that kick was just for show. It didn't hurt at all. Clearly, Damon and Curtis were protecting Jared and Debbie, and they weren't going to let anything happen to the pair. Looking at them, the parents and their daughters trembled with rage. By now, Hayden thought Emmett had called Curtis and Damon to back him up. Of course, as Carlos' secretary, he was totally capable of that. With that thought in mind, he turned to his assistant and said, "Quinn, cut every young lady a check for 3 times the price of their dress." "Yes, sir." Quinn Yong took out the checkbook and began to draft the requested amount. But Debbie put a hand on the assistant's pen. She took a deep breath and said, "Thanks, Mr. Gu. But I don't need this. It's my fault." As more and more people got involved, Debbie felt bad. She turned to face the parents and their daughters, ready to apologize. Knowing what she was trying to do, Damon beat her to the punch. "Someone told me what happened. It's not Debbie's fault. There were more than 10 of you. Bullying a girl like that, hardly fair," he scolded. Carlos had found out the truth and told him about it. Damon wasn't afraid to offend any of those so-called important families. What just happened? A few simple words from Damon and Debbie isn't responsible at all? He even made her sound like a victim. The crowd wondered. "Can I leave now?" Debbie mused. She just wanted this night to be over. Without giving anyone a chance to retort, Curtis pushed his glasses up and echoed gently, "Is that so? Debbie, you may leave now since the truth is out. We'll take care of the issue." His words triggered the crowd to look at him, stunned. On the other hand, Debbie turned to Curtis and hesitantly whispered, "Mr. Liu." She was aware that the whole thing had started because of her. Thus she felt responsible. Just then Damon's phone rang. He looked at the screen and muttered, "Why is Carlos calling now?" Hearing Carlos' name turned everyone's attention to Damon's phone. Then as expected, Damon answered the call.
Carlos.
No one knew what Carlos said on the other end, but they saw Damon wave his hand while saying, "There's no need to send Wesley for such a trifle. It will be fixed right away." On the other side are daughters of the Mi family, the Qin family, the Yan family. Wait, what? Wesley is already on his way? Okay then. Damon gazed at Curtis after hanging the phone up and said, "Carlos asked Wesley to send some special force here. They're on their way." Carlos' name alone was frightening enough. More so, knowing that Wesley was rushing here with some special force. Gosh, no one dared to stand up for their daughter again. The air inside the room was suddenly heavy with fear. Discarding the questions in his head, Sebastian told Debbie, "Debbie, Gail was wrong earlier. I apologize for what she did. I'm taking her home now." Warmth filled Debbie's heart as she shook her head. "Uncle, I'm sorry for troubling you." "Debbie, come home for dinner sometime," intervened Lucinda as she patted Debbie's hands tenderly. It was now clear to her that Debbie's husband was not Hayden, but she was sure Debbie was connected with Carlos somehow. Afraid of Carlos, many parents thought that it was wise to get out of that place before the situation got uglier. They followed Sebastian's example and apologized to Debbie for their daughters. However, Blanche was an exception. She looked at her son and said with a sullen face, "Let's go home, Hayden." Then she gave Debbie a resentful glare and thought, "This girl was unlikable 2 years ago. I can't believe that she still is." So many parents were on the brink of irritating Damon and Curtis because of her. "Wesley and Carlos Huo may come down on us like a ton of bricks if we stay here any longer." "Mom, I have something to deal with. You and Portia go home first," refused Hayden with his hands in his pockets. Feeling that it would be very inconvenient to say anything more before these people, Blanche took Portia and left. Her face was livid as she walked away. Her rage was evident with how loud her heels were making tapping sounds against the floor. A relieved sigh escaped Debbie's chest upon seeing the last pair of parent and daughter had left that place. She muttered, "Thank you, Mr. Liu and Damon." As a reaction, Curtis cast a meaningful look at her and then gazed at Hayden. He then looked back at Debbie and said, "No problem. Go home early." "Okay," she replied obediently. Damon waved at Debbie. He then started walking towards the door while dragging Jared by the ear. "I'm going home, Debbie. Call me if you need me." After a short confusion, Debbie nodded and answered, "Oh, okay. Thank you, Damon." It was then that Jared suddenly kicked Damon's leg without any warning as he screamed, "Goodness, Debbie! What did you thank him for? Get your hand off me, Damon." Getting fired up, Damon began kicking back against his brother. The brothers were still fighting like little kids when they left, leaving Emmett, Debbie, and Hayden at the party venue. Despite all the drama, Debbie remembered how Hayden stood behind her amidst the trouble. On the other hand, Emmett knew his place so well that he turned to Debbie and said, "Mrs. Huo, I'll wait for you outside." Debbie hated to hear what Emmett said. Nonetheless, she remained quiet. She didn't want to be left alone with Hayden. Hayden's eyebrows furrowed as he watched Emmett leave. He wondered, what kind of husband would leave his wife alone with another man? "See you." It was Debbie's voice that cut through Hayden's thoughts. She then turned away as she had nothing to say to Hayden anyway. She was already about to leave when Hayden suddenly grabbed her hand and dragged her towards the hotel door. "Hayden, what are you doing? Let me go," shouted Debbie. However, Hayden just completely ignored her protest and kept on. Mr. Zhu, who was seeing the guests off at the door of the hotel, just watched them with a subtle look in his eyes and then said his farewell to them. He knew better than to get involved in those influential people's personal affairs. Hayden found an empty spot at the parking lot where no one was around. It was only then that he released her. The Abby was already on the brink of losing her temper when Hayden embraced her tightly without any further ado. She struggled to get off his hold, but the man had been firm on holding her close. Despite her pushes and kicks, Hayden said painfully, "Deb, don't reject me. I know you're married. I'm sorry for coming back too late. Do you even have any clue of how much I missed you in the past 2 years?" Debbie was stunned upon hearing how broken his voice was with emotions. The pain in his voice instantly rendered her powerless. Her hands involuntarily stopped pushing him away. "I know my mistake. Really. There wasn't a single day that I didn't regret treating you badly. Deb, can you forgive me?" confessed Hayden affectionately. He then swiftly scooped her cheeks with his warm hands. He couldn't believe how beautiful she was now, even more beautiful than before. Debbie's eyes turned a little red as she tried to hold her emotions. A faint smile cracked her beautiful lips before she said, "Too little too late." She had already fallen in love with Carlos, and couldn't even consider anyone else other than that bossy and tender man himself. However, Hayden was unwilling to take her answer and shook his head. "Divorce your husband and then marry me. If you divorce him tomorrow, I'll marry you the day after tomorrow."
Impossible.
"We cannot and will never go back, Hayden. I have moved on. Just." She wasn't able to finish her word when Hayden suddenly grabbed the back of her head and kissed her. As soon as his lips touched hers, Debbie instantly wrenched herself free and gave the man a crisp smack. Hayden's head turned because of the forceful slap. Through the way her finger ached, she could imagine how hard it impacted his cheek. Disgusted, Debbie wiped her lips hard with the back of her hand. "How dare he kiss me? How am I going to face Carlos?" she thought angrily. Taking a deep breath, she said firmly, "I'm married. I'll hate you for the rest of my life if you do this again." Then she turned around and left. "Debbie, I won't give up," Hayden shouted behind her. His miserable voice echoed throughout the parking lot, but Debbie wouldn't give much care about it anymore. She just paused for a second and walked on. It was Emmett who drove the car on their way back. Debbie rested her aching head against the car window the whole time. The view outside was just like merging colors as they were passing by. She was too rejected to enjoy it. She missed Carlos so much. Sensing that something was wrong, Emmett kept silent as he thought that she might need a moment alone. He called Carlos as soon as they reached the villa. "Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo is back home," he reported. "Good," Carlos responded shortly. Debbie felt queasy at the thought of that kiss. She brushed her teeth repeatedly inside the bathroom. She couldn't stop. Her gum bleeding, but she just kept on. It was only when her phone rang that she put the toothbrush down and gargled quickly. Mixed feelings surged inside her the second she saw the caller ID on the phone screen. Her voice came out sweet as she answered the phone. "Hi, what are you doing?" asked the tender voice from the other end. Tears welled up in Debbie's eyes as soon as she heard her husband's voice. She missed him a lot. "I'm at home brushing my teeth and getting ready for bed," she said. "Was everything okay at the party?" Carlos asked. Debbie hesitated a little before giving him an honest answer. "I stirred up some trouble. I fought with your woman, Olga. I also enraged the Gu family, the Chin family, and other families."
I'm sorry, Carlos.
"Olga is not my woman. But everyone is saying that she is," Debbie complained sadly. Carlos furrowed his eyebrows. "Do you want me to announce that we're married?" "Oh no, not yet. It doesn't matter. You're a wonderful person, so women naturally adore you. I'm okay with it as long as you don't like them." "Of course I don't like them. I love you," he assured her. Debbie smiled.
I'm relieved.
"I'm worried that someday when I tell them that I'm your wife, one of them will retort, 'I'm Carlos' woman. The whole world knows.' That would be embarrassing." She giggled thinking about the scene. "That won't happen. I'll take care of the matter with Olga." "Okay," she replied. It bugged her that other women had greedy eyes on her husband. But if Carlos said that he would take care of it, he would. Debbie trusted him. "Deb, do whatever you want. You're my woman. No one is allowed to bully you. I'm your rock." Even if you tore down the entire city, I would clean up the mess for you. But you can't chicken out ever. Curtis had told him what had happened at the party. Unwilling to let the situation get worse, Debbie had intended to apologize to everyone in the end. That wasn't the Debbie that Carlos knew. She used to have a devil-may-care attitude and never held back. For example, she had challenged him repeatedly despite knowing that there would be consequences. But nowadays she would cave in just to spare everyone the trouble. Seeing this change in her attitude made Carlos sad. You already know everything, don't you? Asked Debbie, burying her face in the covers. Yeah, you did a great job winning the fight. Keep it up. Remember, even if you blew up the sky, I would fill the hole, Carlos declared proudly.
Bull.
How would you do that? Debbie couldn't help but laugh at his ridiculous words. Her annoyance at Hayden had disappeared. Just leave the worries to me. All you need to do is be yourself, Carlos said firmly. Debbie understood him perfectly. Comforted by his words, she felt warmth spread through her body. Carlos Huo. Call me what? That was not the form of address Carlos desired. On this serene night, his magnetic voice sounded like a beautiful piece of music that soothed her nerves and took her into a wonderland. Honey, she called. Sweetie, I miss you. More than 2000 km away, Carlos listened to Debbie pour out her longing for him. His eyes shifted to the outside of the window. The night sky was littered with stars twinkling here and there, as if they were winking mischievously at the people looking up at them. Under the stars, the lights coming from the buildings formed all sorts of shapes. Together they looked like another star-studded sky, only more colorful and dazzling. It was a perfect night. I miss you too, he said with a smile. He wished he could hug her at the moment. Debbie rolled happily on her bed. Go to bed early. Don't stay up late. Carlos always worked late. Debbie was worried about his health. Noted. Wait for me to come home. Okay, she replied. After hanging up the phone, she texted Carlos for a while before going back to the bathroom to resume her routine. The next morning at school, when she was walking towards the classroom, a boy stopped her in her tracks. He looked her up and down and then asked contemptuously, Are you Debbie Nian? Debbie flipped her phone close. What can I do for you, Gus? You know my name? The boy frowned. He had always thought that he kept a low profile. Debbie rolled her eyes. You're Gus, Mr. Liu's younger brother, the fifth child of the Liu family. And it is said that you're gay. Debbie left that part unsaid. You fought well last night. Are you trying to get in between my brother and Colleen? It turned out that Gus had witnessed the fight at the party last night. After noticing how much his brother cared about Debbie, he was worried about the relationship between Curtis and Colleen. Debbie forced a smile, then sidestepped him and continued walking. Aren't you the best brother in the world? I think they should give you an award. Debbie Nian. Stop right there. Gus showed that. Gus had heard a lot about Debbie. To him she was an odd girl. Now he was seeing it firsthand. Everyone else on campus fawned over him, as if even his farts smelled great. But Debbie was different. She talked tough and left him hanging. Of course, Debbie didn't feel threatened by the boy. She turned her head and made a face at him. Catch me if you can. After that she ran away because her class was about to begin. Gus stood there sulking. Running was one of Debbie's strong suits. How could he possibly catch up with her? Getting angrier and angrier, he called his brother to settle the matter once and for all. Curtis, why did you help Debbie Nian? She's annoying. Curtis was surprised by his question. I told you to be nice to her, not to confront her. She's short-tempered. Be patient with her. Patient? Huh. Curtis, be honest. Do you have a foot in both camps? You know, you're too old for Debbie. Does Colleen know about this? Curtis was speechless at Gus' words. He thought that maybe he should get Debbie to beat some sense into Gus. Not wanting to explain, he simply said, She knows. Hearing this, Gus said disdainfully, You're a shame to men and to the Liu family. You're a pig. The call was disconnected abruptly. Curtis guessed that Gus was frustrated with Debbie. Meanwhile, Debbie was sitting in the classroom and counting down the days. Carlos had been away for 3 days and there were 4 more days to go before he came back. Life was boring without him. Casey walked into the classroom just as the bell rang. She ran toward Debbie as soon as she saw her. "Debbie, you've gone viral." "Viral for what?" Debbie was puzzled. "Last night when I got home, my parents were talking about you. They said that there had been a fight between you and a dozen rich girls, and that Mr. Liu, Damon, and Hayden all protected you so you didn't apologize to those girls in the end. In fact, they apologized to you. You rock, girl." Debbie hadn't expected the news to travel so fast. Casey prattled on about the incident. "You've become famous among the upper classes now. Since those 3 amazing men came together to protect you, all those socialite divas see you as a rival in love. If I were you, I would be more careful. You'd better ask your husband to hire a bodyguard for you." Casey wasn't exaggerating. The men that had protected Debbie last night were among the best in the upper class. It was said that Wesley and Carlos had almost come to her aid too. Those men were the embodiment of power and wealth. Every woman's dream men. However, Debbie seemed to have gotten the attention of every one of them. It was no wonder that the incident at the party was creating such a sensation. But what would be waiting for her next? Casey went on talking without even stopping for breath. "They all think that Megan's best days are behind her because the 4 most wonderful men in Y City protect you instead now." Carlos Huo has also clarified his relationship with Megan and declared to everyone that she is just his niece. She didn't even go to the party last night. There were too many rumors. Don't they have a life? Why do they have so much time to gossip? Debbie was annoyed. No wonder so many of her schoolmates had looked at her differently this morning. They'd looked at her like they wanted to get close to her, but they were also afraid of her. Casey waved her hand. "People think you have the support of Curtis, Damon, and Hayden, but they don't know that you have the support of someone even more powerful. Wait till they find out that you're Mrs. Huo. TSK. Y City is going to be turned upside down." In Y City, the most powerful thing wasn't money or status, but the name Carlos. However, when people found out that he was married, they might admire and respect Mrs. Huo even more, because she had managed to capture the heart of the mighty Mr. Huo. Debbie only half believed what Casey said, considering that she had a tendency to exaggerate things sometimes, just like Jared. After class in the afternoon, Debbie got a call from Hayden. "I'm not busy today. Can we grab a meal together?" he asked. "No thanks, Mr. Gu. I have class tonight." Debbie turned him down. "Deb, we have known each other for a long time. Do you have to treat me like a stranger?" Hayden asked, sounding depressed. "Yes. I'm married. I don't want my husband to misunderstand. I have to go. Bye, Mr. Gu." Debbie didn't understand why Hayden was holding on to something hopeless. When she and Casey reached the gate of the university, they noticed a sapphire Porsche parked at the roadside, drawing attention from all sides. Hayden was leaning against the car and talking on the phone. When he saw Debbie, he hung up and walked toward her. Casey nudged Debbie. "Your ex is here for you." Debbie had seen him, but she decided to cut him dead. Arm in arm, the 2 girls walked on without looking at the man. However, he quickened his pace and stopped them in their tracks. Once again, Debbie became the hot topic on campus. Everyone who was watching the scene started whispering excitedly among themselves. "Sorry, Casey, I need to talk to Debbie alone. How about I have my driver take you home?" Hayden said. Fully aware of what he meant, Casey didn't respond. She looked at Debbie, who was expressionless. "Hayden, we have nothing to talk about. Besides, I don't have that kind of time," Debbie said resignedly. But her words didn't affect the persistent man. "Deb, I know you're still upset, but can you please give me a chance to apologize?" Debbie took a deep breath and turned to Casey. "Casey, it's okay. Go home. I'll see you tomorrow." Casey gave Hayden a pointed look. "Mr. Gu, Debbie has a husband. I hope you won't cross the line," she warned. Hayden just smiled in response. After Casey left, Debbie got into Hayden's car. Both of them sat next to each other in the back seat. After a while, they reached St. Raphael Restaurant, one of the best French restaurants in Y City. Looking at the extravagant decor of the place, Debbie smiled sarcastically. It seemed Hayden had changed too. He had never taken her to such a fancy place before when they had been together. The manager received them and led them inside. Hayden was a true gentleman and let his arm linger near Debbie's the whole time, just in case. They were led to a table by the window. But before they could sit down, Debbie caught a glimpse of two people she knew and her face fell. They seemed to have just gotten here too. Along with them was a teenage boy. Debbie's heart broke when she heard the words that the girl she was looking at said next. "This is my boyfriend, Carlos Huo," Megan said to the teenage boy. The boy's face turned pale. He trembled like a leaf. "Let's sit," he finally managed to say. Hayden saw Megan and Carlos too, but he didn't notice the expression on Debbie's face. "I just saw an acquaintance. Let's say hi before sitting down," he said quietly. Before Debbie could say anything, Hayden took her to Megan and Carlos, who were just about to take their seats. "Mr. Huo, what a coincidence," Hayden said. Carlos turned around. When he saw Hayden, he maintained a poker face, but when he saw the woman next to him, there was a noticeable change in his expression. He fixed his eyes on Debbie. "Mr. Gu, what a coincidence," he responded flatly. Megan was surprised to see Debbie and Hayden. When she met Debbie's eyes, she quickly looked away, as if she didn't know her, and then intimately took Carlos's arm. Standing beside Carlos, Megan looked like a sweet teenage girlfriend. She even nodded to Hayden politely. Debbie glanced at Megan's hand coldly. What pissed her off was that Carlos wasn't saying or doing anything. Hayden had seen Carlos several times before, but Carlos had never talked to him. Hayden had wondered for a long time if Carlos had a problem with him, but now he realized that he'd just been imagining things. Oblivious to the tense atmosphere around him, Hayden continued, "Mr. Huo, I heard that you went to H country for a bid for a contract. Why are you back so soon?" Everyone in the business circle knew about the open tender. Since it was a big investment, many companies were interested. "Why am I back so soon?" Carlos thought to himself, glancing at the angry woman next to Hayden. "It's all because of her. She said she missed me." Before Carlos could respond to Hayden, Debbie tugged at Hayden's sleeve and said, "Can't you see how intimate Mr. Huo and his girlfriend are? There's no doubt he came back for her. The manager's waiting. Let's go and eat." Hayden knew that Debbie was being impatient, so he ended his conversation with Carlos. "Mr. Huo, enjoy your meal. We're sitting at the next table." Carlos nodded silently. Debbie turned around and sat in the seat that the manager had arranged for her. After they placed their orders, Debbie started sipping her tea absent-mindedly. "Where's your husband? Why didn't he pick you up after class?" asked Hayden. Debbie thought about it for a moment and then said in a raised voice, "Oh, my husband? He's walking the dog right now." At the next table, the teenage boy exclaimed, "Megan, are you okay?" Hayden was confused by Debbie's reply. "A dog? He left you at school alone because of a dog?" he asked. "Yes, a bitch. Opposite sexes attract each other after all, not to mention the fact that it's a good-looking bitch. So my husband likes her a lot," Debbie said as she drew circles on the table with her index finger. The two at the next table heard every word of hers loud and clear. Unaware of what she actually meant, Hayden commented with a smile, "No matter how much he likes her, it's just a dog. Are you saying that you are not even as important as a dog in his heart?" "I'm wondering the same thing." Debbie smiled bitterly. When she heard Debbie's first words, Megan accidentally poured hot water on her hand. Carlos asked the waiter to get some ointment for her, but that was it. He didn't do anything else. As Debbie's words turned harsher, Megan stared at the man next to her, a wronged expression on her face. Since he was within earshot, she believed he had heard every single word Debbie had said. However, there was no response from him. His face remained blank. Silently, Megan worked on her emotion. Soon, a single tear rolled down her cheek. Carlos didn't notice it, though. The boy did. He was talking about something, but stopped immediately and asked, "Megan, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Is it something I said?" "I'm so sorry," In a fluster, Megan grabbed a tissue from the table and wiped her eyes carefully. No, it's not. It's nothing. I'm fine, she said. It was only then that Carlos realized that Megan was crying. He frowned and handed her a napkin. Don't bother her again, he said to the boy sternly. The boy was the same age as Megan, and he was visibly terrified of Carlos from the very beginning. Carlos' order made his forehead sweat. He nodded and then nodded some more. Megan, I'm sorry for bothering you. Bye. As soon as he managed to stutter those words, the poor boy fled. Left alone with Carlos, Megan asked in a low voice, Uncle Carlos, does Aunt Debbie have a problem with me? She seems to dislike me. Last time, she got mad at Jake when I brought him to the villa. Now she is calling me Uncle Carlos. Megan sounded sadder and more desperate as she spoke. She started to pant for breath. Debbie could hear her crying. When she turned to look at her, she saw Carlos comforting the girl, holding her in his arms. She heard him say, Don't cry. You're in poor health. Crying will only make it worse. Debbie was shocked by his actions. She used to think that his tenderness was meant only for her. But now she knew that she was just being naive. It turned out that Megan was way more important to Carlos than she had thought. All the dishes had been served at their table. Debbie and Hayden started eating. Meanwhile, the pair from the neighboring table stood up and approached them. Hands in his pockets, Carlos said indifferently. Mr. Gu, enjoy your meal. I've already taken care of the bill. We're leaving. His attention was entirely focused on the woman who was silently eating her food with her head hung low. Debbie never looked up, pretending like he wasn't even there. Hayden stood up to shake hands with Carlos. Thank you, Mr. Huo. I hope we can have dinner together next time. Carlos nodded and hoped to take Megan out of there as soon as possible. However, Megan didn't move. She looked at Debbie with her reddened eyes and said in a low, gentle voice, Debbie, please don't misunderstand us. Tonight is just about. Debbie put her fork down and interrupted her in a calm tone. Don't bother explaining. I know my husband. Megan gnawed at her lower lip and kept her mouth shut. After giving Debbie a long look, Carlos left with Megan. Hayden picked up his wine glass and clinked it against hers. Debbie picked up her glass resignedly. You know Mr. Huo's girlfriend? He asked with a raised eyebrow. She nodded and sipped her wine. The delicacies on the table had lost their appeal. Hayden, I only came here tonight to tell you this one last time. I'm married. You and I will never happen. I hope we never see each other again. Debbie stood up to leave, but Hayden grabbed her hand firmly. When she turned her head to face him, he was smiling. Fine. Then let's be friends. Can you finish this meal with me as an old friend? She rolled her eyes at his efforts. Hayden could tell that she was getting impatient. He laughed. You're as impatient as ever. Deb, let's not waste food. Don't worry. I will drive you home right after dinner. Debbie sat back in her seat reluctantly. She finished her meal like she was assigned some tough task. Just as he had promised, Hayden got up to drive her home after dinner. His driver brought the car to the entrance of the restaurant. But before Debbie could get in, a Bentley pulled up next to them. Debbie's heart skipped a beat when she saw the license plate. It was Carlos' car. Emmett got out and walked over to her quickly. Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo asked me to pick you up. Hayden, who had just walked around to the other side of the car, didn't hear what Emmett had said. He was about to approach them when Debbie said, No thanks. Mr. Gu is driving me home. Debbie got into the Porsche without another word. Hayden looked at Emmett and thought that the couple was having a fight. That was what he had been dreaming of. Hiding his excitement, he walked over to Emmett and patted him on the shoulder before getting in the car. Emmett watched the car pull away from the restaurant helplessly and called Carlos. Knowing that Debbie was in a bad mood, Hayden didn't talk much in the car. Where do you live? He asked finally. His Porsche had just left the parking lot. Just pull over here. I can go home by myself, Debbie said. They remained silent for a moment. Light music from the stereo filled the awkward silence. Hayden sighed. Debbie, you don't love him, do you? He couldn't see any sign of affection in her eyes when she looked at Emmett. Debbie smiled sadly. Yes, I do. I love him very much. Hayden read her response as an effort to pretend to be strong in front of him. Okay. You love him. He drew closer to her to let her see how sincere he was. I don't mind being a backup. If you're ever unhappy with him, come back to me, all right? The genuine look in his eyes confused Debbie. Hayden, if you really like me, then why did you choose another girl over me in the first place? Hayden bowed his head in shame. After a moment, he looked up and pulled her into his arms. Deb, I regret that decision every day. Only after you left me did I realize how important you are to me. Debbie would have been thrilled if Hayden had told her this before. But things had changed and she had already moved on. She was not used to the new cologne he was wearing, and the man before her was, for all intents and purposes, a stranger. True, she hadn't seen him in a while, but the man whose arms she was in now was so alien, so changed from whom he once was when they had first met. Although she was in his arms, she felt there was a huge chasm between them. And that chasm was indeed hard to bridge. Time does change everything. Debbie pushed Hayden away from her and told the driver, "Stop the car." The driver looked at Hayden through the interior rearview mirror, hoping to get some indication of whether or not he should do this. But Hayden was silent and gave no cues, verbal or otherwise, that he should obey the girl's orders. He wouldn't do as Debbie asked without Hayden's say-so. Instantly Debbie figured it out. She fumed with rage and shouted at Hayden, "I said stop the car." Hayden was not angry at her behavior. Instead he coaxed her. "It's freezing outside. Let me send you home." There was a time and place to be angry, and now was not the time. However, Debbie didn't buy it at all. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "No, I'm not going home. Let me out." She put her hand on the door handle, ready to unlock the door and open it. "I'm not kidding. I'll jump." Besides, she was at the end of her rope. Her already frayed nerves had snapped. She had seen Megan and Carlos together, when he should have been away on business. Her heart hit rock bottom. What was worse, Megan had told the boy that Carlos was her boyfriend. And before Megan and Carlos had left the restaurant, he hadn't even cast a single glance at Debbie. Debbie was so mad she could explode at any time. Sighing in defeat, Hayden told the driver to pull over. Debbie pushed the door open and left without even turning her head. Hayden watched as the stubborn girl walked off. He rubbed his aching temples and wondered, what can I do to make her come back to me? Debbie trotted along the road, and then started to run. Finally, she arrived at Jared's housing community and rang him on the phone. "Hey Jared, where are you? I really need a drink, and a friend." "Tomboy. Drink. No. Your husband will beat me to a pulp if he finds out." "Damn it, Jared. Do this for me. Forget him. He's not worth worrying about." Jared could tell from her tone that Debbie was mad right now. "Tell you what, I'm at a friend's birthday party right now. Give me some time to say my goodbyes and we'll go to Orchid Private Club." "Okay. Orchid Private Club? Okay, anywhere that I can get a stiff, tall one," Debbie thought. "Okay. Meet you there." Then Debbie hung up the phone. Following the phone call, Debbie hailed a taxi that just happened to be traveling on the outer perimeter of the housing development. It wasn't the most luxurious ride she had, just an electric BYD 5, but it was comfortable and clean. Naturally, she gave the driver instructions to take her to Orchid Private Club. Carlos called her several times on the way, but she dismissed all of his calls. She didn't think that talking to him was a very good idea right now. When the taxi arrived, her phone rang again and she accidentally answered it. She remained silent. Trying to suppress his emotions, Carlos asked in a low voice, "Where are you?" "Hanging with my friends." She paid the fare and got out, walking towards the gates to the Orchid Private Club. "Give me the address and I'll pick you up." Debbie was about to tell him, "I'm not going back home now." But a cheerful voice interrupted her. "Uncle Carlos, the noodles are ready. Come and eat." "Seriously? He's still with Megan? Go to hell, you two." Blazing anger burned in Debbie's heart. She really needed that drink now. Without saying a word, she hung up on him. Looking at his phone, Carlos was stunned, not knowing what happened. Why did she hang up? I need to get to the bottom of this, he thought. At the gates of the club, Debbie put her phone back into her pocket. Before she could calm herself down, two men in suits and leather shoes trotted over to her. "Boss, welcome to the club," one said. "Good evening, boss," chirped the other. Staring at the two managers, Debbie forced a smile and said, "Hi. I need a private booth. My friend will be here any minute." "Of course. We've gotten room 888 all ready for you. It's Mr. Huo's exclusive booth." Since Carlos had transferred the club's ownership to Debbie, that meant they must be somehow related. The managers believed that they could let their new boss use Carlos' private booth. Debbie felt uncomfortable being addressed as boss. Sighing with profound resignation, Debbie looked at them and said in a serious manner, "Don't call me boss. You know what happened that evening. And you know Carlos. I might not be your boss for long. Just call me Miss Nian." Upon hearing that, the managers looked at each other in confusion. "Reese Huang," one of them said with a smile, "As you wish, boss. Miss Nian. Your wish is our command. We'll try to remember how to refer to you from now on. Thank you. Now the booth, please." Carlos was indeed a person who enjoyed life. Room 888 was the most luxurious booth of the club, with an area of more than 300 square meters. Not only that, but the seat cushions were just the right height to sit on and were designed for hours of use. If you wanted to, you could even lie down and nap there. It also had HVAC climate control settings, and controls for a flat-screen TV that rose from the middle of the table and receded when it wasn't needed. Apart from that, there was also a tea room, a jukebox, an auto mahjong table, and even a fitness area. It even had a large liquor cabinet against the wall, stocked with the finest vintages. Most people didn't even have houses this big. Not even in the US. Debbie hesitated a long time in front of the liquor cabinet. What did she want? Moutai?
No.
Erguotu? Not her thing. Maybe some cheap ordinary Tsingtao beer? She thought of something hard but then decided against it. She took two reds from the cabinet and asked Reese Huang to open them. While he was pouring the wine, Debbie ate fruit from a plate and called Jared. "You here yet?" "I'm in room 888, said Debbie. Jared was still driving. His purple Ferrari flew like a bat out of hell toward the club. "Really? Room 888? Isn't that Carlos? Never mind. Wait for me. I'll be there in 2 minutes." Carlos' exclusive booth had a strong appeal to Jared, who shortened the 5 minutes drive to 2. Punctuated with the screech of brakes, the Ferrari came to a halt before the Orchid Private Club. Jared was pretty eager to grab that booth. It was meant for the rich and famous, and now he'd at least have a taste of the good life. Jared entered room 888 before Debbie was able to take a sip. "You're so fast," she exclaimed. He nodded and had a look around. He'd never been here before. "Your husband is so rich. Look at this. It's a porcelain vase from the Yuan dynasty. I heard some rich dude bid 200 million for it at auction. I'm guessing that's Carlos. And now he just hides it here. What a waste. Oh, look at that. The painting is called, I can't think of it right now. But this guy was a famous painter. It must have cost Carlos a pretty penny." Debbie rolled her eyes and poured a glass of wine for him. "Dude, come on. Your family is by no means poor. So why are you playing the broke card?" Jared took a sip of the wine and his eyes went wide. He took the bottle on the table and checked it carefully. "Oh my God. This wine is from a private winery in Bordeaux." Debbie was getting a little tipsy now. "So?" she asked. "So, if you look at where it was made, when the grapes were picked and made into wine, etc., it's more expensive than Chateau Lafite Rothschild 1982. It costs at least $500. 000. What?" Upon hearing the price, Debbie coughed and almost choked on the wine. While Jared was looking around, she had gulped down 3 glasses of wine. She had filled the glass with the expensive wine and gulped it down in one go. I almost drank half the bottle, so that means I just drank $250,000. Oh my God. Debbie was at a loss for words. Hey, why is there only half a bottle left? How long have you been here? Jared asked in disbelief. With an embarrassed smile, Debbie stammered. I've been here more than 10 minutes. But I didn't start till you got here. Jared was stunned by Debbie's words. You drank this expensive wine like water? Tomboy, it's such a waste. If your husband found out, you'd break his heart. By the way, he's on that business trip, right? Let's get some of the hard stuff. I mean, did you see his liquor cabinet? Vodka, whiskey, brandy, Moutai. He has the best stuff. Tomboy. How about a bottle of limited edition brandy? This isn't that expensive, I think, he said, grabbing a bottle and examining it. Lured by the alcohol, he completely forgot about Carlos' warning. Limited edition brandy? Debbie blinked and wondered. This is all my husband's liquor. No big deal to drink a bottle or two. Besides, he's with Megan now. When Megan popped into her mind, Debbie slammed another glass of wine, snapped her fingers and told Jared, Sure, why not? Besides, I'm not letting you leave. You haven't drunk enough. Jared clapped his hands, cheerful at her assent. Awesome. He took the bottle from the cabinet, removed the lid and poured her a glass, then himself. The smell of alcohol filled the room. They clinked glasses and drank the brandy. They were feeling pretty good now, the two of them. The room was warm, the lights making the place somewhat indistinct, and their cares were largely forgotten. It was a good time, just these two friends, and in some ways just like old times. After 2 glasses of brandy, Debbie's mind was a blank. No more Carlos, no more Megan. She felt great at that moment. And that was the whole point of this little rendezvous. Jared was a heavy drinker. He was still playing on his phone. It was the latest version made by Carlos' company. After the upgrade, a whole world of games opened to him. And so he was busy downloading one while playing another. They polished off the bottle of brandy, and were about to find something else to drink when Jared's phone rang. He showed Debbie the caller ID and said, It's Casey. With a red face, Debbie stammered. Double is she? Calling you now? Not a clue. Maybe she's in trouble. Jared and Casey were good friends, but he and Debbie had a better relationship. He'd known Debbie longer, and she was just more fun to be around. Still, he cared about Casey. When he answered the call, his face changed dramatically. He jumped to his feet and yelled at his phone. Where are you? Debbie and I. Okay, got it. His face became a mask of solemnity. Debbie shook her dizzy head and asked, Jared, what happened? Something happened to Casey. She asked me to bring some people along to help. Let's go. Once she heard that, Debbie sobered up a little. She guzzled some more wine and put on her coat before the two of them left the Orchid Private Club. Casey was in trouble. Jared's Ferrari was parked not far from the gates. He managed to make his way into the driver's seat, but Debbie dragged him out and snapped, Get out. You're too drunk to drive. You kidding? I can hold my liquor. Jared's face was a little redder than usual, but he was fully awake now. Debbie shook her head.
No.
What part of no don't you understand? You'll lose your license and rot in jail. I don't think you'd look good in prison gray. Let's just get a taxi. Or call for a driving service. Although Debbie was drunk, she always kept that in mind. According to the law, if a drunk gets behind the wheel, he'll be held by the Traffic Administration Department until he sobers up, and his driver's license shall be automatically revoked. He'll face criminal charges and lose his license for 5 years. Driving service? Jared looked at the 2-seat sports car. You want to stay in the trunk? Debbie rolled her eyes and snapped. Forget it. Just call a taxi. Sighing in defeat, Jared gave his car keys to a security guard at the club and told him, Call the driving service for me, and ask the driver to follow our taxi. Yes, Mr. Han. At the Merja karaoke. When Jared and Debbie entered the private booth where Casey was, they saw many young boys and girls having fun. The room was very bright. The lyrics of a love song were displayed on the screen, but it was in quiet mode. People came up to Jared and welcomed him to the little soiree. Jared, what brings you here? I haven't seen you in a long time. Your girl looks familiar. She looks pretty. Your new girlfriend. Coming from a well-off family, Jared was popular in upper-class circles. Most of the guys in the room were from rich families as well, and were Jared's friends. Jared couldn't be bothered to introduce them to Debbie. He greeted them back and pointed to Casey, who was surrounded by several people. She's my friend. I get it. She called you. A girl's soft voice sounded. Both Jared and Debbie knew her. And Debbie hated her. She was Portia Hayden's sister. Brown beret, beige knit dress, black boots, haughty expression. That was Portia. Her brown long coat was folded and draped over the couch. She was rich and looked the part. How did Casey piss off Portia? Both Debbie and Jared mused. Hands in pockets, Jared walked up to Casey and then flung his arm around her shoulders. With a broad smile he turned to Portia and said, "Yeah, she called me. She's my best friend." Portia cast a scornful glance at Debbie, who was leaning against the wall, trying to look detached. Then she turned to Jared. "Jared, why are you even friends with this woman? You know she's a mistress, right?" Portia stressed the word mistress, which enraged Casey. She shouted, "Don't throw shade at me. Damn it, I didn't know he was your boyfriend. He told me he was single." Disdain was obvious in Portia's eyes. She told Jared in a mocking tone, "You need to be more careful next time you want to make friends with someone. Look at you. You have a hoe and a tomboy as friends. Good thing you guys are just friends. If you were dating one of them, you'd probably be tearing your hair out by now." Everyone realized that she was calling Debbie tomboy. They turned to look at Debbie and whispered to one another. Debbie was still drunk and you could smell the alcohol on her. Jared's face soured at Portia's words. The only person he couldn't afford to offend was Carlos Huo. As for people from the Gu family, he didn't give a damn about them. He pointed to Portia and snapped, "Who do you think you are? You don't even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as my friends. Come on, Casey, let's go." The boys around Casey immediately blocked Jared's way. Jared fumed with rage. "Get the hell out of my way." These boys were all young and rich. They didn't like what Jared said. One of them shouted, "Shut up. Did Portia say you could go? Why do I need her permission?" Jared's eyes swept over the boys around Portia. "Why do you guys all bow down to her? What do you get out of it? It's not like you need the money. I've got it. You guys fucked her once, and now you're hoping she'll put out some more, right?" It was quite normal for these rich boys to have threesomes. As for rich girls like Portia, only a few of them would agree to it. Many rich boys had had threesomes and foursomes before, but it was something that upper-class people talked about only behind closed doors. Most people in the private booth were enraged by Jared's bluntness, especially Portia. Her face turned pale and then livid. She pointed at Jared and yelled, "Jared Hahn, you're so shameless. Don't you dare think that we're as dirty as you are. How dare Jared insult Portia?" The boy standing nearest to Jared fumed with rage. He grabbed Jared's collar with one hand and got ready to punch him in the face with the other.
Fuck you, Jared Han.
"You're really asking for it." Just as his fist was about to land on Jared's face, Casey grabbed his arm and pulled it back. "Don't start a fight." Debbie staggered to the boy and patted him on his shoulder. "Hey dude." The boy turned to the drunk girl. Irritated by the smell of alcohol coming from her, he shouted, "Fuck off." Instead of getting angry, Debbie gave him a big sweet smile that caught him off guard. The very next moment, she threw her fist toward his face. It was too late for the boy to dodge. He got a hard punch in the face. Ouch! His hands flew up to hold his face in pain. Debbie blew on her fist. It had been a long time since she had fought with anyone, so she was a little rusty now. Her hand was hurting so much that she wanted to cry. Now that Debbie had started a fight, the room was in chaos. The boys gathered around Debbie and Jared in an attempt to avenge their dream girl, Portia. Casey didn't know how to fight, so Jared pushed her aside to protect her. The room was in a mess. Several of Portia's girlfriends ran toward Casey, planning to teach her a lesson. Although Casey didn't know how to fight like Debbie, She wasn't a doormat. She grabbed an empty bottle, smashed it onto the table, and pointed the broken half at the girls. The girls immediately stopped in their tracks in fear. Some of the people in the room couldn't afford to offend either party, so they tried to stop the fight but to no avail. One of the boys tried to catch Debbie off guard, but she gave him a spin kick, sending him flying backward. He rolled back and forth on the floor, wailing in pain. Debbie belched loudly and murmured, "Jared, I don't want to fight anymore. I want to sleep." With a sigh of resignation, Jared said, "I'll take you home after I beat these guys." That hurts." While Jared was talking to Debbie, a boy hit him in the eye. All Debbie wanted to do was sleep. She went over to Jared and knocked the boys around him onto the floor effortlessly. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Portia standing there as if the whole scene had nothing to do with her. She kicked the table beside Portia, causing it to move a few centimeters. The wine bottle on the table fell onto its side and the wine poured out. Portia wasn't fast enough to dodge it, so the wine stained her expensive boots. "Debbie Nian!" she cried hysterically. Debbie had destroyed her night dress a couple of days ago, and now she had stained her limited edition boots. "Damn bitch!" Portia cursed inwardly. Debbie shook her head in a bid to sober up and asked, "You called me? What for?" Realizing that Debbie was drunk, Portia took a deep breath to calm down, then raised her left leg and put her foot down on the chair. "Clean my boots," she ordered. Obviously, she wanted to insult Debbie. Debbie nodded. "Sure." She grabbed a piece of red dragon fruit from the fruit platter and spread it onto Portia's boot. "Actually, black boots don't suit you. Red ones look better." "See?" Debbie sounded satisfied. The black boot was covered with the juice and flesh of the red dragon fruit. Portia couldn't believe her eyes. Unable to maintain her elegant demeanor anymore, she yelled, "Debbie Nian! These boots cost me $130,000. Do you think you can afford to compensate?" Debbie shook her head honestly. "I can't afford to compensate. I have no money." All the money she used was from Carlos. Hearing that Debbie didn't have any money made Portia feel much better. She was pleased that Debbie was living a hard life. With a mocking smile, she said, "I don't care whether you have money or not, you must compensate for my boots. Oh, and the night dress as well. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson." At that moment, a boy tried to hit Debbie on Portia's behalf, but Debbie knocked him down. Just then, the door to the private booth was opened from the outside. Several policemen entered and shouted, "Don't move!" Meanwhile, in a new 3-story villa, Megan propped up her chin with her hands and fixed her eyes on Carlos, who was sitting opposite her and eating noodles. "Uncle Carlos, there's something I want to tell you." "Go on." Although Carlos looked calm and composed, his thoughts were all on Debbie. Megan hesitated for a long time, as if she was struggling for words. Finally, she said in a low voice, "I saw a man kissing Aunt Debbie in an underground car parked the other day." Carlos froze for a moment and then said, "Okay, I already know that." Then, he continued eating the noodles as if what Megan had just said wasn't a big deal. Silence befell the dining room. With an embarrassed smile, Megan tried to defend herself by saying, "You know, I'm not a girl who speaks ill of other people behind their backs. But, Uncle Carlos, you need to understand that I'm only saying this for your sake. To be honest, a woman like Debbie Nian doesn't deserve." "Megan!" Carlos interrupted her in a stern voice. Tears welled up in Megan's eyes as she continued stubbornly, "Uncle Carlos, you never used to scold me for anything. But ever since Debbie popped up from nowhere, if she behaved herself, I'd be willing to call her my aunt. But you've seen it with your own eyes. She has a close relationship with Jared Han, and even dated another man while you were away." Carlos put down the chopsticks, picked up a tissue to clean his mouth, and said with an emotionless face, "Megan, you've misunderstood her. She and Jared have been good friends for many years. Do not say such things ever again, okay? Go to bed early." Then he stood up from his seat, adjusted his suit, and walked toward the gates of the villa. Megan jumped to her feet, trotted after him and held his waist as he changed his shoes. She pressed her cheek against his back and pleaded, Uncle Carlos, please don't be angry at me. I just want you to be happy. Carlos was not pleased with how she was acting. He shifted away from her and said in a cold voice, I know what you meant to say, but you're overreacting. It's very late. You need to sleep now. Sensing that he was in a bad mood, Megan took a step back and said obediently, I'm glad you know that, Uncle Carlos. I'll go to bed now. Have a safe drive. Megan knew how to manipulate Carlos' mood. As expected, his face softened at her words. He nodded and left the villa. Inside his Emperor car, Carlos leaned back against his seat with his eyes shut. Emmett, the driver, stole a glance at his boss and then, carefully choosing his words, said, Mr. Huo, we have to attend the open tender in the nearby city tomorrow morning. When are we leaving for the city? The open tender was very important to the ZL group, and it was why Carlos had gone out of town in the first place. But after hearing Debbie say that she missed him, he'd squeezed out some time in his schedule and rushed back to Y City. Silence befell the car. Emmett could tell that Carlos was in a bad mood. Since Carlos didn't respond, Emmett didn't pursue the topic again. Just then Emmett's phone rang. With one hand on the wheel, he answered it. Hello, this is... What? When? Okay, got it. Thank you. Bye. After hanging up, he cast a careful glance at his boss sitting in the back seat, then cleared his throat and said, Air. Mr. Huo, something has happened to Mrs. Huo. Carlos' eyes flew open, and his piercing gaze sent a chill running down Emmett's spine. Emmett wanted nothing more than to hit the brakes and ditch the car to get as far away from his boss as possible. Meanwhile, the local police station was overflowing with young boys and girls, even though it was usually calm and quiet at this hour. The boys were behaving as arrogantly as ever, as if they feared nothing and no one. The girls, however, looked completely different from half an hour ago. Now they were sitting quietly in the cell with their heads lowered. One of the policemen was interrogating Jared, whose face was black and blue. Why did you start the fight? Jared raised his chin and pointed at another boy. With innocent eyes, he said, Sir, you should ask him. I don't know why they hit me. I'm confused too. The policeman knew how unruly these rich second-generation kids could be. He banged the table and said in a serious tone, If you refuse to answer, you'll have to celebrate New Year behind bars. New Year was just half a month away. While Jared was being questioned, Debbie was sound asleep with her head resting on Casey's shoulder. No matter who spoke to her, she kept her eyes closed. Finally, when one of the policemen pressed her too hard, she yelled, Why didn't you bring that woman here as well? She's the one who started the fight. The woman she was referring to was none other than Portia. Portia had made a phone call to Hayden as soon as the policeman arrived at the private booth. As a result, she hadn't been taken to the police station. Debbie wanted to leave too, but she didn't dare to call Carlos. Besides, she was still mad at him. There was no way she would call him for help. Anyway, she wasn't worried about herself because she believed that Jared would help her out. Debbie's stubbornness gave the policeman a headache. He shifted his attention to Casey instead. Unfortunately for him, Casey wasn't a well-behaved girl either and had been brought to the police station before. Like Debbie, she kept insisting that she was innocent and that Portia was the one who had started the fight. The policeman knew these people were all from prominent families, so he didn't want to waste his time on them anymore. Just ask one of your family members to come here. You can leave after we get their signature. Upon hearing that, Debbie instantly sobered up. Her eyes were red because of sleepiness. She cast a warning glance at Jared and firmly said, Don't call your brother. If Damon found out about this, so would Carlos. Initially, Jared had been planning to call Damon. He was afraid that his father would beat him up if he found out about this. But now that Debbie was asking him not to call his brother, his mother was the only person he could call. Casey took the telephone receiver away from Jared and said, This is all my fault. I'll call my dad. Don't. It's no big deal. Jared snatched it back. While the two were arguing about who should make the call, a man walked into the station. It was Emmett. As soon as Debbie saw him, she grabbed her two friends and used them to shield herself from Emmett's line of vision. Casey recognized Emmett immediately. Jared, however, was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to notice Emmett. Shaken out of his thoughts by Debbie's sudden push, he asked in a loud voice, "Tomboy, what are you doing?" "Shoot. He's such an idiot." Debbie cursed inwardly and kicked him hard in the shin. She then stole a glance at the entrance of the station, only to see Emmett approaching her. "Mrs. Huo, I'm here to bring you home."
No.
It seems that he already knows about what happened. "I'm done." Debbie wanted to cry. Now that Emmett knows, then Carlos must know about it as well. Swallowing hard to calm herself down, she turned around and asked, "Does your boss know about it?" A friendly smile crossed Emmett's face. "Yes. I'm screwed," Debbie thought. After signing some papers, Emmett took Debbie, Jared, and Casey out of the police station. Jared had to carry Debbie on his back. After realizing that Carlos knew about the whole mess, Debbie was so nervous that she could barely stand. At the sight of the Emperor car parked across the street, Jared whispered to Debbie, "Your husband seems to be here as well." Debbie froze immediately and tightened her grip on his neck. "Take me to your house. Please. Please let me go," Jared pleaded. "If you don't do as I say, we won't be friends anymore," she threatened. "I'd rather break off relations with you than offend your husband." Debbie was left speechless. Emmett, who was closely following behind, almost burst into laughter. He trotted toward the car and opened the back door for Debbie. Jared carefully helped Debbie into the back seat. Even after settling down into the back seat, however, Debbie refused to loosen her grip on Jared's neck. Jared felt like he was suffocating. "Tomboy, your husband's here. Let go of me," he said through gritted teeth. "What? My husband?" murmured Debbie, trying to play innocent. Her eyes swept around the car and met Carlos' cold gaze. She shivered in fear and released her arms. Finally able to breathe again, Jared straightened up, closed the car door and ran away. He didn't even dare to take one last look behind him. Through the car window, Debbie watched as Jared ran away from the Emperor car as fast as he could. Fear and disappointment flooded her. "He's such an ungrateful ass. How could he leave me alone to face a tyrant?" she cried in her mind. Bye, Jared. Bye, Casey. Wow, I'm so sleepy. I need to take a rest," Debbie murmured as if she was talking to herself. Then she leaned against the seat and closed her eyes. She dozed off quickly. When cold wind blew in through the car door and woke her up, she opened her eyes in confusion. Then she found herself in familiar arms. It took her a second to remember everything that had happened. But in order to avoid being punished by Carlos, she decided to play dumb. "Carlos Huo, it's you? Who am I? Where am I?" Carlos remained silent. Her heart sank. Her tricks didn't seem to be working. In a fit of desperation, she started to sing. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high." But before she could finish singing the song, she had an urge to vomit. She ran toward a tree and started vomiting. She felt much better after she was done. A bottle of water was handed to her. Without raising her head to see who it was from, she rinsed her mouth with the water. Now that her head was clearer, she could feel the cold gust of wind blowing past. She shook her head to clear her vision and found a man staring at her with piercing eyes. She was so frightened that she threw the bottle away. Her legs were shaking. She reached out a hand to steady herself against the tree and stammered, "Carlos."
No.
"Maybe I can calm him down by seducing him." She put on a sweet smile and said, "Honey, here you are. I missed you so much. Are you sober now?" His voice was still cold. Obviously, her plan didn't work. Anger was written all over his face. "What can I do? God help me." But Debbie maintained the smile on her face and said, "Yes, I am. Honey, it's late and freezing outside. Let's go home and go to bed." Debbie raised her left leg to walk, but her right leg went soft. She was about to fall to the ground when Carlos steadied her and pulled her into his arms. "You are as drunk as a lord. How are you planning to get to the villa?" Carlos taunted. Debbie covered her face with both hands in shame. "Honey, let's get going." She tried to act in a pettishly charming manner, but she felt like she was going to throw up again. However, Carlos didn't buy it this time. He stared at her red lips and became engrossed in his own thoughts. Honey, why not bury me in the earth? That way, many Debbies will spring up next year. I know that you don't like this short-tempered Debbie. If you're lucky, you might be able to harvest an obedient Debbie, and you'll love her. Many Debbies? I can hardly deal with one Debbie. Carlos' head throbbed at the thought. He rubbed his arched brow and said in a cold tone, After this semester, I'm sending you to study abroad. According to him, her unruly character had much to do with the environment she was living in. He thought that her friends Jared and Casey were a bad influence on her. Study abroad? No. Instantly, Debbie fumed. You're sending me abroad? Oh, I guess you want to send me as far away as you can, so that you can date women like Olga and Megan. Carlos' lips were reduced to a thin line, but he remained silent. Debbie raised her voice. Why are you not responding? Say something. You are feeling guilty because I'm right, aren't you? You don't want to leave because you want to get back together with Hayden Gu. Isn't that right? His voice was as cold as ice. Debbie was stunned by his words. Hayden? What does this have to do with him? You're judging me by the standards of your own vile mind. I got nothing to do with him. She snapped back. Me? Vile. Too impatient to argue with her anymore, Carlos grabbed her wrist and dragged her to the villa. Debbie staggered because of his sudden movement. She struggled hard to break free from his grip, but to no avail. Let go of me, you bastard. Let me go. Yeah, I drank. So what? I drank from your best collections. I will drink all your limited edition wine next time. And then you will have nothing left to drink. Unable to control herself, Debbie droned on and on. I'll mix the wine with Sprite and beer. And cola. Bang. Carlos locked the bedroom door behind him and threw her onto the bed. Mixing liquor with Sprite and cola will harm your intestines and stomach. Mixing wine with Sprite and cola will harm your heart and cause diabetes, he said in a calm voice. He threw his tie on the couch and began to strip himself. Mixing liquor with beer might cause duodenitis and gastric bleeding. Mixing wine with beer might cause chronic alcoholism. Lying on the bed, Debbie watched Carlos as he threw his white shirt onto the floor. He then began to take off his pants. She swallowed hard and mumbled, Air. What are you doing? Wow. His strong chest and tight abdomen. Debbie drooled over her husband's sexy body. Put on your clothes, she stammered. Put on my clothes? I came all the way here to fuck you, Carlos snorted inwardly. Ignoring her pleas, he pressed her against the bed with his body and asked, You want to die, don't you? What? Debbie didn't understand. If you want to die so badly, you don't need to down all this alcohol. I'll do you a favor. I'll fuck you to death. What? Carlos was trying to murder me. MMM. Her voice was muffled by deep kisses. The next moment, she was stripped down mercilessly. She really regretted provoking this angry man. And now she was going to pay the price. In his anger, he showed no mercy. He had rough sex with Debbie all night. Debbie quaked like a leaf in the wind. Uncontrollable moans filled the room. As he came, he called out her name, thrusting hard, then stilling as he emptied himself into her. She wanted to cry and yell at him. You monster! You old goat! But she was too exhausted to utter a single word. She decided to let him go for now. She felt him slipping something onto her finger, but she was too sleepy to open her eyes and look at it. She dozed off soon after. It was already noon when Debbie woke up the next day. Her eyes swept around the empty room. As far as she knew, Carlos had arrived in the nearby city in the morning. How did she know that? She had Emmett, and she could find out Carlos' whereabouts any time she needed to know it. So he squeezed out the time and came all the way here just to serve as Megan's boyfriend? Or just to have sex with me? Debbie thought to herself, confused. She raised her hands to rub her aching temples, and that was when she saw it. The diamond ring on her finger. She gasped. Where did this come from? Did Carlos put it on? When did he? Oh my God. Oh no. My head is killing me now. At economics and management school. Debbie slouched around on the campus, one hand on her chest. She had a necklace around her neck with a huge diamond ring as the pendant. The diamond was almost the size of a pigeon egg. She was afraid that she might be kidnapped if someone saw it. She could even see the shape of the diamond through her thick sweater. Luckily it was winter, and she was wearing a down jacket and a scarf. It would be highly difficult to spot the rock. But she was sure that the ring was probably worth at least tens of millions of dollars. It was the most expensive gift she had ever received. Mixed emotions flooded her. She was drowned in her own thoughts when she heard someone calling out her name. Hey, tomboy! A familiar voice shouted behind her. Turning around, she saw Jared limping over to her. He had a dark circle around his eye as a result of the punch from a boy yesterday. You didn't hurt your leg yesterday. What happened? Debbie asked, scowling. Frustrated, Jared shook his head and explained. That bastard Damon kicked me when I got home. I swear he'll pay for this. Why didn't you attend Professor He's class this morning? Was it because your husband punished you last night? He didn't punish me. I had something else to do in the morning. Why did Damon kick you? Debbie changed the topic as her face turned red at the word punish. But Jared was too careless to notice the blush. At the mention of Damon, he said through gritted teeth. He thought that he needed to teach me a lesson so that I wouldn't get into fights again. Damn him. He really thinks he's my brother. I don't give a damn about that. I'll get even with him next time. Debbie rolled her eyes and snapped. Why do you hate him? He did it for your own good. Debbie thought of Damon as a good brother to Jared. Jared snapped back. Oh really? And I think Carlos Huo does everything for your own good. But you hate him as well. I don't hate him at all. Debbie defended herself, frowning at him. I love him, she said to herself. Although she was still mad at Carlos, that didn't mean she didn't love him. I clearly remember you calling him a scum when we were drinking yesterday. You were saying that he dated Olga Megan. Jared had apparently heard Debbie grumble last night at the club. Slapping her hand over his mouth, Debbie yelled. Stop talking nonsense. You obviously misheard me. Jared didn't want to bother arguing with Debbie, so he changed the topic and said casually, there is a poverty relief project to support the people in the Southern Village. Are you going to sign up for it? If his memory served him right, Debbie was always enthusiastic about this sort of charity events. Yes, of course I'm going. Debbie replied firmly. In the past, she didn't have much money, but she still actively participated in the charity activities. Now that Carlos had given her a large amount of money to spend as she wished, of course she would go and put that money to good use. I'll just be doing charity on his behalf, she thought to herself, and she was okay with it as long as she could help others in need. I knew it. Jared groaned. But Southern Village is the poorest village in our country. The conditions there are awful. Besides, it's winter and the event will go on for at least a week. Are you sure you want to torture yourself by doing this? His words did scare Debbie a little. She hesitated, but when Carlos' face popped up in her mind, she gritted her teeth and said, Yes, I'm sure. I've made up my mind. Although Jared was dressed in a warm down jacket, he suddenly felt the whole world freeze after hearing her reply. A chill ran down his spine when he thought about accompanying Debbie to such a remote place where even a heater was a luxury. He couldn't help but pull his down jacket tighter around himself as his body trembled. In the multimedia classroom, Casey repeatedly shook her head in disbelief. Tomboy, please. Please. Think about it. Are you even aware of how bad the conditions in the Southern Village are? Most of the people in the village speak the minority language which you don't understand. There will be no heater, not even an asphalt road to walk on, no shower. She shuddered as she imagined being in such a place. Gosh, believe me, you'll turn into a complete mess after spending a few days there. Echoing Casey's words, Christina nodded her head up and down and then glanced sympathetically at Jared, who looked visibly depressed now. From the expression on his face, Christina knew that Jared was definitely planning to accompany Debbie in spite of his reluctance. Patting him on his shoulder, she praised him. I admire your courage, Jared. I didn't know that you were actually this manly. Unconvinced by her weak praise, Jared yelled. Dixon, get a leash on your girlfriend and ask her to mind her words. What does she mean actually? I've always been manly, okay? Dixon merely smiled and pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Then he said in a calm voice, Casey, Christina, you two needn't come along. Jared and I will go with Tomboy. Dixon was born in a small village and had lived there before he had come to the university. He was used to the hard life in the village, so it wasn't a big deal for him to spend a few days in the Southern village. With an apologetic look, Casey patted Debbie on her hand and said in a mock-serious tone, Tomboy, as your best friend, I know that I should share weal and woe with you. However, this is a hardship you're begging to be in, so I'm not going to share it. Take care of yourself. Debbie shrugged. She didn't mind. She had no intention of making Casey and Christina go with her. I'll be okay with Jared and Dixon. The two of you can enjoy your winter vacation in peace. After their discussion, Dixon wrote their names on the list, signing up for the activity. There were 15 students who were taking part in the project in total, and 4 of them were from Debbie's class. Intrigued, Debbie looked at the 4th name, Gregory Song. Gregory Song. She pondered. Isn't that the docile boy who took me back home when I was drunk that night? He looks like an indoor type. Why would he be interested in going to the Southern village? She quickly scanned the classroom and her eyes met Gregory's. Gregory flustered as they made eye contact. In a split second, he lowered his head and pretended to read his book. His face flushed bright red, but Debbie was too busy to notice it. She was marveling at his good-looking face. She pictured how charming Gregory would be if he dressed up like a hero in a historical soap opera. A lot of girls would fall for him. He is such a handsome young boy. He should be staying in a big city. Why would he want to go and do charity in Southern Village? Unable to hold back her curiosity, Debbie decided to go and ask him directly. As she walked up to the row of seats in front of Gregory, she gestured to the girl in the seat and she immediately moved to another seat, making room for Debbie. Debbie casually sat down in front of Gregory and asked outright, Gregory, are you going to go to Southern Village too? Closing his book, Gregory slightly nodded. Yes. I'm free during that week. The truth was that he actually had something else to do during that week, but he chose to take part in the poverty relief project instead. He knew Debbie's hobbies and he was sure that she would go. Seeing Gregory nodding, Debbie suddenly felt that his face resembled someone she used to know. She searched her memories but failed to identify the person. Time flew by and it was soon the day of their departure to Southern Village. Wearing a black down jacket, a knitted hat that matched her clothes and a pair of white sneakers, Debbie showed up at the high-speed rail station with Jared and Dixon. She was pulling Carlos' 26-inch black suitcase behind her. When all her schoolmates were assembled, Debbie was shocked to see an unexpected person in their midst. She pointed at the masked boy who was dressed in black casual clothes and asked surprisingly, Gus Liu? You are coming too. Gus Nered. What? Why are you bothered by it? Can't I go where I please? He kept it to himself the reason why he was there. The truth was that he was forced to sign up for the activity by his brother Curtis. Curtis had told him that he should go along and protect the girls. Debbie Nian is stronger than most men. She doesn't need my protection. And even if she needed someone's protection, it shouldn't have to be me. She has nothing to do with me. Gus Kurset Angrili. Suspicions rose in his mind. He wondered why Curtis treated Debbie so well. Could it be possible that they are in some sort of relationship? With that thought in mind, Gus stared at Debbie with contempt in his eyes. His hostile attitude quickly got on Debbie's nerves. If he hadn't taken the initiative to talk to her on the playground, she wouldn't have said a word to him. But Debbie didn't want to argue with a wimpy kid like him. So she rolled her eyes and turned around to leave. She spotted another interesting individual in the group and walked up to her. The girl was clearly pretending to be happy as she chatted away with the others. Debbie asked as she approached her, Gail, does your mother know that you are on your way to Southern Village? Gail seethed with anger at Debbie's appearance. With her back against her other schoolmates, she ferociously glared at Debbie and cursed in a low voice. Damn you! This is all because of you. Why do you have to do this goddamn charity? My father forced me to go and I am supposed to learn from you. Are you insane? Who would willingly want to stay in such a remote and poor village for a whole week? There's something wrong with her pitiful brain, Gail thought. Hearing Gail's words, Debbie instantly understood the situation. She nodded happily and said, I think my uncle did it for your own good. You haven't gone through any hardship in your life. It's good for a rich lady like you to experience some hard life from time to time. Gail wanted to vent out her anger on Debbie at that very moment. But since there were other schoolmates around, Gail had to pretend to be an elegant and well-educated lady. So she walked closer to Debbie and grabbed her arm with a fake smile. In a loud voice she said, Yes, you're right. I've brought so much snack food with me. I'll be giving it to the children there. By the way, what are you going to give the children, Debbie? Money. The school had already sent the donated clothes and daily supplies to Southen Village. Debbie didn't think it was necessary to bring more of that for them, but with a little money they could at least buy something they wanted most. She had brought something else too, but she wasn't going to tell Gail that. Gail's smile froze on her face. She ridiculed Debbie. You think you have enough money to spend on charity? And what makes you think that money has any use there? In a remote mountain area like that, what can you buy even if you have money? Shaking off Gail's arm, Debbie walked a few steps away and said coldly, That's none of your business. Remember not to drag the whole team down with you. Among the 15 students, 10 were boys and the other 5 were girls. Debbie knew most of them except 2 or 3 students. She usually met them at school and sometimes greeted them on the campus, so she was excited about going with all of them. It's like going on a trip with friends. At Southen Village, jumping off the bus, Debbie quickly ran to the edge of the road and began retching. To get to the Southen Village, Debbie and her schoolmates had first taken a 2-hour ride on a high-speed train. Then they transferred to a bus which took them 7 hours. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. The bus had bumped all the way along the rugged mountain roads, jolting the passengers on it badly. Debbie never had car sickness, but this time, she couldn't help but feel dizzy. She bent down on the roadside and retched a few times but didn't vomit. A few of her schoolmates had begun vomiting as soon as they got off the bus. The pungent smell of vomit and the disgusting sight of it only made things worse for Debbie. Just when she felt she was safe, her stomach churned violently, and in one loud retch she threw up. Dixon opened the lid off his water bottle and handed it to Debbie to wash her mouth. There's no hot water right now. Just take a few sips of this bottle of water first, he said. Debbie took the bottle and rinsed the taste out of her mouth with the water. Now that she felt much better, she was finally in a mood to appreciate the scenery. As they stood up high and looked around, the students could see the small village in the distance. Dozens of houses lined up at the foot of the mountain. Most of the houses were smallish one-story houses, with the tallest standing only 3-story up. Still feeling exhausted from the journey, Debbie stretched herself. It was refreshing to finally breathe the clean air of the countryside. But the biggest problem was the piercing coldness in the mountain area. A gust of cold wind blew over, threatening to freeze them into icy stumps sticking out of permafrost. Although they all came in warm clothing, they were not prepared for biting cold. The girls soon began to complain. Even some of the boys found it worse than they had expected. Once the villagers learnt of the students' arrival, many of them, especially children, stood at the entrance of the village to welcome the group. As Debbie and her schoolmates walked towards the villagers, they were shocked to realize that the children's faces and hands were turning red from exposure while they waited. And it really gripped Debbie's heart that the kids wore old, worn-out cotton clothes, which were far from enough to keep them warm in such harsh weather. Worse still, some of the children wore thin, baldly beaten shoes. With wide eyes, the children stared curiously at the visitors from the big city. Expectation and eagerness to learn about the outside world were obvious on their faces. Behind the children, there stood a group of old or middle-aged women, wearing genuine welcoming smiles on their tanned faces. They raised their gnarled hands and waved enthusiastically. The scene moved most of the students close to tears. Born and brought up in affluence, they were jolted, coming face to face with such abject poverty for the very first time. Even though they had already mentally prepared themselves before they came, the squalid living conditions here were way too unsettling. The donated relief supplies would arrive at the village tomorrow, so the students would start their work from tomorrow. After greeting the students, the village head led them to the host families, where they would spend the night. Since there were 15 students in total, they were assigned into smaller groups for accommodation in different villagers' houses, and some were in individual rooms. When Debbie saw the room that was arranged for her, she gave a helpless sigh. But she didn't want to complain, because she had seen Jared's and Dixon's rooms too. Compared to their rooms, hers was much better. The conditions were indeed terrible. The room was simple with only a wooden bed, a rickety table, a chair, a broken desk and an old wardrobe. Everything was seen at a glance. The only thing to comfort Debbie was that there was a new and clean set of bedding. She counted herself lucky for that. It was getting darker outside. After dropping off their own luggage at their different rooms, the group gathered at the village head's house and had dinner together. The village head had prepared enough food for the guests. On the long table, various dishes were served, everything from fresh farm ingredients. There was rabbit meat, turkey, pork and fish, all generously provided by farmers across the village. Although the dishes didn't look all that decorated, the aroma aroused Debbie's appetite. After a moment of hesitation, Gregory finally picked his chopsticks and took a bite, but the other girls sat still, sipping at their cups of hot tea, to get some warmth. Gus and Jared, both born into aristocracy, kept killing time by playing games on their phones, without even lifting their chopsticks. Debbie couldn't help but nudge Jared and persuaded in a hushed voice. "Jared, eat something. Show some respect to the villagers." Debbie knew sacrifice it must have taken the women who volunteered to prepare the meals. "The villagers would find it insulting if we don't eat," she thought. Reluctantly, Jared pursed his lips, put his phone aside and grabbed his chopsticks to pick a few slices of meat. However, Gus didn't care. He remained glued to his phone. Unimpressed by his aloofness, Debbie rolled her eyes, but she didn't want to wheedle him. As the team leader, Dixon realized it was incumbent on him to address Gus' indifference and maybe discourage anyone who might have similar thoughts. So when all the villagers went outside, he rose up to speak. "Hey guys, listen to me. The villagers have devoted a lot of effort to prepare this meal for us. Maybe these foods are not good enough for you guys, but for them these are the best. Probably they will only have the chance to enjoy such a big meal once a year, on Spring Festival. So let's be considerate enough, just like what Debbie said. Eat some and show respect to the villagers, okay?" After Dixon's words, all the students obeyed him and began eating the food, except one person. Once more Debbie rolled her eyes, but she came up with an idea. "Dixon, do we have anything to charge our phones tonight?" she asked. Maybe that would distract Gus. Dixon instantly understood what Debbie meant to say. "No," he answered, his gaze fixed on Gus. Earlier when they dropped off their luggage, all of their attention was on how bad the living conditions were, so nobody noticed whether there was any socket in the room or not. Thus, when everyone heard Dixon's answer, they woke up to another unpleasant reality. That was an inconvenience to their digital lifestyles. But right then, the village head and the other villagers came in with some pots of wine in their hands. Seeing them coming in, the students had to suppress their complaints and quietly ate the food again. Still twiddling his fingers on the phone, Gus squinted at Debbie. "Stupid," he spat out. Obsessed with his phone as he was, he had taken the time to check if there was a socket in his room, and to his relief there was. So he could play on his phone all he wanted without worries on where to recharge. Since Gus would not budge, Debbie took out her phone and texted him. "If you don't eat the food, I'll call Mr. Liu," she wrote. Before she came here, Curtis had given Gus' phone number to her, just in case they needed to contact each other for the time they'd be posted in the village. Curtis had also told her that if she had any trouble, She could ask Gus for help. When Gus saw the message from Debbie, he shot an incredulous glance at her, just in time to catch her returning the phone back into her pocket. "I've never seen such an annoying woman," Gus said. His voice wasn't that loud but was enough to be heard by their schoolmates. As Gus' eyes were fixated at Debbie, everyone instantly understood who the annoying woman was in his mouth. The villagers were preparing the wine at one side so they didn't hear it. Gail and the other girls chuckled under their breaths. What had Debbie done to earn his rebuke? Was it something major that Gus would carry the disagreement back to school? Unimpressed by Gus' behavior so far, Jared put down his chopsticks and wanted to retort. But Debbie grabbed his wrist and stopped him. "Never mind. Go on with your meal," she persuaded. At least, Debbie's message had gotten home. Feeling pressured, Gus had already taken his chopsticks and begun to take a bite of the food. As such, Debbie thought it was unnecessary to let Jared join the argument. Yet, a question suddenly rose in her heart. She didn't understand why Curtis had to ask Gus to come with her. In the middle of the meal, the village head's wife came to the dinner table after finishing her housework. A student stood up and politely ceded his seat to her, but she shook her head and chose to sit next to Debbie. As Debbie was relishing the special flavor of the peach blossom wine made by the villagers, she finally got to know why the village head's wife chose to sit next to her. She realized that she was specially treated by the village head's wife. The woman happily greeted in her local dialect and proceeded to add more food onto Debbie's plate. Although Debbie didn't understand her language, she could feel the hospitality in her tone and suppressed the urge to stop the woman from adding food onto her plate. Seeing how the two got along so well, Jared said jokingly whether the village head's wife wanted Debbie to stay and marry her son. Debbie would probably have a doting mother-in-law. Amidst amused giggles, everyone's eyes turned to Debbie, who pretended offense at Jared's joke. After dinner, the village head took them to attend a campfire party. The bone-chilling cold on the way made them yearn for the bonfire so much that when they finally arrived, they couldn't hide their excitement. A group of young boys and girls dressed in cultural costumes were on the site to entertain their visitors with dance and song. Beaming with glee, they greeted and invited the students to dance together. Debbie joined the dancing group too. On her left hand was a pretty girl dressed in a yellow cultural costume, while on her right hand was the handsome son of the village head, also dressed in a cultural costume and a large woven hat on his head. The young man and a few of the young villagers had basic compulsory education, so they at least had enough conversational fluency in standard Mandarin to have chit-chat with the students. It was sheer fun to finally have locals to talk to, ask questions and learn about the culture. After the campfire party, Debbie went back to her room, feeling thoroughly entertained. But she shivered in cold again when she went back to her room. In a few minutes, without washing her face, she quickly went to her bed. Rat-tat-tat. Debbie was startled by a sudden knock at the door. It was already well past her usual sleeping time, and she wondered who could it be at this ungodly hour. She had just unzipped her down jacket. She had no choice but to zip it up again. "Who is it?" she called out. "Young girl, it's me." It sounded like the voice of the village head's wife. Her guess was right. When Debbie opened the door, she saw the village head's wife and her handsome son standing outside. The woman smiled pleasantly on seeing Debbie and asked, "Young girl, did I wake you?" Debbie shook her head. "No, it's okay. I hadn't slept yet. Is everything okay?" she answered, confused as to why these two were paying her a visit at night. The woman turned towards her son. He immediately lifted up something from the ground and handed it to Debbie. "This is our electric warming fan. My mother and I have brought it to you so that you don't get cold," he told her coyly. "But, no, I can't take this. This is too generous." Debbie was deeply moved. As far as she knew, there was not even a water heater in the village. How on earth did they manage to procure an electric warming fan for her? She didn't want to prove a burden to anyone, but the village head's wife was having none of it and straightforwardly asked her son to carry the fan into Debbie's room. Before Debbie knew how and what, the boy had already plugged the fan into a socket and the room was filled with the slight hum of its motor. Thank you so much. But if I keep the fan in my room, what about you? You'll be cold at night without it, Debbie protested, though she wasn't entirely ungrateful. If she had guessed right, then this might have been the only electric warming fan in the whole village. With a genuine smile, the woman responded, "We're used to this weather, young girl, but you've come from the big city. You can't fall asleep at night without it. Please sleep tight. We should get going now." Then she held her son's hand and they left together, leaving Debbie to her confused thoughts. With the warming fan on, the room was soon filled with a warm ambience. Sitting at the edge of the bed in her thoughts, Debbie even forgot to lie down. She was confused. Why does the village head's wife treat me so well? Is Jared's joke true? Does she really want me to stay and marry her son? Truth be told, her son is quite handsome. But I'm married. I have Carlos. If that's why this whole special treatment thing is going on, I'm afraid their wish can't come true, and it's got to stop, she mused. As it turned out, she couldn't be farther from the truth. This was proven when she went to get some hot water. It wasn't only the village head's wife who was treating her so well. Debbie found that almost every person of the village who was a part of her life at the moment was being very kind. Even the owner of the house which she was staying in gave her special care. When she walked out of her bedroom and told the hostess that she wanted some hot water, the hostess immediately brought 3 thermoses to her bedroom. That wasn't the only thing she did. Earlier, she had prepared a new basin and a clean towel for Debbie too. At the moment, Debbie hadn't thought too much about these new things, because she believed that all the other schoolmates had the same things as hers. The notion was broken rather abruptly when, after washing her face and wiping her body, she slipped into the bed again. Much to her surprise, the bed didn't feel cold, and the fan couldn't have warmed the bed. It was too low for that. Debbie sat up and took a careful look. It wasn't until now that she noticed there was an electric blanket on her bed. And moreover, someone had turned it on in advance, so it was already warm enough now. A suspicion rose inside her heart again. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she took out her phone and texted Jared and Dixon. She asked cautiously, "Hey guys, do you two feel cold in your rooms?" After waiting for a long while, she received Jared's reply. "Of course we feel cold, Deb. I couldn't bear it, so I've come to sleep in the same bed with Dixon." Before Debbie could return him a message, she received a voice message from Jared. "Dude, what the fuck? It is such a cold weather here and I'm freezing to death. What's more, that jerk Dixon asked me to stay in the quilt to warm the bed for him. I'm so pissed. But I need to stay with someone to keep warm when I sleep, so I have no choice but to tolerate that guy." Though her friends were cold, Debbie couldn't help bursting into a guilty laughter. She could vaguely hear Dixon's complaint in the background of the voice message, and it was really comical. "Jared, are you a snake? Why is the bed still so cold? You've stayed in it for a long while." Judging from their words, Debbie was sure that they didn't have an electric blanket. "Am I the only one who has it?" she wondered. To confirm her guess, she texted Gail too. She couldn't sleep right now anyway if she couldn't figure the whole thing out. She wrote, "Gail, are you asleep?" Soon enough, she received Gail's voice message. They were all too cold to type with their thumbs. Is that really a question? It's so cold in this bad place. How the hell am I supposed to fall asleep? I shouldn't have brought snacks for the kids. I should have brought something to keep myself warm, such as an electric blanket. I don't even want to get on this cold bed. Debbie paused. After all, Gail was her cousin. Debbie didn't want her to catch a cold or get some serious illness, so she returned a message. "If you can't withstand it, how about you come to my room and we sleep together?" After waiting for about 2 minutes, Debbie received Gail's reply. This time she had resorted to text. "No way. I will never sleep in the same bed with you. Who knows what your body smells like? Not a chance. Damn. What a bad place here. I can't even find an electric blanket anywhere. I have bad smell? Fine. Then just stay in your cold bed." Debbie angrily repeated Gail's sentence in exasperation. She didn't care about her anymore and decided to sleep. The next day, the first batch of donated supplies had arrived at the Southern village. Therefore, Debbie and her schoolmates assembled at a small school and began to distribute the supplies to each household. The supplies were numerous, and by the time they were finished, it was already dark. One day had elapsed quickly. During the course of her interactions, Debbie also met a few children who didn't have parents and were being raised by their grandparents. She silently gave some money to the grandparents of these families. One of the children's grandmother was so grateful that she even knelt down in front of Debbie, which startled her, and she quickly lifted the old woman up from the ground. It would have been a touching scene, but Debbie didn't feel comfortable with someone in her feet. On the third day, since the second batch of the donated supplies hadn't arrived, the 15 university students took turns to give classes to the kids there. They shared a lot of things with the kids that they had never heard due to the poor education conditions there. They also sang a lot of popular songs for the kids. The shabby classroom had become noisy. A lot of villagers had also come to the school, and were even standing outside since there wasn't enough space inside. With keen pleasure, they listened to Debbie and Jared singing songs, and then listened to Dixon and Gregory telling stories. Everything the students talked about was new and interesting to the villagers. On the morning of the fourth day, the second batch of supplies arrived. There were new cotton shoes and clothes in this batch. The university students helped the kids wash their feet, and then asked them to try on the new shoes. Debbie didn't have any mission this afternoon, so she silently went to the yard behind the school on her own. She wanted a breath of fresh air for as long as she could have one. Earlier, she had told the village head's son to help her send out a few postcards. Have Casey and the others received my postcards yet? She wondered. She had just sat down on a big rock and taken out her phone, which had no signal, when a person suddenly showed up in front of her, blocking the cool sunlight. She raised her head and found that it was Gus. He was staring at her without saying a word. Debbie looked around and found nobody else here. Confused, she asked, "What do you want?" Gus kept his eyes on her without responding. Debbie got goosebumps by his gaze. "Damn it. Hey, you're a man and I'm a woman. Don't stare at me that way. I'm scared." Gus rolled his eyes at her. He snorted. "You're as stupid as all the others." Debbie was rendered speechless. What did he want? Is he here to stir up some new trouble for me? She thought. With that in mind, Debbie put her phone back and stood up from the big rock. She was about to leave, but Gus stopped her. "What's going on between you and Carlos Huo?" Gus had happened to overhear someone's words. Whoever it was, the person had said that Carlos demanded people here give special care to Debbie. With Carlos' name being mentioned, Debbie turned around and spat out, "Wimpy kid. Just mind your own business and don't poke your big nose where it doesn't belong." "What? Wimpy kid? Me?" Gus' face darkened. If Debbie weren't a woman, he would surely have punched her black and blue now. After Debbie had walked away, Gus immediately texted his brother. "Curtis, Debbie called me Wimpy kid. How dare she do that? I need to go back to Y City now. Arrange for someone to pick me up. I don't want to take that goddamn bus again." The signal was really bad in the village, and Gus had to try several times before the message went through. A few moments later, Gus received Curtis' reply with only a few words. "Debbie is right. Just stay there." Gus was angry at his cold response. He wondered why his brother always sided with Debbie. He was sure that Curtis loved Colleen, so there shouldn't have been any untoward relationship between Curtis and Debbie. "When I return home, I need to ask my father if they mistook me and Debbie when we were born. Could it be possible that Debbie is their biological daughter, and I'm the wrong one?" There were several times when Gus felt like Debbie was Curtis' real younger sister, and he himself was the one who had been adopted to protect Debbie. Avoiding Gus, Debbie found a quiet corner and sat down, looking blankly into the distance. She was immersed in deep thoughts. What's Carlos doing right now? I've been away for a few days. Has he been missing me? Since she was on a trip far away from the city, Debbie had left her diamond ring behind. Debbie! Her train of thoughts was interrupted by a voice again, and she snapped back into reality. Debbie turned to look at the person and gave him a friendly smile. Gregory. Gregory had helped her several times in the past few days, and she felt the need to be polite to him, though she did want to stay alone and allow herself to indulge in Carlos' memories. Gregory sat down next to Debbie. "Why are you sitting here alone? Are you feeling cold?" he asked in a concerned tone.
No, imukay.
She thought about her quarrel with Carlos a few days ago, so she wasn't in the mood to talk much. Gregory was a man of few words, so he didn't know what to say next either. Awkward silence filled the air. He unwittingly stole glances at Debbie, who had loneliness written all over her face. Finally, he broke the silence and asked, "Debbie, you look upset. What happened?" "Autumn. It's nothing really." Not knowing how to explain what had happened, Debbie gave him an embarrassed smile and then suggested quickly, "Let's go and find the others." Being alone with someone who had nothing in common with her made Debbie feel uncomfortable. Gregory stood still, watching his favorite girl walk away from him. He had a lot of questions for her, but they were all stuck in his throat. He wanted to ask her about her relationship with Carlos, but he knew that he wasn't in a position to ask such a private question. Left with no choice, he hurried to catch up with her to find their other schoolmates. On their way, they bumped into Gail, who was complaining to another girl about how dirty the village was. She was telling the girl that she was afraid of catching some infectious disease. Debbie had been hearing Gail's constant complaint ever since the day they had arrived at Southen Village. Every time she felt like rambling, she would complain to the same girl. But in front of others, she would pretend to be tender and sweet. And once again, Debbie got to witness Gail's instant change in character. A boy approached Gail and called her name while she was talking to the other girl. She instantly stopped wearing her long face. Forcing a tender smile, she turned around and said, "Hello, Tim. What's up?" The boy named Tim Zhang sheepishly handed a hot water bag to Gail and said, "Hi, Gail. I filled this bag with hot water for you. Please use it and keep warm." His heart ached when he saw Gail's reddened face due to the cold. Gail accepted his kindness with a sweet smile. Tilting her head down shyly, she took the hot water bag from Tim Zhang. He jogged away with his face flushing red. As soon as the boy was out of sight, Gail looked at the bag in her hands with contempt in her eyes. Debbie noticed it. She wanted to reveal Gail's true face to everyone so badly. Yet she held back her anger. There were times that she felt helpless. If she and Gail were to be really considered as enemies, then Debbie would have lost the game the moment they had been born. Since Debbie was the elder cousin, she had to concede to Gail no matter what. And taking into consideration her uncle and aunt, Debbie just couldn't get even with Gail, no matter how bad her behavior was. She sighed inwardly and then walked up to her. "Wow, it's so nice to be such a beauty. You even get hot water bags from your dear classmates." Gail snorted at Debbie's teasing. "Of course I do. But what about you? Does a tomboy like you get anything at all from anyone? Boys never treat you well, and now even Gus hates you to the bone." As she was taunting Debbie, she caught a glimpse of Gregory tagging along with her. A pang of jealousy stung her heart. She wondered why there were so many men around a tomboy like Debbie. Did all of the men have such bad taste in women? Shifting her gaze from Gregory to Debbie, Gail mocked. "You usually have a stupid puppet in tow, and now there is a weak lamb following you around. Debbie, where did you find such men of low qualities?" "A stupid puppet? Is she referring to Jarrett? Then the weak lamb must be Gregory." Debbie thought and looked at the emotionless Gregory for a moment. A retort was on the tip of Debbie's tongue, but Gregory forestalled her. Without even sparing a glance at Gail, he said, "Being a tomboy means that the girl has a cute, honest and forthright personality. She is what she appears to be. And it's better to be a stupid puppet or a weak lamb than be a hypocritical bitch. Some people appear to be innocent and tender on the surface, but deep inside, they are dirty and vicious. I could never regard that sort of person as a human being." Unlike the shy and quiet boy that Debbie was used to, Gregory was now provoking Gail aggressively. Even though he didn't spell out Gail's name, everyone knew clearly who the hypocritical bitch he was referring to. His words irritated Gail and stunned Debbie. Debbie had thought that Gregory was like a cute, docile pup which would never bite anyone. But now he wasn't just biting. He was viciously tearing someone apart. Debbie had never seen Gregory this way, and she was taken aback. With her teeth clenched tight, and her face flushing red in anger, Gail pointed at Gregory with a trembling finger, unable to utter a single word. It took her a moment to find her voice again. You? How dare you say that I'm not a human being? Gregory smirked. Miss Gail Moo, I never said that I was talking about you. Don't get me wrong. Or do you actually think that you are one of those people I was talking about? You. Her voice trailed off. Gail was seething in anger, while Gregory stayed calm. Seeing the exchange between them, Debbie burst into laughter. She walked closer to Gregory and whispered something in his ears. Gregory, thank you for the compliment. But this girl is my cousin. Could you let her go, please? Gregory was suddenly lost in a trance as he breathed in her scent and gazed at her delicate face. He couldn't say anything in return. Hearing no response from him, Debbie misinterpreted his expression and thought that he was angry with her too. Embarrassed, she stepped back and stood at a distance from him. Her gesture snapped Gregory back to his senses. Recalling what Debbie had asked, he said in a haste, Rest assured, Debbie, I'm not petty enough to try and get even with a girl. I'm going back now. He quickly turned around and ran into the courtyard of one of the villagers' house. Soon after Gregory left, Jared showed up and slowly walked towards her. With obvious worry in his eyes, he shouted, Debbie, where have you been? I've been looking all over for you since noon. Why are you just standing here? Aren't you cold? There's a stove inside the house. Come and warm yourself up. Debbie sniffled lightly. She felt touched by what all her friends did for her. Gregory had defended her in front of Gail, and now Jared was worried about her health. But somewhere in her heart, she felt like something was lacking. She wondered what it was. But she soon realized what she had been missing. When Debbie was close enough to him, Jared whispered, Hey, I got some interesting news for you. Mr. Huo had apparently arranged for someone to tell the village head to give you special care. Did you know about this? No need to answer that. I just saw a huge question mark pop up on your face. You had no idea, did you? Your husband is really warm and caring. Jared was so envious of Debbie at that moment. She had received some electric appliances to keep her warm at night, but he had nothing. He only had a man to sleep together with in the same bed to keep warm. Yet, the man wouldn't allow Jared to hug him. Debbie blinked her eyes, unable to process the information. Who told you this? She had no idea at all. She couldn't believe that Carlos' influence could reach such a remote village. I heard it from the village head, Jared replied. He had gone to the village head's house in an attempt to get an electric warming fan or at least an electric blanket. Much to his disappointment, he hadn't gotten anything. Perhaps the only thing to help him keep warm now would be wine, which thankfully, their hosts had supplied in plenty. So he joined the village head for a drink with the accompaniment of some hearty talks. But the elder was no heavy drinker. Only a few glasses down and he dropped the guard, turning into a blabbermouth. In between his juicy tales, he let slip to Jared that someone had requested the villagers to give special care to Debbie. Although he didn't know who that person was, he remembered someone mentioned about a name, Mr. Huo. From the village head's words, Jared could put two and two together. The surname Huo was a rare name, and even across the city, there was only one Mr. Huo, whose influence could reach a remote village like the Southern village. Touched by Carlos' gesture, Debbie flashed a sweet smile. But she didn't want to admit the happiness exploding in her heart. Instead, she faked a retort to Jared. No, I don't think the village head was telling the truth. Oh, really? But I can see you smiling from ear to ear. Why don't you just admit that you're on cloud 9 now? Jared teased. Debbie turned around and glared at him. Just go and do night running. It will help you keep warm. Do night running? No way. I would rather stay under the quilt, though I have to tolerate Dixon, he thought. In Y City, by the time Carlos came back, Debbie had already been away for about 3 days. She had left without giving him a phone call, not even sending him a message. Sulking silently, he took out his phone and called Curtis. Have they arrived there? Yes, they arrived safely, although my brother lamented the living conditions. Seems a little seedy over there, said Curtis on the other end of the phone. His brother? Guslu. Closing his eyes tight, Carlos said in a stern tone. It serves her right. She made her own bed. She didn't even ask for my opinion before deciding. I didn't know it until the name list was submitted to the school. He thought to himself. Rest assured. I've done as per your instructions and asked the people there to take good care of her. I've also sent Gus there to protect her. I know you feel bad, but it's only a few more days and she'll be back. Curtis understood what was going on in Carlos' mind. Carlos wasn't convinced that Gus could be of any help. Do you think I can bank on your unreliable brother for anything meaningful? He asked. If he hadn't known that Gus had shown no interest in women in the past 22 years and had been suspected to be gay, he wouldn't have agreed Curtis to send Gus there to help Debbie. The sharp manner of Carlos' question left Curtis doubtful. He paused for a moment and then replied, Well, anyway, he's a man. Somehow I believe he can protect the girl should the need arise. Besides, Jared and Dixon went along with Debbie. So just rest assured. Rest assured. There was no reason for Carlos to be distressed that she might suffer some harm. If anything, he was pretty sure she'd be just fine. But how would she cope with the other inconveniences of the trip? It was not until she set out for the southern village that he learned about the dismal living conditions there. It seemed like a village abandoned by the government, with virtually no basic infrastructure. For 3 whole days of her stay there, she hasn't bothered to call me. Not even once. I think I should just let her be. Why should I care after all? Carlos was angry at the thought. Yet much as pretended not to give a damn. For the 3 days of her absence, everybody around him could sense his palpable anxiety. For fear of getting on his wrong side, they went about work with caution. Now, seeing Carlos' deadpan face made Emmett shudder in fear. He knew his boss must be in an extremely terrible mood. Before he followed Carlos to the company offices, he took out his phone and secretly sent a message to the WeChat group consisting of his colleagues. He wrote, My dear fellows, attention please. A volcano is on the verge of erupting. Anyone who doesn't want to die, please mind your steps and don't step on our CEO's toes. So when Carlos arrived at the company building, all the staff tried their best to stay away from him after greetings. Nonetheless, even after Emmett's kind warning, there were still a few managers who were unluckily caught by Carlos and given a tongue lashing. The next day, the air in the CEO's office still felt heavy and oppressive. Standing next to Carlos, Emmett wished the ground under him would magically open up and swallow him to save him from this demon. But he knew he had to finish reporting to his boss no matter how much he wanted to escape. Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo is having a good time with a minority young boy. The young boy is quite handsome, Emmett thought in his mind. He continued, Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo is dancing with that young boy. Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo is taking a walk with that young boy. On the 3rd day, everyone in the meeting room held their breaths. They couldn't utter a wrong word, because they could feel the dangerous aura around their boss. When Emmett saw a postcard, he finally felt a hope. Oh, the senior executives and managers of the ZL group finally can be saved. Emmett exclaimed in his mind. For the first time as the CEO's personal assistant, Emmett rushed into the meeting room without even knocking at the door. Carlos' cold voice came. Emmett, what are you laughing? You have a good mood? Then how about I send you to the remotest place in the world to study the market there? Under everyone's curious and nervous gaze, Emmett mustered up his courage and walked toward Carlos. Carlos' cold voice came to a sudden stop when Emmett handed him a postcard. He took it and had a better look. On it was a picture of a beautiful landscape. There were words written on its back. Carlos, this is my 2nd day in the southern village. Have you come back from your business trip? I'm freezing to death, but you haven't given me one single call. I hate you. Carlos, I'm still so angry with you. It is just that this postcard is very beautiful, so I sent it to you on a whim. Then again, I think I'd better write a few words on it to jolt you out of your arrogance. Carlos, I said I missed you, but why haven't you said anything back? Do you still love me? Fine, if your answer is no. Then I'll stay in the Southern Village for the rest of my life. That way you can enjoy your time with Miss Lon or miss me. No one will ever stop you from doing whatever you wish. Carlos, the village head's son, is very handsome and his mother treats me really well. I'm moved. What should I do? But when I remember that your mother treats me even better, I'm left at crossroads. How can I forget you, even if it's only on Mom's account? Anyway, the children here are really cute. I've given some of your money to them in secret. Will you get angry with me? Some of them are orphans. If you still love me, how about we adopt one from them? I won't need to experience the pain of giving birth to a baby. But if there is a chance that you want a baby of our own and you still love me, then I'll consider giving birth to a baby for you. Carlos, there is no more blank space for me to write anything on. I'll stop now. Take care. But if you don't need me anymore, I'll be okay with it. You shouldn't let it bother whether I'll be bored to death or freeze into a cold pillar, planted on permafrost. It shouldn't disturb you even if a bear mauled me to a horrific, painful death. Written from a poor girl who would be bored to death, freeze into a cold pillar and be mauled to death by a bear. Finally, she signed off. Date: unclear. I forgot to charge my phone. It's already out of power. I don't know the exact date, nor do I want to ask anyone. That's it. Goodbye. From top to bottom, she had written on every single inch of the postcard, as if it was a novel she intended to write. Seeing the thin smile on the corner of Carlos' lips, Emmett heaved a sigh of relief, as if a burden was lifted off his shoulder. For a moment he assumed that the postcard would restore calm to the office, but unexpectedly, Carlos angrily threw the postcard on the table and demanded, "Who allowed you to open my letters?" The smile on Emmett's face froze. Mr. Huo. Mr. Huo. But you. Emmett felt wronged. It was him and Tristan who had been handling Carlos' letters in the company all along. But he swore that he hasn't read the content of this postcard, when he noticed the name was, "A Poor Girl." He knew it was from Debbie, so he immediately hurried to the meeting too and handed it to Carlos. Out of the blue, Carlos stood up from his seat and announced, "This project is well planned and very creative. The planning department has done a good job and everyone in the department can get a bonus equal to your money wage." He then turned to Emmett and instructed, "Emmett, ask the direction of the charity foundations to come and discuss about investment." There were some non-governmental charity foundation under the ZL group. Emmett instantly understood what Carlos was going to do. Ask the directors to come and discuss about the investment? Oh, if I'm guessing right, Mr. Huo is going to invest in the development of the Southern Village, he thought excitedly. When Carlos left the meeting room, he took along with him the postcard that had magically changed his mood. As soon as he stepped out of the room, noisy sighs of relief filled the space. Some executives almost cried out gratefully, especially the planning department. "Phew! Thank God! We survived!" one of them exclaimed. "Not just that. Each of us gets twice our pay this month. Isn't this great?" Someone responded excitedly. Back in his office, sitting leisurely in his chair, Carlos couldn't help but reread the words on the back of the postcard. Before he knew it, a smile had appeared on his face. When he had finally savored the words long enough, he opened a folder on his desk and carefully put the postcard in the middle of it. It was made of poor quality paper, but it was his treasure nevertheless. Looks like this woman has started to take the initiative, he thought. In Southern Village. It was getting dark. Debbie was jogging when she heard some noise ahead of her, which sounded like two people were having sex. It was awkward, so she stopped her run and stayed away from them. The reception was usually awful in the village. Unfortunately, she got signals at the spot she was at that moment and her phone started buzzing in her pocket. It was on vibration, so it didn't disturb the couple. She hid behind a big tree to take care of the call. Panting for breath, she took out her phone and saw the familiar number. Tears threatened to roll out of her eyes. This grumpy, hateful man. He has finally decided to call me, she thought, gratified and angry. After wiping her moist eyes, she swiped her finger on the screen to answer the call, but she did not speak first. Their stupid fight was still fresh in her mind. What are you doing? Carlos asked when she refused to say anything. His tone was flat. There was neither rage nor affection. Debbie was mad because she was disappointed. This wasn't the attitude she had been expecting from him. She wanted to throw a tantrum, but she couldn't find a good excuse. Having fun, she said after a long pause. Despite her sullen tone and short answer, Carlos smiled when he heard her voice. I got it, he said. Huh. She was perplexed. Got what? The love letter you wrote me. What? What love letter? I never wrote him any love letter. This fact-twisting capitalist. Blushing, she corrected him. It wasn't a letter. It was a postcard. She wouldn't write him a love letter and embarrass herself. The village head's son had given her some postcards with the landscape of the village on them. She filled the little space with her scribble and had asked the young man to help her send them. Since the village was so remote, she was surprised that Carlos had even received the postcard. But for Carlos, that postcard was a love letter from her, whether she admitted it or not. Unwilling to be fixated on such a trifling matter, he moved on. How are you doing these days? He asked, his voice full of concern. Debbie turned her head to listen to the two lovebirds who seemed to have gotten more passionate. It's freezing cold outside. Why do they have to do it here? These people are so freaking weird. She got up and retraced the path while holding her phone to her ear. Not so good, she answered honestly. These past few days had been the harshest days of her entire life. The temperature dropped to at least 10 degrees below zero at night. It was so cold that stepping out the door of their designated house was a struggle. Her answer was more or less what he had anticipated. Carlos hung up without another word. So typical. Would it kill him to talk some more? He hardly spoke 3 lines. Debbie went back to her room with a mad frown on her face. She couldn't stop thinking about Carlos. At last she decided to text him. Was there a reason why you called me? Yes. Again a single-word answer. Debbie cursed him 100 times in her head. And? What was it? She asked, trying to be patient. She was expecting a sweet response despite knowing that she might not get any. I wanted to know if you were okay. That was it. That was all she needed to hear to know that he cared. Her eyes reddened as she read his message. I'm not okay. She missed him beyond what words could express. She missed his voice, his hugs, his tenderness. Carlos might not have been too busy because he replied very quickly. I'm relieved. 100 question marks flashed across Debbie's mind. He's relieved to know that I'm not okay? What does he mean? Is he happy that I'm unhappy? Why does he hate me so much? She was too angry to continue talking to him, but what he had said lingered on, bothering her immensely. The more she thought about it, the angrier it made her. I hope you have a good time in Y City, Mr. Huo. Okay. Debbie's eyebrows furrowed while 1,000 angry exclamation marks jumped around her head. Arg! This man is so irritating. It had been overcast for many days in a row. The next day the sky finally cleared up. Gus sat alone enjoying the sun. Gail was helping an old lady pick out some tea leaves. Others were playing drop the handkerchief with the children. Jared was one of them. Since he was so tall, it was funny to see him running among the kids. When he started running around the circle, it set everybody off. The children laughed while shouting, Jared, tag Debbie. We want to see Debbie catch you. The kids knew how fast Debbie could run. Many of them even ran with Debbie around the village in the mornings. Jared refused as he panted. You're so mean. I won't tag Debbie. I'll tag you. When he dropped the handkerchief, the kids screamed, Ah! Debbie, Jared tagged you. Catch him. Debbie looked back. The handkerchief was indeed drooped right behind her. To make the kids laugh, she stood up and challenged Jared. You big guy. I'll catch you and make you sing Old MacDonald, in the middle D the circle. Then she started chasing Jared. To her surprise, he ran away from the circle, and she had to run after him. When Debbie was finally close enough to grab him, Jared stopped and pointed his finger into the distance and said, "Debbie, look." Everyone was automatically curious and stopped playing at once to look towards where he was pointing at. A little boy ran towards them and shouted cheerfully, "Look! So many cars have come to our village. The cool ones. I've only seen them on TV. What are their names?" Jared named the cars as he pointed at them one by one. Emperor, Bentley, and that's Rolls-Royce Phantom. The boy jumped in excitement. Right, Lice Rice. Pepper Shorty Butterball. Let's go take a look. We've never seen those cars before. Emperor? Is it Carlos? Debbie wondered. Then the familiar car and its license plate came into view. The 10-meter-away entrance of the village was on a low terrain. The whole village could see the cars parked there. Emmett got out of the car in an elegant manner. He immediately spotted Debbie among the others. After a few incidents that had taken place in the past, Carlos' employee had started seeing his cute and sweet wife as their savior. Emmett waved at her excitedly. The villagers didn't know who he was waving at, so they all waved back at him warmly. Debbie only looked at Emmett briefly. Her eyes quickly shifted to the back window of the Emperor. She could sense Carlos' tense gaze even with the window rolled up. He's here, I'm sure. Has he come to take me home? He always makes me mad and then try to make up for it by doing something nice. With that thought in mind, she looked at the car expectantly, and all her anger was gone. Among all the college students in the village, only Debbie, Dixon, Jared, Gus, Gail, and Gregory knew that Emperor was Carlos' car. However, not a single soul from this group knew why Carlos was here except for Debbie, Dixon, and Jared. Jared excitedly grabbed Debbie's sleeve as soon as he saw the car and said, "Tomboy, this is the moment that tests our friendship. Ask your husband to get me out of here too." As a matter of fact, Jared had called his dad the next day after they reached this village. He was asking the older man to send him a car and take him home. He badly needed a private car because the minibus that had taken them to the village made him vomit for a whole day. There was no way that he would ride that horrible vehicle again. It was bad enough that his dad immediately rejected his request without even letting him rebut the decision. Worse, Jasper went as far as telling all his friends not to pick his son up. He brainwashed everyone by claiming that his son needed to experience some tough life, which might help him change his frivolous personality. On the other hand, Emmett sent 2 of his men to discuss the details of the investment they were planning with the village head. He then walked towards Debbie. His action made everyone turn their head curiously to them. Thus, he and Debbie decided to move somewhere else so that they could talk privately. "Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo asked me to take you home. I've already sent someone to pack your things. You can get in the car and go home directly," said Emmett. Debbie looked at the car again with furrowed eyebrows. She then asked, "Is Carlos here or not?" A knowing smile crept over Emmett's lips before he replied, "Why not go near the car and check for yourself? How would Mr. Huo not pick you up personally when he knew that his precious wife is having a hard time here, Mrs. Huo?" he thought. Debbie was still trying to come up with the best response she could give Emmett when a tender voice suddenly cut in through her trail of thoughts. Emmett. It was Gail. What does she want? Debbie wondered as she gazed at the newcomer. However, Gail didn't even look at her and just walked straight to Emmett. She exchanged some polite remarks with him. They were in the middle of their endless greetings when Emmett threw Debbie a questioning look after hearing that Gail was actually Sebastian's daughter. Nevertheless, Debbie just remained silent, devoid of any expression. "Oh, so you're Mr. Mu's daughter. What can I do for you?" he asked Gail. "Didn't Mr. Huo come here?" Gail responded in a casual tone. Emmett smiled politely and replied, "He's busy. May I ask why you'd like to meet Mr. Huo?" Reluctance instantly flooded Gail's face. Of course, she wouldn't want Debbie to know what her real agenda was. Thus, she glared at Debbie and sarcastically asked, "Do you have to be here?" Debbie nodded calmly. Her face was still unreadable when she said, "Yes. Emmett came here for me." That answer made Gail feel a little embarrassed. Why is that? Are Debbie and Emmett really married to each other just like what the rumor says? Then why didn't Mr. Huo get angry with her after she expressed her feelings for him? Who on earth is really involved with Debbie? Jarrett? Emmett? Hayden? Or Curtis? Ah, Debbie is such a slut. On the other hand, it wouldn't be impossible for Carlos to just let her off easily if Emmett is indeed her lover. Considering that Emmett has worked loyally for Carlos for a long time, it is possible that Carlos just forgave Debbie because of Emmett. With these thoughts in her mind, Gail finally turned to Debbie and asked, "Debbie, what is Emmett to you?" Debbie was eager to find out whether Carlos was inside the car or not, and hoped to finish the conversation as soon as possible. Thus, she rested her arm on Emmett's shoulder and cunningly replied, "We're close." As to how close? Guess. Since Gail had already taken her for a slut, it didn't matter to add one more name on the list of the men Gail thought she had slept with. Debbie glanced at Gail provocatively before patting Emmett on the shoulder. She then said, "I'll leave my cousin with you. I have to go pack my things. Wait for me here." The possibility of seeing Carlos put her in such a good mood she even blew a kiss to Emmett while stepping away. Emmett, who was Carlos' secretary, couldn't be happier upon seeing how chirpy his boss wife was. He nodded to Debbie and dotingly said, "No rush. Someone is already packing your things for you. You can get in the car whenever you're ready." "Got it." After Debbie left, Gail looked at Emmett and asked anxiously, "How exactly do you two know each other? What does she mean by you two?" Confusion flooded Emmett instantly. His eyebrows were furrowed as he tried to figure out what the woman before him was talking about. It took him a while before he finally realized that she was talking about him and Debbie. "I don't think that's what you are really interested in," he coldly answered. That indifferent reply embarrassed Gail all over again. However, she wasn't going to waste the chance to pry into Debbie's secrets. Thus she asked, "When are you leaving here?" "Right now," Emmett deadpanned since he already knew what Gail was up to. Frankly, they didn't have time for sightseeing. Everyone of the company was super busy since it was the end of the lunar year. Hearing his answer thrilled Gail a lot. It was such a relief to hear them leaving soon. Nevertheless, she chose to contain her excitement since she had a public image to maintain. She needed to remain innocent and sweet. Then she asked in a low, soft voice, "Can you give me a lift? I'm sorry to disturb you, but my dad is too busy to spare me any time. So, She cleared her throat, trying to compose herself and remain polite as she spoke. Although Emmett was just a secretary, the fact that Carlos was his boss cut him from the rest. Gail couldn't afford to make a mistake, especially when she was asking for a favor, for example, right now. The fretful look on Gail's face almost made Emmett laugh aloud. This woman had always been rude, arrogant, and mean when she was around Debbie. Emmett would have turned this pathetic lady's request down if he hadn't received an order from Carlos that all Debbie's schoolmates should be sent home together with her. She had Debbie to thank for that. If it wasn't for Debbie, Gail wouldn't even have a chance to ask. In the end, he smiled slyly. "To be frank, besides the investment project in Southend Village, my job here is to pick somebody up. If you want to go with us, you can ask Debbie about it. If Debbie says okay, then it's fine by me." Gail's smile gradually melted upon hearing Emmett. She thought, so he came here just to pick Debbie up? It is impossible that there's nothing going on between them. Those things kept Gail quiet for a while. It was only after a few seconds when she opened her mouth again. "Why her?" she asked curtly. Emmett smiled and responded, "Didn't you come here because your dad forced you to learn from Debbie?" "Yeah, but what does it have to do with me going back with you?" Gail wondered. "Since you came here because of Debbie, it would be Debbie's decision whether you can go back earlier or not. It's fine if you don't want to ask her. It's totally your call." Time was pressing. Those were the last words Emmett said before nodding at her politely and walking away. Gail's face turned red with anger. Debbie, what's wrong with these men? Why are they all so good to her? I have to ask her permission to leave this place earlier? That's bullshit." Even though pissed, Gail decided to go find Debbie. It wasn't like she had any other choices anyway. Assuming that Debbie was packing her things, Gail went straight to her place. Gail had gone there to meet Debbie, but when she reached Debbie's room, she saw that there were two people looking for something in the room. Her breathing became faster until she realized it was two bodyguards. And after watching them for a while, she realized that they weren't looking for anything. Rather, they were packing Debbie's things for her. What was going on? What surprised her even more was that there were two bodyguards packing her things. The special treatment wasn't enough to make her suspicious, the number was. How much luggage could Debbie possibly have? Only then did it hit Gail that things were not as simple as she had thought. Something was definitely up and she was curious what. The bodyguards saw her, but both of them seemed not to care. They merely continued with their work. After they had packed everything that was visible in the room, one of them flipped the covers over, wanting to make sure that nothing was left behind. Instead of Debbie's belongings, a white blanket came into view. It looked much like an electric blanket to Gail. Sure that nothing was left behind, the bodyguards remade the bed almost oblivious to the blanket. At that point, Gail couldn't help it anymore and dashed into the room like a tornado. With one enormous swipe, she lifted the covers and the sheets. Aha! It was indeed an electric blanket. Shocked, she looked around to find an electric warming fan in the corner as well. What was more, there were a number of more articles for daily use spread across the room, which were brand new and barely seen in the village. None of us got any of these things except for Debbie. Why? It seemed that Debbie had more secrets than she had thought, and there was more to her story than she was letting on. Then Gail recalled that Debbie had invited her to sleep in her room the first night they were here, but she had refused, even insulting her in a way. Thinking about her stupid decision, she was extremely regretful. If she had said yes that night, then not only would she have slept soundly, she would have found out about this whole thing earlier. Panting, Gail went in search of Debbie once more. The latter was saying her goodbyes to some elders in the village. Regardless, she dragged her away from those villagers and demanded some answers. How come your room had much better facilities than ours? What's so special about you? And tell me one thing. Why do I need your permission to leave this godforsaken place? No, wait. I get it. Tell me this. Is it Emmett or Mr. Huo you are involved with? Gail studied Debbie's face after the string of questions she had thrown her way. With makeup, the girl had been the center of attention at the party the other day. But what was surprising was that even with bare face, her skin looked fantastic. Quite unusual. The past few days had been really tough for every one of those students and they had to make do with the bare minimum of facilities. However, even under such circumstances, Debbie had managed to look more feminine and beautiful than before. Gail hated to admit it, but that was the truth. She had noticed it herself. And she was convinced that only money, a lot of money, could bring about that kind of change. The puzzle was it Carlos or his secretary who had spent that kind of money on Debbie? Either way, it was clear that Debbie was close to Carlos. Gail started trembling at the thought. If Debbie's secret lover was Carlos, Gail believed that her miserable days would never end. Since Debbie was in power while she was with Carlos, she could make her life very miserable indeed. Who told you that you have to get my permission to leave this place? Debbie responded with a question of her own. Gail noticed that she sounded a bit curious. My permission? Why? It sounded odd to Debbie. Gail bit her lower lip hard and answered resentfully after a long while. Emmett, I don't want to get on that crappy minibus again. And you know, I came here only because of you. My dad wouldn't have forced me to come here if you hadn't joined this project. If you're leaving, then you have to take me with you. And you really don't have a choice because I am going to tell my parents what you are. As soon as they find out you've been fooling around with so many men, you're done. Debbie valued Lucinda's and Sebastian's opinions quite a lot, and Gail knew that very well. What infuriated her was the fact that it was almost as if Debbie had managed to steal her parents away from her. Nothing she did seemed to be good enough compared to Debbie. She hated every moment of that. Debbie took a deep breath, trying to control a wave of anger on her face. She then told her, Gail, I can take you with me, but you have to promise me not to mess with me again. And don't ever repeat that last sentence in front of me. I'll have you know that there's only one man I'm involved with. Who is he? You'll know that one day. But today is not that day. Can you do what I asked you to or not? If Gail knew about Debbie's relationship with Carlos, the whole world would know. She wasn't the sort who were too keen on keeping secrets. Debbie couldn't tell her yet. Gail was left with no choice now and promised. When Gail finally left her alone, Debbie bid her farewell to the kids who had just played drop the handkerchief game with her and her schoolmates. It was a tearful scene with the kids when they found out she was leaving. Her eyes watered a bit too. It was sad to say goodbye to these kids. Although she had not been here for too many days, she still felt a strange attraction to the place. When she finally left the school, still immersed in her sorrow, Jared suddenly popped out from nowhere and started dragging her towards the village itself. "Where are we going?" she asked, pulled along. She felt that both Jared and Gail were acting really weird today. "To where I was staying." "But why?" "To pack my things." Debbie wanted to kick him right in the shins when she heard that. "You can pack your things on your own. What do you need me for?" "To do it for you," she asked in exasperation. "Of course not." The village was tiny, and it didn't take them more than 3 minutes before they found themselves in Jared and Dixon's room. As soon as they came to the door, Jared pulled Debbie inside and locked the door. He opened his suitcase and threw all his items in as he kept an eye on Debbie. "You can't get in the car without me. Otherwise, I am going to be stuck here," he explained, noticing her curious glance. He believed that Carlos wouldn't allow him to get in his car unless Debbie was with him. Debbie saw his point. "Dude, you came here with me. Do you really think I will leave you and Dixon behind? Is that how you see me?"
No.
"Of course you won't leave us behind," he replied immediately. "But your husband will." His packing was done within minutes, usual for boys. While they were walking towards the luxury cars, Jared grabbed Debbie's arm tightly, as if he was afraid she would run away from him any time. Emmett was waiting by the Emperor car for her. Upon seeing them, a bodyguard took Jared's suitcase and led him towards the car behind him. "Mr. Han, please follow me," he asked respectfully. Jared clutched Debbie abruptly like an insecure child while shouting, "Where are you taking me? I'm going nowhere. I just want to go home." He was sick of this place and couldn't stay here any longer. Emmett stifled his laughter somehow, even though it was really hard to do after even a fleeting glance at Jared, and assured him, "Mr. Han, please relax. The cars waiting behind are for you and your friends." Hearing this, Jared was relieved and calmed down. "Okay, that sounds fair. Tomboy, I'm getting in the car." He sounded a bit embarrassed for having made a scene. Looking at the Emperor beside her, Debbie took a deep breath before getting in. When Emmett opened the door for her, she found the overbearing man she had been thinking of the past few days sitting inside staring at her. "What are you waiting for?" he asked. Debbie's heart started pounding, and she felt a burning sensation in her face. All the fights and arguments they'd ever had between them vanished completely from her mind. Even before she had gotten in the car completely, she had already wrapped her arms around Carlos' neck and kissed him on the cheek. Carlos was surprised by her sudden affectionate reaction. After the kiss, Debbie got out of the car again and smiled. "I have to go find Dixon. Be right back. Flirt with me and run away right after?" Carlos complained in a husky voice. Debbie's face turned crimson.
No, idiot.
"I don't plan to do that just yet. I'll be back soon," she retorted. She was about to turn around when Emmett assured her, "Mrs. Huo, all your friends have gotten in the cars. Please don't worry." "All right then." She found Emmett was a very considerate person. Nothing to worry about. Debbie bent down to finally get in the car. Suddenly a man in navy blue ethnic clothes called from behind her, "Debbie, wait." Debbie turned around. The village head's son was running towards her. It occurred to Debbie that she had said goodbye to everyone but him. "Just a minute," she muttered quietly to the man inside the car. Before Carlos could protest or ask what was going on, she had shut the car door and was walking towards the young man, who was breathless from all the running. "Debbie, are you leaving?" He looked at her sadly. From the way he was sulking and the way he looked at her, affection was visible clear as daylight. "Yes," Debbie replied with a nod. My family has come to pick me up. It was nice meeting you. Keep in touch. Debbie didn't want to break his heart like that and corrected herself. The young man took out a sachet from his pocket and handed it to her. I made something for you. It's a silver accessory. I want you to keep it as a souvenir. Debbie looked at the sachet in surprise. It was meaningful, she knew that. Reflexively, she tried to decline it. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. But it's a very big gesture and I can't take it. It may be worth little, but I will be glad if you take it. It would mean a lot to me. Debbie didn't know what to say. She was saved by Emmett, who walked towards her at this point. Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo is waiting. It's time to go, he reminded her with a smile. Mrs. Huo. The young man was surprised and confused. He knew what that form of address meant. Are you married? He asked in disbelief. Yes, I am, she admitted shortly. Thank you for taking such great care of me these days. My husband is waiting. I have to go. The young man watched the woman he had fallen for get in the car, heartbroken. The fancy cars drove away one after another. From the rearview mirror, Debbie could see him standing there alone. She felt sad to see him so heartbroken. She had only stayed in the village for a couple of days, but the villagers had been so nice to her, and the village head's family deserved a special mention. It was unfair that the young man had to face such heartbreak even after being so nice to her. Feeling sad? A cold voice asked, breaking into her thoughts. Yes, she admitted succinctly. Humans were sensitive. It was normal to feel sad on occasions like this. Do you want to stay and be the village head's daughter-in-law? Carlos asked coldly. Debbie turned towards him in surprise. His face was grim. Damn! What did I do wrong in saying goodbye? I didn't even encourage him. What's he sulking about now? She thought. Pondering over what he had just said, she slid closer to him and asked, Are you jealous? Huh? Seen through, Carlos tried to save face with a poker expression. Sit back, he demanded, though it was clear he didn't mean it. She refused to obey. Pressing her cheek against his arm, she asked while fluttering her long eyelashes, You didn't react much on seeing me. Did you really come here to see me, or what? The road was bumpy, but sitting in Carlos' car, Debbie could barely feel it. It was much better than riding a minibus. The next moment, the interior screen was rolled up so that the passengers could have some privacy. Confused, Debbie was about to ask what was going on when her face was lifted up gently. Do you want me to react? Carlos asked meaningfully. Looking into his eyes, she regretted saying that.
No.
She wanted to say this was not what she had meant, but actually she wanted to kiss him too. Inside the Bentley behind the Emperor, Jared was sitting with an expression on his face that was as annoyed as if he had just eaten a dead fly. It was all because of the woman sitting next to him, Gail. He couldn't help suspecting that Carlos had made this arrangement on purpose. Although every student unfamiliar to Debbie was sharing a car with others in groups of 2 or 3, whoever was connected with Debbie was given a separate car. Dixon, Gus, even Gregory were enjoying a car alone. Only Jared had to share a car with someone. And to make matters worse, that someone had to be Gail. The most irritating part was that there were no passengers in the 2 Bentleys behind them, and Gail could have been thrown in any of those 2. Carlos must have done this to torture him. Jared felt that it was so unfair. He had had to accompany Carlos' wife to the remote, backward village, and this was what he had gotten in return. Life was so unfair, especially to men. Jared, do you know what Debbie's relationship with Emmett is? Gail asked, even though she had anticipated that most likely, Jared wouldn't tell her anything even if he did know something. I don't know. Is she sitting in the same car with Carlos? Go see for yourself. What is she to Hayden? Can you just shut up? Or I'll kick you out of the car. Jared was fed up with her questions and couldn't take it anymore. Gail gritted her teeth resentfully but finally had to shut up. Since it was nightfall, the cars stopped in an urban district on the way. They would spend the night there. Even in such a simple area, Carlos was famous. As soon as the Black Emperor pulled up in front of the fancy hotel, The manager himself came out of the hotel with some foremen. Emmett got out first and opened the back door for the passengers inside. As soon as people caught a glimpse of their distinguished guest, they all began trying to please him. "Good evening, Mr. Huo. Welcome to our hotel, Mr. Huo." Carlos merely nodded to the barrage of pleasantries and held out his right hand towards the car. A woman closely wrapped in a purple down jacket emerged from the car. She had completely wrapped herself and only her eyes could be seen. Her big eyes looked around curiously. She then took Carlos' hand and jumped out of the car. The employees of the hotel couldn't believe their eyes. They had received countless upper-class females, but never had they seen anyone so unique. What shocked them more was that when the two were about to enter the hotel, Carlos pulled the woman into his arms, as if to tell everyone that the woman was his and his only. "Is this the woman in the rumors?" they wondered. Carlos had always told Debbie that they would keep a low-key profile, but anywhere Carlos went it was never low-key. Right now only 5 men had greeted them by the car alone, and another 10 were standing in 2 lines in front of the door. Debbie was glad that she had covered her face with her hat and scarf, even though Carlos was against it. She didn't want to expose her face. Anyone could have snapped a picture and posted it online. Then the whole world would know. 2 managers led the way to their presidential suite. In the elevator, Carlos was still holding her tightly. Since they were not alone, Debbie felt embarrassed to be intimate. She tried to pry his hand away, but Carlos wouldn't let her get his hand off her. With 2 hotel managers and Emmett beside them and 2 bodyguards behind them, Debbie tried her best to keep the interaction between them inconspicuous. However, Emmett noticed it and gave her a knowing smile, making her blush a deep crimson behind the scarf. Soon, the modern elevator reached its destination and the managers themselves opened their suite for them. The bodyguards stopped the managers and the waiters from going inside. They themselves positioned on either side of the door. Once Carlos and Debbie had stepped inside their suite, Emmett closed the door and with a click, the self-locking door was closed. "Thank you, Mr. Yu. I think right now what Mr. Huo needs is some privacy. Are the other rooms all set?" he asked one of the managers. "Emmett, you're being too polite. We'll leave you be. You know where to find me if I'm needed," said the manager with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Yu." Emmett had already made arrangements to make sure that Carlos and Debbie arrived at the hotel a few minutes before the others. 5 minutes after Carlos had entered his room with Debbie, Emmett parked the car in the parking lot and then walked back to the hotel. When the others reached the hotel, they didn't see Carlos Emperor. Jared looked around. When he saw neither Debbie nor the Emperor, he asked one of Carlos' bodyguards where Debbie was. That was when he learnt that Debbie had arrived at the hotel a few minutes before them, and that most possibly, she was already in her hotel room. Jared hesitated a little before he decided to call her. However, she didn't answer his call. To put it more precisely, she cut the call. What's wrong with her? Jared wondered. After pondering over it, he whispered to one of the bodyguards with a goofy smile. "Mr. Huo is here, isn't he?" Emmett had told the bodyguards when to talk and when to keep their mouths shut. The bodyguard assumed that it should be safe to answer Jared's question, so he nodded. "That's what I thought," Jared gloated. Deciding to leave the couple alone, he put his phone away and strolled into his room humming a tune as he pulled his luggage behind him. Just as Jared had imagined, the scene in the presidential suite was screeching hot. Its 2 occupants had been apart for too many days. Debbie was stripped down to her bra and panties. Lost in Carlos' kisses, she lay in bed enjoying their reunion. When her phone rang, Carlos turned it off impatiently, without even checking who was calling. His lips never left her body the whole time. "Wait, I have to take a shower first," she said as Carlos' breathing got heavier. Southern Village was too cold and lacked facilities, so she had never got the chance to have a proper shower. "Let's bathe together afterwards," he moaned in her ear. "But I haven't showered in days," she confessed, a little embarrassed. Knowing he was a neat freak, she thought that he would let her go the moment she said that. However, Carlos didn't care. He continued to do what he wanted without a word. He had wanted to have sex with her in the car on their way to the hotel. But Debbie had turned him down, saying that it was embarrassing with the driver in the car. But he had been very handsy all the way. Frustrated as well. Now that they were finally alone, he was acting like a wild predator set loose on its prey. Seeing his hungry eyes, Debbie recalled the crazy night when she had gotten drunk. "Can I ask you something?" Can you be gentle, honey?" Gentle. Except for the one night long back, he hadn't been intimate with her for a while. Being gentle was the last thing on his mind. 2 minutes later, Debbie was pressed against the window. In a presidential suite 2 doors away from Debbie and Carlos, a girl toured the suite excitedly a couple of times, exclaiming, "This is great. You get what you pay for." She rolled on the soft bed until she was tired. Then with one hand propped against her chin, she said, "I should remember to thank Debbie someday. If it wasn't for her, I would have never had the chance to stay in such a luxurious presidential suite." A chubby boy seconded her, nodding his head. "The car was so damn comfortable. I've never sat inside a Bentley Mulsanne before. $5 million. I used to be afraid to even get close to one of those cars. But today, thanks to Debbie, I was in it. Who could have imagined it?" Hearing all the fuss, Jared joked as he leaned against the door. "You should hang out with me from now on. I'll make sure that you get to ride in a luxury car every day." Jared had despised Gail the whole time since they had been stuck in the same car. And finally here came her chance to humiliate him. She took it immediately. "Ride in a luxury car every day? The entire city knows how strict your dad is. Nobody came to pick you up from South End Village. You can't even get yourself a luxury car. How do you plan on letting others ride in them every day?" Ever since he had gotten out of the cold village, Jared had been in a good mood. Right now, enjoying the heat and the luxury of the suite, he couldn't have been happier. Even Gail's insults didn't make him lose his temper. "Your dad didn't pick you up either. You are here because of your cousin, Debbie. Don't forget that. You're no better than me." Surprised gazes fell on Gail when the other students heard what Jared had said. A barrage of questions was thrown at her. "Gail, Debbie is your cousin? How come you've never mentioned it before? How are you two related?" Gail smiled awkwardly. She had never mentioned her relationship with Debbie to anyone. She didn't want to have anything to do with Debbie. Now that Jared had revealed her secret, she was forced to admit it. "Yes, Debbie is my cousin. My mom is her aunt." "What's her family like?" a gossipy girl asked. "So many posh cars came to pick her up. She must be rich." Gail cleared her throat and acted sad. "Actually, she is from a poor family. She had a tough childhood. Her parents got divorced when she was little, and her dad died later." Gail's words at once denied the theory that Debbie was from a rich family. However, they saw that Debbie was living an extravagant life. They wondered where her money came from. Another theory popped up into everyone's head. Yet, no one dared to say it since her good friend, Jared, was among them. But he could sense what they were thinking. His good mood disappeared in an instant. He started yelling, "You bunch of pathetic, nosy idiots. Debbie may be rich or poor, but what does it have to do with you? Debbie's boyfriend is rich and he loves her. He came to pick her up today. Moved by the fact that you all had volunteered for some public good, he decided to give you people some comfort. And now you are all talking about Debbie behind her back. I'm ashamed to be with you knuckleheads." It was true that Carlos had sent the cars because the students had volunteered to help the villagers and kids in South End Village despite the cold weather. Also, he had taken care of the expenses on the road, including the food, hotels, and the transportation. Carlos somehow made the students attribute everything to Debbie. The students quieted down after Jared's outburst. Gregory, who had been silently staring at his phone all the while, decided not to utter a word, no matter what. Back in the village, he had seen Debbie get into Carlos' Emperor and Emmett was driving the car. In the city, Carlos was the only one who could boss Emmett around. Considering the fact that Carlos' car had reached the hotel 5 minutes earlier than them, he figured that they were trying to avoid the others. He assumed that Carlos had indeed come to the village and had been in the same car with Debbie. He had always refused to give any heed to the rumors about Debbie, but now it all added up. Debbie's boyfriend, whom Jared had just mentioned, had to be Carlos. Gregory recalled that the other night when Debbie had gotten drunk, she had gone to Carlos' house. Debbie had shouted Carlos Huo, "I love you" 10 times on campus. She had confessed her feelings for Carlos in Curtis' presence, and she hadn't faced any punishment for doing so. If Debbie and Carlos were really lovers, then all of those made perfect sense. At around 8 p.m., the elevator descended gracefully into the hotel lobby, and a couple walked out, hand in hand. The woman had zipped her coat all the way to the top, put her hood up, and pulled the drawstrings tight. No one would be able to recognize who she was. "Mr. Huo, are you going out? Do you need a car?" the lobby manager asked with the utmost respect. "No," Carlos answered shortly. "Yes, Mr. Huo. Do you need any other services?"
No.
"Sure, Mr. Huo. Goodbye." The manager always made a fuss whenever Carlos was around. On their way out, Carlos and Debbie had to bear the greetings from several hotel staff passing by. When they finally left the hotel, she heaved a long sigh of relief. Somehow, Carlos was not happy with her reaction. He cast a sideways glance at her and asked, "You feel ashamed of being with me, don't you?" "Not again. I've told him a dozen times." Debbie was exasperated at the stupid thought but decided not to act it out. She grabbed his arm and told him with a sweet smile, "Honey, could you please wait until I graduate first? I'm not mentally prepared to live under limelight just yet." Then she added playfully, "You know who you are, the great Carlos Huo. It's quite a big thing to be your wife and sometimes stressful too." Carlos' heart went soft at her words, but he managed to maintain a straight face. "Behave yourself. Don't hang on to my arm like that," he demanded frivolously. "It's all your fault. My legs are killing me. I am not the one to blame," she snapped back playfully. If it weren't for her rumbling stomach, she would still be tormented by this old goat. Carlos couldn't maintain his long face any longer, and his eyes reduced themselves to slits in his affection. "What do you want to eat?" he asked in a soft voice. "I don't know. I've never been to this city before. Let's look around and find something good to eat." She suddenly remembered that one of her cousins was a freshman in some university in this city, but she didn't know the exact address. She took out her phone from her pocket and asked Carlos casually, "Hey, do you know T-City Film Academy?" "Yes," he responded cautiously. "Do you know where it is?" "About a couple of miles from here." "Why?" Debbie was elated at the news. She dialed a number and told Carlos, "I'd like you to meet someone, okay?" "You know someone here?" he remarked in surprise. "Uh-huh. A cousin of mine." The call went through, and a girl's voice came from the other end. "Deb, you finally remember me, huh?" Debbie was thrilled to hear Sasha's voice again. "Sasha, I'm in T-City. Are you available right now? How about we have dinner together?" Sasha, 19 years old, was Gail's sister and Debbie's cousin. Debbie had a much better relationship with her than with Gail. "Really? I'm so glad. Send me your address and I'll come over to you right now." Sasha's screaming was so loud that even Carlos could hear her on the phone. Disdain was written all over his face. He felt lucky that Debbie wasn't as noisy as that girl. Poor Sasha. Little did she know that she had managed to land a disgraceful impression on Carlos even before they could meet. Debbie and Sasha decided to meet at a Japanese restaurant located inside a shopping mall nearby. Carlos had planned to take Debbie out to eat some local food, but she was afraid that Sasha might not be able to find the place. Eventually, she chose a famous chain restaurant so that Sasha could reach there effortlessly. Debbie was waiting for Sasha at the gates of the mall. Soon she saw the girl getting out of a taxi. Thin and small, Sasha was complimenting her figure with a white long down jacket today. She had fair skin, round eyes, a high nose and a small mouth. People often said that she looked like a doll. Her long hair was adorned with a brown hairband. "Deb!" Sasha exclaimed upon seeing her cousin. Her voice was so piercing people from a dozen meters away could hear her. "Wow! What did you do? Drink some magic water? You look so much more beautiful than ever before." And look at your skin, even smoother than mine. I am jealous. Her exaggerated reaction made Debbie giggle. Magic water? I only drink pure water. Why did you not go back home? I thought the winter vacations had already started. Exactly. I guess I'm in a fake college or something. Everyone in other colleges is enjoying their winter vacations, while we are still taking classes. Deb, I've missed you so much. Did you come here alone? The two girls hadn't seen each other for months, but they were still very close. Without answering Sasha's question, Debbie led her into a private booth of the restaurant. Sasha noticed that the booth was occupied by a handsome man on a phone call. Upon noticing the girls, he ended the call. Before Debbie could introduce Carlos, Sasha yelled at the top of her lungs. Wow! He is so handsome. Deb, is he the man whose picture you posted in Moments? Debbie had posted Carlos' figure wrapped by a towel in Moments on WeChat. Sasha had seen the post and wanted to know who he was. But Debbie had kept it quiet. She didn't want anyone to find it out just yet. Sasha had such a big mouth that Debbie's face instantly blushed. She stole a glance at Carlos only to see him chuckle. Covering Sasha's mouth, she snapped, "No, I did no such thing. Just shut up. Let me introduce you to each other." Nodding repeatedly, Sasha was dying to know who the man was. Let me guess. Is he your boyfriend or something? Sasha's bluntness would have been quite funny to some boys, but it made Debbie feel shy. She was getting the feeling that maybe it hadn't been a fine idea to invite Sasha to have dinner. At that moment, Carlos cut in. "Hi, I'm Carlos Huo, Debbie's husband." "Husband?" Carlos Huo. Award. Her voice rose to a scream. So penetrating was her pitch that everyone in the restaurant heard her. Not until a waitress entered the room to check on what was happening did Sasha realize that she was overreacting. She gave the waitress an embarrassed smile and mouthed an "I am sorry" at her. After the waitress had left the room, Sasha held Debbie's hand and asked, "Deb, he's Carlos Huo. I was just about to tell you he looked like Carlos Huo. And he is him." Debbie covered her ears and complained, "Would you please lower your voice? If you keep yelling like this, Carlos and I are going to leave." Carlos, who preferred quietness to noise, was a little unhappy, but as a cultured man, he didn't show it. Afraid that Carlos would get angry, Sasha flashed a wry smile. Clearing her throat, she apologized to him in a lowered voice. "I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not that noisy by nature. I just got too excited." On the inside, she still believed that any girl who had met Carlos Huo in person and known he was her cousin's husband would act like this. After all, he was super handsome, super rich, and super mysterious. He was the dream lover of countless girls, and what wouldn't they give for one moment with him? Carlos decided to let it slide with a kind smile. "Never mind. Have a seat, please." Sasha sat opposite Carlos. Debbie wanted to sit next to her, but Carlos grabbed her hand and pulled her into a chair beside him. Upon seeing the two of them acting coy, Sasha covered her mouth with both hands and giggled naughtily. Debbie knew Sasha's favorite food and had already told Carlos about it. He had ordered the dishes while Debbie was waiting for Sasha. This way they didn't have to wait long and the food was served soon. Debbie put Sasha's favorite caviar roll onto her plate and asked casually, "Your sister is in the city as well. We just came from Southen Village together. Did she contact you?" Despite the fact that Gail hated Debbie, she was fond of her sister, Sasha. After all, blood was thicker than water. Sasha nodded. "Yes. Gail came to see me earlier, but she didn't tell me that you were here." Debbie shrugged without saying anything. Sasha looked back and forth between the couple and asked curiously, "Deb, when did you get married? Why didn't you invite me? And Carlos, when are you leaving T-City with Deb?" Debbie turned to look at Carlos, who was boning a pork rib. "We've been married for several years now, and we'll be leaving tomorrow morning," he answered without raising his head. As soon as he was done boning the rib, he put the meat onto Debbie's plate. Her eyes full of admiration, Sasha said, "Deb, you have such a caring husband. You should cherish him." "I will," Debbie said with a sweet smile. She could feel his love towards her through his smallest of actions. There were more than 20 dishes on the table. Carlos knew that she had a huge appetite and always remembered to feed her well. On their way to the city, he had explained why he had served as Megan's boyfriend back then. That day he got off the plane and was about to go see Debbie when Megan called him out of nowhere. She wanted him to act as her boyfriend so that she could get rid of a boy who had been pestering her. The place Megan mentioned was not too far away from the airport, so Carlos didn't turn her down. He had planned to go to Debbie after dismissing the boy. But much to his surprise, he and Megan ran into Debbie and Hayden at the restaurant. In return for his explanation, Carlos had asked Debbie to explain why she had been with Hayden that day. She told him that she just wanted to tell Hayden that she had moved on, and that there was no chance for them to get back together. However, Carlos didn't buy it and bombarded her with questions. He didn't let her go until she had told him every word she and Hayden had spoken, every move they had made, and every dish they had eaten. During the dinner, Debbie realized how busy Carlos was. Emmett, Tristan, and some other people kept calling him, but he dismissed all of them and sent Skype messages instead. Meanwhile, he also had to answer Sasha's curious questions. In order to not delay his work further, Debbie quickly gulped down her food and offered to go back to the hotel right after dinner. 2 cars were already waiting for them as they exited the mall. Undoubtedly, Carlos had arranged them in advance. He asked one of his men to drive Sasha back. Debbie wanted to go for a stroll, so Carlos decided to walk back to the hotel with her. Emmett had to drive the car at a snail's pace, following them closely behind. When they arrived at the gates to the hotel, they saw Gregory walking out. Although Debbie was wearing a hood, and her face was covered with a scarf, Gregory recognized her immediately. He remembered her down jacket from that morning. He had known for a while that Debbie was married to Carlos, but his heart still ached at the sight of their interlocked fingers. He forced a smile and greeted them. "Hi, Carlos." "Debbie." Surprised, Debbie asked. "Seriously? You recognized me under all this mask?" Her reaction amused Gregory. Carlos checked the time in his watch. "It's late. Where are you going?" "To grab some food. I didn't have dinner." Debbie looked back and forth between Carlos and Gregory, confused by their casual interaction. Gregory had taken Debbie to East City Villa once and had met Carlos. Back then he didn't know Carlos and thought that he was Debbie's brother. Carlos had always kept a low profile. Although most people in the city knew his name, very few had actually seen his face. Colleen and Curtis had taken Gregory to meet Carlos a couple of times after Gregory had first met him. "Why not ask for room service?" Carlos asked. "I have been resting all this time. I feel kinda bored and thought I'd take a stroll." If he hadn't seen Debbie get into Carlos' car, he would have invited her to go along with him for a walk. Debbie couldn't hold her curiosity in anymore. She asked, "You two know each other?" "He's Colleen's brother," said Carlos curtly. Debbie's jaw dropped. No wonder Gregory looked familiar. She realized that he resembled Colleen a lot. Silent misery flashed across Gregory's eyes when he saw the affection between the couple. He took a deep breath before saying, "I'm leaving, Carlos. Bye, Debbie." Debbie waved her hand. "Bye." Carlos nodded in response. He looked at Gregory's retreating figure and turned to Debbie. "How long have you known him?" he asked, sensing that something was not right. Debbie looked up at Carlos for a moment and then answered, "We were classmates in high school. We were not in the same class in the first and second years at college. But this year we're in the same class again. But I didn't know that he is Colleen's brother. I just realized that they actually look very much alike." "He went to South End Village with you as well, right? Have you attended this kind of activity together before?" Debbie wondered if Carlos was concerned about Colleen's brother. She answered honestly, "No. This was the first time. I didn't know he was coming until I saw his name on the list." They walked into the elevator together. Before the doors were completely shut, Carlos pressed her against the wall and kissed her passionately on the lips. Debbie froze. Her hands were caught tightly in his so she couldn't move an inch. What is this all of a sudden? Is he horny?
No.
Doesn't seem like that. Ouch. He's biting me. Is he angry or something? Debbie mused, stunned. Once inside the hotel room, Carlos took off his black wool coat and threw it at her. Debbie, who was still in a trance, saw it flying towards her and caught it by instinct. She looked at the coat closely. Everything related to Carlos was super expensive, even if it was a cigarette lighter. Debbie guessed that the coat too might be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. She hung it in the closet on a hanger with utmost care and dusted it lightly before closing the closet door. When she returned to the living room, Carlos was sitting in front of the liquor cabinet with 2 glasses of wine on the table before him. Upon seeing Debbie, he curled his finger. "Come over here. I have something to talk to you about." "Talk?" With a cunning smile, she approached him and asked, "What do you want to talk about? Any sweet words for me?" Carlos raised his eyebrow at her provocative words. He handed her the glass which had a smaller quantity of wine and pulled her into his arms. "If you want me to whisper sweet nothings to you, then I'll do that as much as possible in bed from now on." I knew it. I shouldn't have said that to him. He links everything to sex. Never mind that. Let's drink. She lifted the glass and looked at the liquid inside it. "Hey, you are so petty. Why am I getting so little wine?" Debbie protested, pointing at his glass. "Not enough?" Carlos asked. I can drink this in one gulp," she thought. But I shouldn't be that rude in front of him. Carlos took a sip of his wine and gently pulled her into a deep kiss. Debbie felt warm liquid flowing into her mouth and she swallowed it subconsciously. "Want more?" Carlos whispered in her ear, like a demon driving her to sin. "I have plenty to give." Debbie shook her head immediately. "Behave yourself, old man," she snapped. Who could guess that the aloof Carlos Huo could act that way in front of his wife? Carlos pulled Debbie into his arms and began to accuse her. "Maybe you should behave yourself." Seeing her puzzled expression, he continued. "How about the village head's son? Hating Goo? Gregory's song." "Huh." Debbie raised her head, only to see the displeasure in his eyes. Carlos lowered his head and whispered in her ear. "You're a siren, aren't you? Did you flirt with those guys? Remember, you're my wife. I'm the only one who can bang you." Debbie was stunned. "A siren? Flirt? And he's the only one who can. You married me just to, bang me?" she asked angrily. "That's not the point." He corrected her and kissed the corner of her mouth. Whoa. Back up," she said, blinking her eyes. She knew Hayden wanted her back. But the village head's son? And Gregory? What was he talking about? Carlos pressed her against the liquor cabinet, raised one brow and said, "I'm a guy, see? I know how they think. Keep Gregory at arm's length. Getting the hots for my girl? Next time I see Colleen, I'll tell her to bitch at her brother for me. Gregory has a thing for me?" Debbie couldn't believe her ears. "You got it wrong. We're in the same class, that's all. I think you're way off base here." Debbie retorted. "That would just be too much. Colleen and Gregory would think she and Carlos were both nuts. And that could ruin their friendship." "And you're naive," Carlos sneered. "Naive?" Debbie was enraged. She disentangled herself from his arms. "Well, now that we're getting things off our chests." She took a step back and stared up at him defiantly, arms crossed. "What do you mean?" Carlos was confused. "Ah, you're mad at me. I'm your wife. We sleep in the same bed every night. And you told me that you loved me, that I was your everything, and that we'd grow old together. But look what you did. You said Megan was your girlfriend while I was standing right there. What? Do you think I'm stupid?" Sighing with profound resignation, Carlos said, "I already explained that. So? You should have told me that Megan asked you to act as her boyfriend. And coming back to the city like that? Why didn't you tell me? I'm your wife, aren't I? Where do I fit into this? Men are all two-timers." Two-timers. As if afraid that Carlos might not hear her clearly, she stressed the word two-timers and yelled at the top of her lungs. There was only so much humiliation she could stand. Her breath was coming in short gasps now, and she stomped to accentuate certain words. Her face was red. Before he could say anything, she added, What did I do to make you think that was okay? Hell, while we're at it, let's talk about Olga. To make her happy, you threw me out of the shining International Plaza, and later into the ocean. The ocean? What the hell were you thinking? If I couldn't swim, I'd be dead now. Debbie could not believe how cruel Carlos could be. I told you, you should have let me know who you were. Carlos defended himself. So you're saying I deserved it? Carlos was speechless. For the first time in his life, he realized that women wouldn't listen to reason. The only thing he could do was apologize to his wife sincerely. Honey, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Please forgive me. He gave her a peck on her lips. Humph. Debbie rolled her eyes. Better. Sort of. Pride could be seen in her eyes. Carlos took the glass from her hand and asked with a cunning smile. By the way, where's your ring? He raised his finger to show that he was wearing his ring. He had never taken the ring off ever since she had put it on his finger, and he felt a little uncomfortable when he didn't see her ring. Oh my God. He always has a way to get back at me, she cursed inwardly. With an embarrassed smile she stammered. I put it in the safe at home. I couldn't very well take it to the Southern Village, right? What if I lost it? What if it got scratched? I'd feel bad then. Carlos nodded his head, but he wasn't buying it. No big deal. If you lost it or it got scratched, I'd buy you a new one. I know you can afford it, but this is the first ring you gave me, and that can't be replaced. Get it? I'll put it on when we're back home. I won't take it off. I swear. Before she could finish her sentence, he stopped her by kissing her affectionately on the lips. After a long kiss, he said, Okay, forget about it. But you just called me a two-timer. He put his hand on her waist, waiting for her answer. Debbie felt danger approaching and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Can't you just let it go? You're such a petty man. She swallowed and with a fake smile said, Two-timer? Who said that? Really? She wanted to deny it, but Carlos' next move suggested he was not satisfied with it. His hand slipped into her sweater. Please don't. Still aching there. Honey, I was just pissed. I didn't mean it that way. Please forgive me, okay? She stared at him with a pair of innocent doe eyes. His heart softened instantly, but he managed to keep a straight face and said in a cold voice, I don't buy it. Honey, I love you. I really, really love you. But it's late. How about we get some sleep? It was indeed very late. Carlos gulped down the wine in his glass and kissed her fully, his lips gliding over hers. Felt like an eternity. Finally, he scooped her up and carried her into the bedroom. Lying in bed, Debbie watched Carlos, who was taking off his clothes. All of a sudden, a light bulb went off in her mind. Hey you, she called out. He cast a warning glance at her. Hey you? Really? Humph. I won't call you honey until you give me an explanation. Why not add me as your WeChat friend? You hiding something? Carlos grabbed his phone from the table and threw it onto the bed. Check it yourself. What did he mean by that? Doesn't he use WeChat? Still, if he gave me his phone, he doesn't have anything to hide. She picked his iPhone XS Max up. It was the first time she had played on his phone. With a sweet smile, she told Carlos, Password, honey. 1104. What? It sounds like someone's birthday. Debbie entered the password and unlocked his phone. She heard Carlos say, Help me change the password and tell me the new one. Why? Carlos took off his pants and answered calmly, Change it to your birthday. Blushed, Debbie looked away and asked, Whose birthday is this? She couldn't help but steal a glance at him and met his teasing eyes. She immediately lowered her head to avoid eye contact. He's impossible, she cursed silently. Megan's, answered Carlos as he walked towards the bathroom. Debbie's face soured at the answer. She knew it instinctively, but it became more real when he finally confirmed it. As if realizing something wasn't right, he added, I lent her my phone and she kept complaining that she couldn't remember my PIN, so she changed it to her birthday. I forgot to change it back. Is he trying to explain? Debbie thought. Carlos turned to look at her and offered, I'll change all my passwords to your birthday, okay? He wanted Debbie to blend into every aspect of his life. She was his wife, after all, and often at the forefront of his thoughts. He was a busy man, though, and could only juggle so many things at once. He had to make any number of decisions day in and day out to keep his business running. So sometimes, he'd make a snap decision without necessarily consulting his wife. The man wasn't accustomed to married life. It would take some time getting used to it. She pouted her lips. Okay. By the way, when is your birthday? She gave him an embarrassed smile, as she knew it was not appropriate to not know her husband's birthday. He cast a meaningful glance at her before saying, September 25th, lunar calendar. What? We have the same birth month. Mine's September 5th. Oh no. Why didn't you tell me about it earlier? I didn't get you anything for your birthday. Feeling guilty, Debbie jumped out of bed. Despite the fact that he was naked now, she wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly. Stroking her hair, Carlos smiled. No, you already got me a present. Confused, she raised her head to look at him. Although Carlos hated to mention what had happened on the cruiser, he had to explain. When I asked my men to throw a girl into the ocean, it was my birthday. After boarding the cruiser, the girl gave me a kiss. That was the gift you gave me. What? No. That doesn't count. She didn't know that day was his birthday, and he didn't know she was his wife back then either. It was the best gift I ever got, he said unreservedly. He did love her, but it was hard to find the time to remind her. She meant a lot to him, and he was trying to make sure that she was a part of his life. But why was it so hard sometimes? He scooped Debbie up into his arms and carried her towards the bathroom. You can't even stay away from me for 1 second, huh? Why not take a bath together?
No.
Put me down, old man. I'm not a clean freak. I already had a bath today. That tickles. Don't bite my ear. Before they had gone out to grab some food, Debbie had already had a bath. She had even used the skincare products he had gotten her so she'd smell nice. He liked it when she did that. And she liked hearing him tell her. Carlos put Debbie down, pressed her against the door frame and kissed her affectionately before letting her go. Throwing herself onto the bed, she unlocked his phone, found the WeChat app and opened it. AR. When she saw his WeChat name and profile, she couldn't believe her eyes. The scream was unintentional, but entirely understandable, under the circumstances. Carlos could even hear her scream over the rush of water shower. Carlos Huo. I can't believe it. You calculating asshole. You added me as your WeChat friend a while ago but never told me. Why didn't I know? Because you pretended you were someone else. She opened her moments and checked all her updates. To her dismay, she found that she had called him a wolf in sheep's clothing, after he had kissed her in his office at school. Not only that, she had posted a picture of him wrapped in a towel, and had even said that she wanted to date him while she was taking his class. Many girls at economics and management school had posted similar updates, so her friends didn't pay much attention to that update. But Gail had to be a troll. He's an ass. He even pretended to be somebody else, and told me he wanted to go out with me. Truth was, the guy with the username C was Carlos himself. After changing his password to her birthday, she threw his phone aside and picked hers up. She opened a group chat and sent a message. Men are all two-timers. Who pissed you off? Read Jared's reply. You know who, Debbie replied. Really? What did he do this time? Jared sent a curious face emoji. Debbie wondered whether she should tell her friends about the conflicts between her and Megan. It was a sore spot with her, and she and Carlos constantly fought about her involvement in their lives. But was it really appropriate to share that? After a moment's consideration, she decided against it. Forget it. I said he was a two-timer, and he got angry at me. And then what? Replied Christina. He's such a petty man. He didn't let me off the hook at all. He just had to punish me, answered Debbie. Punish? Jared sent a dirty smile emoji. Hey, don't take it the wrong way. I didn't mean it like that, Debbie snapped. The lady doth protest too much, methinks, Dixon cut in. Nice, she thought. A Shakespeare reference. Exactly, dude. Come on, tomboy. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. Hold on. Need snacks. BRB, Christina typed. And then she broke off chatting to get snacks. Debbie might not feel like sharing by the time she got back to her phone. Casey sent a voice message in which she laughed out loud for 15 seconds. They had kept the pressure on and were finally going to get Debbie to crack. Debbie mentioned Dixon and Jared and typed, "You two better delete your messages. You know how Carlos is. No fair. How about Christina and Casey too?" asked Jared. With a proud emoji, a grinning face with smiling eyes, Debbie replied, "Because I love Casey and Christina, but not you and Dixon. Cap ice. Does your husband know you're bi?" asked Dixon along with a winking face emoji. Debbie turned to look at the locked bathroom and heard the sound of running water before replying, "Watch your language. My husband." Carlos was so possessive of Debbie that he couldn't bear the thought that other men might find her hot. She had begged and cajoled, and promised him things for a long time until he finally agreed to let her go this evening. And she knew how close he was to saying no. Jared was sick of Debbie talking about Carlos. He thought she was showing off. He sent her a voice message saying, "Come on, tomboy. Give me a break. Quit talking about how obsessive he is. Or I'll tell him you called him a scum." At the same time, Carlos stepped out of the bathroom. It was too late for Debbie to turn down the volume. Feigning calm, she mentioned Jared and said, "What? Christina called her dear boyfriend a scum? How could she say that? Dixon is so nice to her." Her friends were struck speechless when they heard the voice message. Carlos walked over to Debbie and took away her phone. "Holy crap. I'm done. What should I do?" Debbie mused. She then saw Christina send a voice message as well. "Please don't listen. Please don't listen," she prayed in her mind. To her disappointment, Carlos clicked the message and it said, "Tomboy, don't drag us into this. Okay? Dixon and I are having a great time. You better bribe Jared so that he won't snitch on you."
Dédire.
Debbie stammered, but Carlos wasn't buying it. He sighed, his face stony. The silence was agony, made all the more painful by Carlos' raised eyebrow. "No, no, no. Honey, honey, darling." Debbie put on an unctuous smile. Carlos locked her phone and sat on the bed emotionless. He looked so cold it caused Debbie to involuntarily shudder. She threw herself into his arms and said playfully, "Honey, please don't be angry. I was mad and drunk because Megan said you were her boyfriend. I was trying to forget." "Oh, is that all?" he asked. Debbie nodded. Sighing in defeat, he said, "Do you really think I'm such a petty man that I would get angry at you for such trifles?" Debbie nodded, then shook her head immediately. Before they had known they were husband and wife, he had been so mean to her. But ever since they had been together, he was much better and more tolerant. "You're the best husband in the world," she said. Now that he was not angry, she picked up her phone and lay down to play with it. "Debbie Nian," he called out. "What?" Debbie felt strange when he called her by her full name. "Did I say something wrong?" "I'm not angry at you, but that doesn't mean I don't mind," said Carlos as he pulled Debbie into his arms. "So you need to make me happy. Okay, how about I sing a song for you?" She put her phone aside and cradled his neck. "What? Pray for you again?" Carlos asked through gritted teeth. Debbie stuck out her tongue and made a face. "No, no, no. I don't want to be buried alive again. Grave mold is a bad look for me." Her reaction amused Carlos, who pinched her nose and ordered playfully, "Then sing." Debbie rested her head on his chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. "This is my favorite song. Hope you'll enjoy it." "Aha." Carlos moved the slider on the dimmer, and instantly the room was cloaked in darkness. The neon lights of the city came in through the window, bathing everything in the room in a curious cast of blue. Tucked in his arms, Debbie looked him in the eye and started to sing. "I've seen the world, done it all, had my cake now. Diamonds brilliant and Bel Air now. Hot summer nights, mid-July, when you and I were forever wild. The crazy days, city lights, the way you play with me like a child. Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Carlos had long known that Debbie was a good singer. She seemed to have magic in her voice. His restless mind cooled down when she started singing. That was why he liked to hear her soaring vocals. She was able to hit some intense parts, and there were times when her voice went positively stratospheric. She was gifted and he was a lucky man. And singing had an effect on her as well. When she hit those emotional parts, her eyes would start tearing up. She was able to feel what she was doing, give it some punch from deep in her lungs and enthrall an audience. Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will, I know you will, I know that you will. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful? Dear Lord, when I get to heaven, please let me bring my man. When he comes, tell me that you'll let him in. Father, tell me if you can. Oh, that grace, oh, that body, oh, that face makes me want to party. He's my son, he makes me shine like diamonds. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. She couldn't help but lose herself in them. She finished off with a beautiful line. Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? As she crooned, her voice was low and angelic, as tender as a baby's skin, and as soft as new-fallen snow. She relaxed finally, done with her rendition of Lana Del Rey's Young and Beautiful. After a moment's pause, she added, Will you? She was so nervous waiting for his answer. Carlos lowered his head, kissed her on the forehead and whispered in her ear, Yes, I will. The atmosphere between them was so tender and warm that they weren't willing to surrender to sleep. They were buzzing with all the pleasant emotions the song and Carlos' words had stirred in them. It was so wonderful that neither of them wanted it to end. Eventually, they agreed to close their eyes at the same time and fell asleep almost as soon as they did so. The next morning, when Carlos dug Debbie out of the quilt, her schoolmates had already eaten their breakfast and left for Y City. Debbie's eyes were still closed. Carlos made her sit on his lap, helped her pull on her slippers, and carried her to the bathroom. Need me to brush your teeth for you? His voice snapped Debbie back to her senses. She looked at her messy hair in the mirror, and then turned to Carlos, who was already in his suit. Like being hit with a slap, she was able to take full stock of the situation. No, I'm good. When did you get up? I had no clue. Has everyone gone? Yeah, they're on their way to Y City. I've been up for 3 hours already. He answered her questions patiently and helped her squeeze the toothpaste onto her brush. She splashed some water on her face and took over her toothbrush. Don't worry. I'll be quick.
No rush.
I'll wait in the dining room. Carlos left and checked the time before he started working. It was 10:05 a.m. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Debbie began her morning skincare routine. First, a skin toner to get rid of excess dirt, traces of oil and makeup, and correct and balance the pH of her skin. She also didn't want acne. Then, an antioxidant serum to neutralize sun damage. Finally, an eye cream and moisturizer. She followed this routine dutifully. Carlos wanted her to look radiant. At the last, she changed her clothes. When she showed up in the dining room, it was already 10:45 a.m. Although Carlos was patient, he was a little stunned and confused. She said she would be quick, but it still took 40 minutes. If she hadn't rushed, how long would it have been? He closed the lid on his laptop and walked up to his wife, who was shoveling food into her mouth, devouring her breakfast like a wolf devouring its kill. Take your time. Don't choke. Debbie paused and asked, You eat already? Yeah, but I can join you if you want. He sat opposite her, picked up a boiled egg and began to peel it. Watching him was fascinating because he was so good at it. He rolled the egg on the table to form cracks all over the shell, and then he squeezed the ends. The result was that the shell slid off in a few seconds and created a minimum of mess. When Debbie finished her breakfast, she was quite full. She stood up from her seat, but Carlos picked up the last waffle and lifted it to her lips. She rubbed her tummy and complained, I thought you were eating too, but I pigged out on this. All he had done was put food onto her plate. He had only taken a bite or two. Full? He asked. Debbie nodded immediately. As if she was afraid that he didn't trust her, she lifted her sweater and showed him her big belly. People might think I'm pregnant, she mumbled, pouting her lips. Who cares what they think? Carlos cleaned his hands with a wet napkin and stood next to her.
No.
I'm still a student. If you get me pregnant, I won't forgive you. Debbie threatened Carlos with burning eyes. Not until then did Debbie realize something very important. She raised her fists and beat his chest repeatedly. You didn't use any condoms. Nor did I take any pills. What if I get pregnant? You promised me you'd use condoms. Liar. All men are sleazebacks. Go buy me the morning after pill. Carlos grabbed her wrists and asked with dark eyes. You don't want to have my baby? Debbie was scared by his fierce look. We've talked about it before. Why is he asking me again? She mused. After some consideration, she answered. You got me wrong. If I were pregnant, I would give birth to it. He was satisfied with her answer. But she was not pleased as Carlos didn't keep his promise. All of a sudden, a light bulb went off in her mind. If we have a baby in the future, I'll teach our baby to call Daddy first. Why? Carlos asked in confusion. In that case, our baby would say Daddy when wetting the bed or getting hungry. Ha ha ha. It would be you who gets up at midnight to change the diaper. Carlos' heart softened at the mention of their future child. He decided to play along with his wife, who was putting on her down jacket. Honey, don't worry. If you gave birth to a baby, I would hire 10 nannies to take care of you and our baby. So you should teach the baby to say nanny instead. But I heard some nannies would hurt babies like feeding them sleeping pills so that they won't cry all day, she retorted. No one would do that to him. Why, baby? Carlos spoke with curt finality. Rolling her eyes, Debbie zipped up her jacket and snapped back. What if they did it behind closed doors? Well then, teach our baby to say Grandma and Grandpa first, Carlos said with a shrug. So you're trying to tell me you won't take care of our baby, huh? A cold shiver suddenly ran down Carlos' spine. That depends. He could only give her a vague response so that she wouldn't be pissed off. But on the inside he retorted, Of course I won't be taking care of my baby. I hate babies, they're a pain in the butt. Debbie remembered Carlos was fond of boys, so she asked, If it's a boy, will you take care of him then? No, he answered shortly. Taking a deep breath, she continued to pry. What if it's a girl? Debbie was fuming inside. He doesn't seem to like children at all. Then why is he dying to have a baby? Does he just want to torture me by letting me give birth to a baby? Or does he want to have a baby with someone else? A girl. Carlos pondered. The man, who had always wanted a boy, hesitated right now. A girl. The couple were immersed in their own thoughts. Without giving Debbie a straight answer, Carlos held on to her, who had wrapped herself tight in the down jacket again, and led her outside the door. I've arranged our trip to Maldives, he said. We'll go there after spending the spring festival in New York. Then, after the end of next semester, you'll be studying in the UK. Digging her fingers into her ears, Debbie repeatedly nodded her head. Okay. Since her handsome husband had always treated her well, of course she'd do what he wanted. And it was not like she'd have to do without him. Carlos would also be there, waiting for her when the school day was done. She would be okay with it as long as he was by her side. But her best friends would be sad. Next year they wouldn't be able to see her. She was the one who stuck up for them when they were wronged, and lifted their moods when they were unhappy. Of course she'd miss them too. Seeing Debbie nodding meekly along without protest, Carlos was content. Ignoring everyone, he planted a kiss on her forehead. Hey, I've got a surprise for you. What surprise? Debbie asked expectantly. Glowing with happiness, Carlos looked into her eyes and said, You'll have to wait till we're back home. If I tell you, how could it be a surprise? Debbie's curiosity was triggered. She practically bounced in her seat in excitement. The girl racked her brains trying to figure out what it might be. She even asked Carlos for clues, But the stoic man would not give up his secrets. So she had to sit and wait. Wait the entire 4-hour trip back to Y City. All of a sudden, she shifted her gaze from her phone to the outside of the car window. Confused by the unfamiliar scenery outside, she turned to Carlos and asked, "Where are we going? Aren't we going back to the villa?"
No.
He was busy looking over documents. He took advantage of the long ride, keeping his company running smoothly. It took dedication and drive to use your spare moments to work, but Carlos had those in spades. His phone suddenly rang, interrupting his reply. As Carlos answered the call, Debbie kept quiet. She knew he didn't like to talk to her when he was on the phone. So she pulled out her own phone again and scrolled through news sites. 10 minutes later, the car started to slow down. Up in the driver's seat, Emmett reminded Debbie, "Mrs. Huo, take a look out the window. The scenery is just amazing. Mr. Huo really knows how to enjoy life. This manor has everything," Emmett marveled in his mind. Heeding what he said, Debbie rolled down the car window and looked out. She saw the manor gate a short distance away. "So where are we now?" she asked curiously. Carlos smiled. "Our new home." Before he moved into the villa to live with Debbie, Carlos had stayed in this manor every time he came back to Y City. The surroundings here were quite tranquil. It was a perfect place for them to live. "Our home." Debbie repeated these words to herself. She shifted her attention back to the magnificent European-style gate. There were tall, gray pillars on either side with crystal lamps on top. She looked up, each one had to be at least 10 meters. Between the two tallest pillars was a black gate of wrought iron, and 6 arched doors in different sizes were adorned on both sides of it. A security room in the same color stood beside the gate. It was a gorgeous gate, with straight lines and curves existing together in symmetry. Everything was decorated in a simple but stunning style without any fussy designs. As they drove close to the gate, it opened automatically. A few well-trained security guards in uniform stood at the gate and welcomed them. Debbie was mesmerized by the scene in front of her, her mouth agape. The mere sight of this splendid gate was enough to stun her. And if she thought that was amazing, she hadn't seen anything yet. But the gate was simply beautiful, and the most astonishing thing she'd seen in a long time. Maybe ever. She could hardly imagine how luxurious it would be inside the manor. She saw that the estate was surrounded by a variety of trees, of which some were still green and dense even in winter. Behind the trees, there was a row of gray iron fences, and numerous power grids and high-definition security cameras were hidden amidst the trees. As the car slowly drove into the manor, Carlos opened the sunroof and told Debbie, "Stand up and have a look around." Emmett slowed down again. Debbie leaned her upper body out of the sunroof and got a full view of the grounds. Inside the car, Carlos carefully wrapped his arms around her waist to ensure her safety. She looked around, appreciating the beautiful scenery unfolding before her. Everywhere she looked, green leaves greeted her eyes. She felt like summer had returned. Flowers started to bloom, forcing their bright colors against the calming green. A warm feeling coursed throughout her whole body. She closed her eyes, breathing in the fresh and fragrant air. The grounds were huge, too. It was not like Carlos skimped on anything. There was a beautiful garden filled with well-tended plants, bushes, and trees. A cobblestone path wound around the garden, and in the center there was a fountain. Debbie took in more sights, and spotted a lake to the side of the manor. As the car eased along the road, she took note of the huge lawn that seemed it would take a lifetime to mow encircling the manor. It had everything here. Moments later, their car reached the main part of the manor, where a luxurious 3-story villa stood. The walls were painted white. Around this villa, there stood a few 2-floor buildings. All the buildings were pleasingly arranged around the main mansion. More than that, she had also seen a helicopter and a mysterious hot spring introduced from the back hill. Perhaps there were more astonishing things hidden inside this huge manor, waiting for Debbie to discover. Finally, their car stopped on the open parking lot beside the 3-story villa. After getting out of the car, Carlos led Debbie to the right-hand side. Pointing at a smaller building which occupied a few hundred square meters, he said, "Can you see that? I had that building decorated for you." In front of the building there was a large swimming pool, with clear water gleaming under sunlight. Next to the swimming pool there was a beautiful garden. Various tropical, subtropical, and temperate flowers of which Debbie didn't know the names were growing and blooming there. These different kinds of flowers could ensure the manor to be filled with fragrance through all 4 seasons. A heated, bright greenhouse was built next to the garden, in order to help some kinds of plants withstand the cold. "What? Do you mean we'll settle down here? Then is our room on the ground floor or upstairs?" Debbie asked innocently. She was fond of this building decorated with a combination of Chinese and Western styles. Carlos smiled tenderly. He held her hands in his and led her into the 2-story villa. On the ground floor, Carlos pushed open one of the doors and let Debbie go in first. "Wow!" she exclaimed the moment she entered. It was a huge music studio. A lot of music books were neatly lined up the bookshelves on one of the acoustic walls. She could see the most advanced mixer and all the necessary voice recording equipment. The room was filled with all kinds of Western and traditional Chinese instruments like guitars, pianos, zither. Almost any musical instrument that you could name was here. Covering her mouth in shock and excitement, Debbie turned around and looked at the expressionless man. "What's this? Are you a musician too, or?" Carlos raised his eyebrows. "Do you think I have an interest in music?" Instantly, tears sprang to her eyes. In a sob, she asked, "How do you know I'm crazy about music?" Seeing her reddened eyes, Carlos held her hand and dragged her out of the room while warning, "I know you love music, but stop crying. I installed this studio for you to entertain yourself but not for you to cry. Understand?" Debbie repeatedly nodded her head, but her effort to hold back the tears was in vain. They began streaming down her cheeks. Carlos helplessly wiped off her tears before pushing another door. "Stop crying now or—" "Well, you'll find out." "Find out what?" Debbie asked while sobbing. Carlos looked toward the music studio, drew closer to her and whispered playfully, "How about we have some sexy time in the music studio?" These words worked. In an instant, Debbie turned her tears into laughter and rebuked, "You jerk!" She patted his body several times to vent her anger. Then she pulled a tissue and wiped off her tears. When she calmed down, Carlos led her into the second room. This room was totally different from the music studio. A lot of colorful bottles and containers sat on the shelves. At first, she didn't know what they were used for. But when she noticed a set of molds and equipment, she finally understood. "This is to make lipsticks?" she asked. Carlos pinched her cheek. "Clever. Yes, this is a lipstick lab. I have hired some professional technicians to teach you how to make lipsticks." Her emotions were stirred again. She could hardly find the words to express herself. I don't need so many lipstick. I have registered a company for you, Decor Cosmetics. You can sell the lipsticks you don't need or the shades you don't like. I've arranged for some designers to work on the packaging. You can pick your favorite design later. As for the advertising and the marketing channel, Emmett can handle those. Debbie squeezed Carlos' hands while listening attentively to each word he said. "Decor." She repeated the brand name. Carlos kissed her on the lips and then gently stroked the tear stains on her face with his thumb. "Decor is the combination of Debbie and Carlos," he said tenderly. "Decor, Debbie and Carlos. What a good name." Staring at him in a daze, Debbie cupped his face with her hands as if in a gentle gesture, only to pinch his cheeks so hard. Carlos was startled. "What's wrong?" In a serious voice she asked, "Did it hurt?" He shook his head.
No. No?
"So I'm just daydreaming. Everything here is not real, right? What a good dream. I hope I'll never wake up," she said, pouting. Carlos rolled his eyes at her. As Debbie was still in a confused state, he led her to another room that was specially furnished for her. A gym. There had been a gym in this villa previously, but he had it renovated for her sake. As Debbie was good at running, he had purchased a few new treadmills with different functions. He also had added other equipment, suitable for women. The last room they visited was a spacious dancing and yoga studio. On one side of the room was a French window facing a lawn. The other 3 walls were covered with floor-to-ceiling mirrors, giving the room an illusion of even bigger space. A few pieces of hammocks and swing straps for doing anti-gravity yoga dangled from the ceiling. Beautiful yoga mats and yoga balls completed the list of accessories. It was a fully furnished yoga studio that would rival any professional clubs around. Just a feel of the studio would excite even those who didn't have interest in yoga. Observing their reflections in the mirror, Carlos noticed the pleased look in Debbie's eyes. Affectionately, he pulled her into his arms and said, "Just hold on a little longer. After you finish your studies abroad and come back, we will settle down here. This will be our home forever." "Okay. Our home forever." Debbie felt touched. Through the French window, she gazed at the lawn outside and indulged in a bit of fantasy. She pictured herself walking hand in hand with Carlos on the lawn under the sunlight, probably with 1 or 2 kids and a cat or a dog playing around. A happy smile crept across her face as she thought about such a warm scene. Then they headed to the 3-story villa. When they arrived at the gate, Carlos grabbed her hand and pressed her finger on the fingerprint lock to collect and identify her data. Now she realized this 3-story villa was the place where they would live, while the 2-story building they had just visited would be for recreational purposes. Carlos had chosen that building and renovated it into a music studio, a lipstick lab, a gym and a yoga room, because there was a large swimming pool in front of it. Since Debbie was fanatical about swimming, that building would be the best choice. After unlocking the gate, Debbie eagerly pushed it open. But barely had she set a foot in when out of the blue an attacker charged at them. "Be careful," she shouted. On reflex, she lifted her right leg and was about to kick hard, only for Carlos to push her aside. He caught the attacker in his arms, leaving Debbie astounded. When she realized clearly that the attacker was a dog, she rolled her eyes. Wiggling its tail, the dog barked at Debbie, but it was not threatening. Carlos pointed at the white hairy dog which was now sitting docilely beside him and said mischievously, "This is a Canadian Eskimo dog, also called a sled dog. It's fun and very good at taking instructions, so I thought you'd have a great companion, especially for your morning or night runs. Would you like to take it to the manor for a walk? Its speed will surprise you, I promise." But Debbie was not impressed. She had never been fond of dogs or any pets for that matter. All her touching feelings vanished into thin air now. With her lips pursed, she said rather snappishly, "Well, maybe I'd like to, but not now, please. And no matter how fast it runs, I'll be faster. Anyway, are you sure that you haven't been fooled by anyone? The damn dog looks like a Samoyed rather than an Eskimo dog." She said that with an obvious attitude. When Carlos didn't answer, she added, "Didn't you see how it dashed toward us when we opened the door?" Carlos chuckled under his breath. "Well, why not give this damn thing a name?" "Give it a name? Haven't you already kept it for some time?" It seems quite close to Carlos. "I thought it was a pet that he had kept for long," she thought.
No.
"It was brought here a few days before you went to the South End village. I've seen it only once." "I see. Then why did you want to keep a dog all of a sudden?" Debbie squatted down and reached out her hand. She wanted to touch its head. It was actually cute with white and silky fur. However, as if knowing what Debbie was going to do, the dog suddenly stood up and walked away. It stared at her with wary eyes from a distance away. Debbie pouted once more and snorted. "Humph! It's a silly dog, just as I thought at first." As she finished, the dog instantly barked at her again. "This dog is not silly but quite clever. It knew I was rebuking it," Debbie murmured in her mind. Carlos was amused by the exchange between Debbie and the dog. It was so funny that he chuckled. "Whenever I'm not here with you, you can play with it. To tame it, you need to give it strict training and get a leash on it." Debbie frowned. "What? It's so troublesome. Not the kind of pet I can manage." Caressing her hair, Carlos assured her with a smile, "The dog needs regular exercise. Almost daily. Just take it along as you exercise too." "To exercise for what?" Debbie turned around and stared at him. I bet the last sentence is the whole point you're driving at, right? Her face flushed red when she remembered him teasing that she couldn't keep pace with him in bed. To confirm the suspicion, he was smiling when her curious eyes met his. Yes. You're a smart girl. Humph. Debbie snorted. She was angry but couldn't find a way to retort. It's not that I am weak, but you bang like a stallion on steroids. Debbie wanted to say, but she decided otherwise. Okay, babe, I think I've got a name for your dog. Just call it Hum, she said, trying to steer the conversation to something different. Carlos rolled his eyes resignedly. Well, okay, as you please. From now on, Debbie had one more companion named Hum. In the afternoon, Carlos left for his work while Debbie stayed in the manor and continued to look around their new home. After he left, Debbie went to their bedroom. As she opened the door, she was surprised to see many packing bags that filled the table and the floor. Since the place was full and a little disorganized, she chose to sort out what was in those bags. She found that most of them were cosmetics and skincare products. She recognized some of the parking bags. They were cosmetics that she bought in Shining International Plaza last time, in order to get the free trip to Maldives. But for the other skincare products, she didn't know who had bought them and why they were so many. Are they all bought by Carlos? Unable to hold her curiosity, she called Carlos for an answer. She was shocked to know that some of the skincare products were given to her by the parents of the naughty boy, who had been brought to the villa by Megan the other day. And some of those items were flown in past week from Paris by Mom. She strictly instructed me not to tell you until you walked into your new house. They are her housewarming bash for you. There's a cabinet next to your dressing table where you can place your cosmetics. If the cabinet is not large enough, just tell me and I'll change it to a larger one. Carlos told her on the other end. Oh my goodness. This is too extravagant for me. Debbie exclaimed in her mind. The number of pleasant surprises Carlos had pulled on Debbie in one day were just far too many. After ending the call, she looked at the cabinet. It was a customized wooden cabinet with gliding glass doors. On the upper part of the cabinet, the shelves were divided into small compartments which would be convenient to store different items. Humming in joy, Debbie didn't unwrap any of these packages. She simply stuffed them into the cabinet. But when her mind ran back to the biting levels of poverty she had recently seen firsthand in Southend Village, she began to wish they could return all the items for a refund. Up to last cent, she would spend the money on improving living conditions in the village. Overwhelmed by comparison on the welcoming but poor villagers over there in Southend Village, she dejectedly slumped into bed, badly in need of a rest. When she woke up, it was already dark outside. Carlos hadn't come back yet for he had a lot of work to finish before Spring Festival. She would have dinner on her own. When she came downstairs, she found that the chef and his beautiful female assistant were busy at work in the kitchen. In a few minutes, mouth-watering dinner was served. Before grabbing her chopsticks, Debbie called Carlos. Just as she guessed, he was too busy to come back for dinner. Despite feeling a jolt of loneliness, she understood why. He had already abandoned his schedule to pick her up from the Southend Village. Earlier, he had received quite a few business calls even in the car. All his time was devoted to either flirting with her or dealing with work. After reminding Carlos of his meal, Debbie hung up and dug into her dinner. She had to admit one thing. Without Carlos at the table, she was free to do anything she wanted. She liked to play on her phone, but Carlos rarely let her do anything other than eat and talk to him. And he did precious little of the latter. Sometimes there was little to talk about, especially with a man of few words. And she did love to mess around with her phone. Debbie had just opened her Weibo app when her phone suddenly rang. It was Casey calling. After quickly swallowing down a mouthful of tasty soup, she answered in a happy tone. Hi Casey. Debbie. Did you see the top trending topic on Weibo? Casey was obviously excited, and her words came out in a rapid-fire jumble. Not yet. I just sat down for dinner. I was about to get on Weibo when you called. Something happened. Yeah. Your husband made the headlines again. Carlos seems to have become a newsmaker. I don't know what you did to him, But it's almost like he's craving the limelight now. He used to issue takedown notices for stories about him, but not anymore. Made the headlines? Debbie tensed up. What did he do this time? Anything happened to him? Well, you'd better read the news yourself. You're involved. You'd probably know better than I would. Casey had scarcely finished her sentence before she hung up the phone immediately. Debbie had no chance to say a word. With a torrent of doubts flooding her mind, Debbie clicked the Hot Topics list on Weibo. The topic Carlos Huo is married ranked first. The story had gone viral, a lot of people had seen this, and the number kept ticking upwards. Carlos Huo is married? Has our marriage gone public? Debbie thought. Her heart jumped into her throat. Losing her appetite, she put down her chopsticks and glued her eyes to the headline for several minutes. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and mustered the courage to click the title. There were a few photos posted at the end of the article. Instead of reading the article, she took a quick look at the photos first. The first photo was a full body shot of Carlos attending an award ceremony this afternoon. He was holding a trophy with a thin smile on his charming face. The second photo was a close-up picture of the hand holding the trophy. It was obviously meant to show the ring on his finger. And the third one was an animated GIF. It showed what happened the moment he left the venue after the award ceremony. He was surrounded by a throng of reporters. His face had almost been buried amidst the microphones. Then, he was escorted to his car by many bodyguards without answering any questions. The last photo was the same one that someone had posted on the internet. That one was secretly taken by paparazzi when Carlos walked out of the hotel with Debbie in his arms. Debbie scrolled down and saw a few clickbait headlines. Better put a ring on it. Carlos was a married man. Married? Billionaire Carlos Huo sports a wedding ring at the first Philanthropist Awards ceremony. The main thrust of the article was about how the photographers discovered this big secret. They were observant enough to notice the ring on Carlos' finger, and snapped pictures of it when he was on stage at the award ceremony. Even after the event, Carlos didn't answer any of the reporters' questions, but he didn't deny the allegations either. His silence seemed to be a tacit admission to the authenticity of his marriage. After the photos were posted, a flood of Carlos fans had written comments on both his personal Weibo account and the ZL Group's official account. Some of his crazy fans were heartbroken, while some blessed his marriage with a mysterious woman. They also hoped that Carlos could personally respond to the news. A few smart netizens had even collected some information about Debbie's 2 confessions of love to Carlos at the university. They figured that Debbie was probably Mr. Huo's wife, and left comments to that effect. Tons of reporters wanted to interview the students of the Economics and Management School, but they couldn't, because the school was on winter vacation now. But not long after Debbie found them, some of these comments began to disappear. It seemed like someone had them deleted. Debbie entered Carlos' Weibo page and looked at the comments. There were hundreds of thousands of comments, more than the last time. This was the second time people had gotten a look at his private life. It seemed that people were hungry for this. There were already more than 5 million comments under Carlos' 2 posts. Shocked, Debbie couldn't believe that a ring on Carlos' finger could make the internet explode. Once again, it proved that he did have a huge fan base. He might be more popular than a lot of A-list pop stars. Debbie's heart was racing as she looked at the crazy amount of comments. Her train of thought was interrupted by Carlos' call. As soon as the call was connected, she asked bluntly, "Hi honey. How's it going? You read the news?" What do you think?" Carlos asked. He wouldn't mind announcing their marriage to the whole world. He wanted everyone to know that Debbie was his beloved wife. He had expected the news to get out. In fact, the gossip had already spread like wildfire, which was more serious than last time. Carlos felt so helpless. The PR department of his company had gotten a flood of calls about the viral posts. They were understaffed for that sort of thing, so the phone lines were all lit up and many callers were on hold. The best way to stop all the chaos was to post an announcement with his personal Weibo account. Carlos didn't know the netizens would be following his life this closely. "What? Why ask me?" Debbie was confused by his question. Shouldn't his PR department be doing damage control? She wondered. Carlos sighed inwardly, feeling annoyed that they hadn't announced their marriage. Do you think we should post our marriage certificates or continue to keep it a secret? Debbie hesitated. Thinking about the waves of rumors spreading on Weibo, she knew Carlos couldn't keep silent anymore. He had to post something. Then tell everyone you are married. But you're so popular, especially among the girls. I bet a lot of your fans will be heartbroken this time, she joked. Carlos didn't give a damn what anyone else thought. They had nothing to do with him. So should I just post our marriage certificates? He asked again. No. Debbie couldn't voice her disapproval strongly enough. She thought it was a bad idea. She was still in school, and she didn't want people trying to get close to her just to get close to Carlos. She didn't need the added stress and attention. School was hard enough, and with tons of eyes on her, she'd be extremely nervous. She'd be hounded by paparazzi, and never have any time of her own. And even when she did, inevitably, there would be a hidden reporter with a hidden camera, ready to sell his pic to any tabloid that would pay him. A few minutes later, as netizens were anxiously waiting for any new clues or gossip to spring up, they were excited to see a new post on Carlos' personal Weibo account. It was a photo of a couple kissing inside a luxury car. A man, dresses in a dark gray blazer, squeezed a woman in a white sweater into a corner of the back seat and kissed her passionately. The man looked really manly the way he handled all this. The female netizens felt a thrill in their heart when they saw the photo. Oh, Mr. Huo is so hot. Oh, his legs are long and slim. That car looks luxurious. What a romantic scene. I wish I were her. They all exclaimed in their minds. But their curiosity was not satisfied, because the woman's face was covered by Carlos' back. They could only see their fingers entwined tightly. The truth was, Emmett has taken this romantic photo. The car was stopped at a red light at that time. He initially wanted to send this secret photo to Debbie to make fun of her. But moments ago, he accidentally overheard Carlos' phone call with Debbie. Knowing Carlos wanted to let people know he was married, Emmett felt this photo would come in handy to solve this. So he sent the photo to Carlos. Emmett suddenly felt regretful when Carlos shot him a cold glance as thanks. He realized he had pried into his CEO's private affairs. As a clever man, Emmett instantly excused himself, saying, Mr. Huo, I still have work to do. Excuse me. Then, he fled away as quickly as he could without waiting for Carlos' response. Around 7 p.m., Debbie had finally finished her dinner, but it hadn't helped her nervous mood. Taking a deep breath, she opened the Weibo app again. She was shocked to see the hottest post in the news feed. It was Carlos' post, and there were already more than 5 million likes. She looked at the new photo carefully. Yes, that was certainly Carlos, and the woman in the photo was her. As she stared at the photo posted on Carlos' Weibo page, Debbie began to recall what had happened yesterday. After lunch yesterday, they got back into Carlos' car. She had just taken off her jacket when he suddenly pinned her down in the back seat and began kissing her. In the driver's seat was Emmett, quietly sitting, as if he didn't know what was happening. It occurred to her that the partition of the car had been rolled down when they parked the car on highway service area. They'd forgotten to roll it up again. So Emmett had secretly taken a photo of them passionately kissing. Coming back to her senses, she scrolled through the comments on the post. A few minutes after dinner, the comments were at 1 million and counting. Ranking top of the comments was a user by the account name JLovesD. Wow! Mr. Huo takes my breath away, the comment read. In second rank was Colleen's comment. Mr. Huo, you've crowded your wife to the corner. Give her some room to breathe, boy. She wrote. This official announcement of love broke my heart. Another user wrote. For the next half an hour, Debbie read the comments one by one, which kept increasing by the minute. It wasn't until she heard the barking of the dog that she reluctantly moved her eyes away from the phone. Oh shit. I forgot to walk him, and I even forgot to feed him, she thought and kicked herself. Squatting in front of the dog, she murmured, I'm so sorry. I forgot about you. The dog made a sound between barking and yawning. It almost sounded like it wanted to speak its mind and reprimand Debbie for ignoring it. Okay, Hum. You don't have to complain. I feel guilty about it already. And for that, I'll prepare a double serving of meat for you. Right away. At the door to the kitchen, she gestured to Hum. Come over. Tell me how you'd want your meat cooked. Would you fancy spices? Hum didn't budge a little, but just stared at her discontentedly. Unsure what to feed the dog, Debbie took out her phone to call Carlos for confirmation. But hardly had she unlocked the screen when the doorbell rang. The gate of the villa was kind of far away from the kitchen, so she quickly ran to the living room and checked on CCTV. From the screen, Debbie saw that there was a woman standing in front of the gate with an anxious look on her face. Immediately, she pressed the speaker button and communicated with the woman outside. Hello, who are you? The woman instantly explained. Mrs. Huo, I'm sorry. I'm hired to come and take care of the dog. I should have come earlier, but I had something urgent at home to deal with, so I am late. I'm really sorry. So Carlos has assigned someone to take care of the dog too. Debbie thought. She pressed another button beside the screen and the door of the villa opened automatically. The woman rushed to the porch and changed into a pair of clean shoes before entering the living room. Then she hurried up to Debbie and apologized again. I'm really sorry. My child had some trouble this afternoon. I won't be late anymore. This job is really important to me. Mrs. Huo, please don't get angry with me. Debbie was taken aback by her humble begging for mercy. Snapping back to the reality, she shook her head vigorously. Never mind. It doesn't matter at all. Relax. Hum is hungry now. Please prepare the food for it. The woman was moved by Debbie's warm gesture. With teary eyes, she thanked Debbie and ran to the storeroom to fetch kibble and chicken meat. Curious, Debbie stood at one side and watched the woman get down to work. Putting the chicken meat into a pan, she added the kibble, a little salt and covered the pan. Is that all? Debbie asked. Yes, Mrs. Huo. That's all there is to it. Actually the best for an Eskimo dog. Okay, I see. After feeding Hum, Debbie took it for a walk in the garden. She had also missed out on her running, so she took this opportunity for that. The street lights on both sides of the cobble path were all on, brightening up the whole garden. The manor looked even more gorgeous under the colorful lights. However, being alone with only a dog by her side made Debbie feel a little bit scared. The rustling and whispering of trees added to her fear. As she was lost in a trance, she didn't hold the dog leash tight in her hand, so Hum got a chance and ran away all of a sudden. In a split second, Hum completely disappeared from her sight. Looking at her empty right hand which had been holding a dog leash a moment ago, she sighed helplessly. You cunning dog. Hum, don't run away. Wait for me. Debbie shouted as she picked up her pace and ran along the path. She was concerned that the naughty dog would damage the plants or even turn the whole garden upside down. When Carlos came back to the manor, he didn't find Debbie in the house, so he anxiously called her at once, only to find that her phone was left on the table in the living room. He then called the security guard on duty, who told him Debbie had taken the dog for a walk in the garden. When he found Debbie in the garden, he saw her glaring at Hum while gasping for air. She begged, Hum, please don't run again. Let me hold your leash, okay? Just for a while, please. Hey, don't dodge me. Come on. What's so good for you if I'm exhausted to death? Huh. But Hum didn't listen to her. It kept dodging Debbie's touch, giving her no chance to get close. Just as she was about to lose her patience, a cold and stern voice suddenly came. Hum. The dog darted toward the direction of the voice. Debbie turned around to find a smiling Carlos only a few meters away. With a simple order, the dog lunged at Carlos, who immediately grabbed hold of its leash to keep it under control. Watching on, Debbie got angry. She protested between gritted teeth. Carlos, can you imagine how much time I've had to run after Hum? That's so unfair. I bet it was a she. Opposite sexes attract each other, right? I'd be jealous and accuse her of competing with me over your love. Carlos arched an eyebrow. Debbie paused. What did I say? Did I say? Carlos and a dog attract each other. Realizing her impulsive words, she held back her laughter and took to her heels after saying, Was I wrong? Carlos patted Hum on the head and ordered, Catch her. To which Hum darted out like an arrow and ran after Debbie, while Carlos slowly tagged along. It didn't take him long to catch up with Debbie. The dog playfully snapped at her trouser. He pulled her into his arms and asked with affected seriousness, You thought you'd outrun both of us? And who is competing with you over my love? Debbie giggled. Oh, I didn't refer to Hum. I meant it's Miss Me or Miss Lon. And probably there's still a Miss Me or Miss Fan waiting for you somewhere. Arg. Carlos Huo. Let me down now. I'm wrong. Please? I feel so uncomfortable. Please. Carlos carried her over his shoulder as he walked back to the villa. All the way Debbie flailed trying to break free, but he just didn't let her down. Hum skittishly walked behind them, watching their endearing banter. Their laughter broke the silence of the night, their shadows swaying under the streetlights. It was such a warm and romantic scene. However, 2 days later, Carlos gave the dog to someone else. His purpose of keeping this dog was to help Debbie build up her physique, so that she could pace with him in bed. But to his disappointment, it had the opposite effect, and on the very first day, she had come home haggard and fallen sound asleep as soon as she hit the hay. Debbie felt sad that Carlos had sent Hum away. She scolded him, but he didn't care. They didn't need a dog. But to comfort her, he promised that if she really liked keeping a dog, he would buy her a little pet dog after their upcoming spring festival trip to New York. On that promise, Debbie finally stopped complaining, much to Carlos' relief. It was hard for him to understand her emotions for a dog she had only kept for 2 days. That night before bedtime, as Debbie went to bathe, Carlos wanted to slip in and bath together with her. But a phone call from New York stopped him at the doorstep. With no other choice, he sighed and went to the study instead. He answered, Dad. Before he could finish greeting, a thunderous rant came from the other end of the line. Young man, you remember you have a dad, right? How dare you get married without my approval? You even keep it under wraps. Do you have any respect to your parents? Used to his father's ill temper, Carlos silently listened. If the media doesn't expose your marriage, are you going to keep it from us for the rest of your life? Who allowed you to marry secretly and at that an unknown woman? Who gave you the courage to do so? How about Stephanie? How can I explain to the Lee family? You've embarrassed me now. After James finally finished his rant, Carlos said calmly, She's not just some random woman I plucked off the streets. I have the final say in my marriage, Dad. As for the Lee family, go explain to them yourself. This has nothing to do with me. His words caused James' blood pressure to surge. Hearing the noise on the other end of the line, Carlos shut his eyes and inhaled deeply. He knew that his father was rummaging through the drawers, looking for his medicine. He patiently waited on the phone. After downing the pills, James gradually got a hold of himself. When he was able to speak again, he yelled, Divorce. You have to divorce her. In a colder voice, Carlos asked, Anything else? Last month, I talked marriage with Stephanie's grandfather. You and Stephanie grew up together. You're 28 years old and she's 27. If you guys can tie the knot before you're both 30. James just wouldn't stop. He kept urging Carlos to marry Stephanie Lee as if Carlos weren't already married. But he was. To Debbie. It had already been arranged, and Carlos found himself continually surprised by, challenged by, and head over heels in love with Debbie. He didn't want anyone else. Seems like you're quite fond of her, Dad. How about you marry Stephanie yourself? That way Mom can relax too. You asshole. Goddamn ungrateful. The call was cut all of a sudden. Carlos figured that James must have thrown his phone against the wall or something. That was just like him, and it wouldn't be the first time. James had broken a number of phones over the years. If he'd kept those phones in decent shape, he could have opened his own phone store. From experience, he knew what James would do next. Find someone to vent his anger at. And the target was probably leaping into action. Carlos quickly dialed Tabitha's number. He waited a long time for her to pick up. Carlos, what's up? It's late. Haven't you gone to bed yet? Tabitha asked, though she had guessed what had happened. She heard the man hollering a few rooms away, and heard the unmistakable sounds of a phone shattering against the wall. Mom, I'll get my assistant to pick you up. Please pack a few things and move into my villa. I'm flying to New York soon, 2 days before the spring festival. I can bring you back home then. Carlos had several houses in New York. If she stayed in one of his estates, James wouldn't be able to do a thing to her. Wiping her teary eyes, Tabitha forced a smile and said, I'm okay, Carlos. Don't worry about me. I'll just stay in my room. Just take care of Debbie, okay? You have your own life now. Fretful, Carlos closed his eyes tightly. Mom, you've suffered enough. Why don't you leave him? Why do you put up with him? Do you want your depression to get worse? As a matter of fact, a few years ago, Tabitha had been diagnosed with mild depression thanks to James' temper. Carlos had accidentally found out about her mental health challenges and sought out the best doctors. After some therapy combined with traditional Chinese medicine, she got better. However, as long as she was living with James, it would be impossible for her to recover completely. Her illness returned time and again. Carlos had even given Tabitha his keys to the villa in New York, but she refused to move in. She had been determined to live together with James and make the best of it. The Huo family had a distinguished status in each country and even in New York. The last thing she would do was dishonor the Huo family name.
No, Carlos.
Your dad and I. Pack your luggage now. I'm sending my assistant over to drive you to my villa. As he finished, he hung up at once, without giving Tabitha the chance to refuse. Then, he called his assistant at the New York branch of his company, requesting that he ferry Tabitha to his villa. Carlos leaned back in his seat and lit a cigarette. Contemplating the view outside his window, he was deep in thought. Moments later, Debbie's face popped into his mind, and he came back to his senses. Thinking of her, he immediately grabbed his phone from the table and opened WeChat. He tapped Debbie's moments. Like Debbie usually did, she had updated her status again. She was quite an active WeChat user who enjoyed sharing her daily life and thoughts. There were new posts in her WeChat moments almost every day. A few moments ago, she posted another pic. You could see her cute manicured toes, and her hand held the glass of wine he had just poured for her. Above the photo there was a line of text. Cupid shoots me with his arrow. Love comes so fast like a tornado. Love comes so fast. Carlos smiled. Yeah, before I knew Debbie was actually my wife, I had a feeling that I'd fall in love with her if I didn't shoo her away as soon as possible. And I was right. I did fall in love with her, and I love her with all my heart. Luckily, she turned out to be my legal wife. His mood lit up as he scrolled down to see her other posts. Apparently, Debbie was still a little girl, even though she behaved like a tomboy. She expressed her feelings and shared everything in her life. For a while now, most of her posts had to do with him, like her post today or the one a few days ago. That was when they were having dinner with Debbie's cousin, Sasha. Then, after escorting Sasha back to school, they walked back to the hotel, hand in hand. Debbie had taken a photo of their clasped hands and posted it too. She had written a comment. I hope I can keep holding your hand until the end of my life. All of his unhappiness and gloom vanished into thin air now. After putting out the cigarette in his curved glass ashtray, Carlos left the study. When he walked back to the bedroom, he saw that Debbie had already hidden herself under the quilt, chatting fervently with her friends on WeChat. Carlos climbed onto bed, pulled her into his arms and kissed her damp dry hair. It smells good, he whispered in her ear. Of course. I used the best shampoo and body wash made by your ZL group. It should smell good. His hot breath fell on her neck, making her feel itchy, so she tried to move away. I see. The design team will see a little extra in their paychecks. I make that happen tomorrow. Debbie was shocked, speechless. Maybe he was too rich to use up his money, so he had to find some ways to spend it. Your hair is still wet, he said. Yes, I know. I just didn't care. Her hair was long and thick. She didn't have the patience to dry it all. Carlos raised his eyebrows. "Let me help you dry off." He wrapped his arms around her waist and flipped her over, making her look at him. Debbie moved her body to the edge of the bed, letting her hair fall straight down like a waterfall. This way, her wet hair wouldn't the bedding damp. She entwined her slender arms around his neck and asked with a sweet smile, "Are you really going to help me dry my hair?" Carlos grinned playfully. "Yes, but I need to be paid." Seeing the passionate look in his eyes, Debbie instantly understood what sort of payment he was asking for. She struggled to sit up.
No, no.
"I'll dry it myself. Think you can run away?" Carlos asked without stopping her. He slowly followed Debbie into the bathroom again. In the bathroom, when Debbie found the hairdryer, she saw Carlos come in too. She swung the hairdryer in front of him and urged, "I'm going to dry my hair seriously. Just go back to bed." Instead of leaving, he grabbed the hairdryer from her hand. Debbie assumed that he was really intending to help her dye her hair. She remembered he had done this for her before. Without thinking too much, she turned around back against him and reminded him, "The cord is short. Maybe move closer to the outlet." Putting the hairdryer aside, Carlos clung to her and whispered in a husky voice, "The cord might be short, but you know a certain part of my body isn't." Debbie's face flushed bright red. She patted him on his hand, trying to drive him away. "Go away, don't bother me." However, it was too late. The man's lust was triggered. Unable to constrain himself anymore, he turned her around and pressed her against the sink. His hands ran up and down her body, driving waves of pleasure through her again and again, before they both surrendered to love's embrace. The next morning, Carlos had gone to work while Debbie still slept soundly in bed. Her phone jarred her awake. It was Casey asking her out on a shopping trip. As the spring festival was just around the corner, Carlos had given the yoga teacher and dancing teacher a holiday at Debbie's request. She also wanted to enjoy a relaxing holiday without any lessons. She could just sleep, eat and play all day long.